The Book of Matthew, Mattiyahu, Chapter 1. The Book of the Genealogy of Yeshua, Messiah, son of David, son of Abraham. Abraham brought forth Yitzhak, and Yitzhak brought forth Jacob, and Jacob brought forth Yehuda, and his brothers. And Yehuda brought forth Peretz, and Zerah, by Tamar. And Peretz brought forth Hezron, and Hezron brought forth Ram, and Ram brought forth Amminadab, and Amminadab brought forth Nahashon, and Nahashon brought forth Salmon, and Salmon brought forth Boaz by Rechab, and Boaz brought forth Obed by Ruth, and Obed brought forth Yeshai, and Yeshai brought forth David the sovereign, and David the sovereign brought forth Shelomah by Uriah's wife, and Shelomah brought forth Rehoboam, and Rehoboam brought forth Abiah, and Abiah brought forth Asa, and Asa brought forth Jehoshaphat, and Jehoshaphat brought forth Joram, and Joram brought forth Uzziah, and Uzziah brought forth Jotham, and Jotham brought forth Ahaz, and Ahaz brought forth Hezekiah, and Hezekiah brought forth Manasseh, and Manasseh brought forth Ammon, and Ammon brought forth Yoshiyahu, and Yoshiyahu brought forth Jeconiah, and his brothers at the time of the exile to Babel. And after the exile to Babel, Jeconiah brought forth Shealtiel, and Shealtiel brought forth Zerubbabel, and Zerubbabel brought forth Abihud, and Abihud brought forth Abner, and Abner brought forth Eliakim, and Eliakim brought forth Azor, and Azor brought forth Zadok, and Zadok brought forth Akim, and Akim brought forth Elihud, and Elihud brought forth Eleazar, and Eleazar brought forth Matan, and Matan brought forth Jacob, and Jacob brought forth Joseph, the husband of Miriam, of whom was born Yeshua, who is called Messiah. So all the generations from Abraham to David were 14 generations, and from David until the exile to Babel were 14 generations, and from the exile to Babel until the Messiah were 14 generations. But the birth of Yeshua Messiah was as follows. After his mother Miriam was engaged to Joseph, before they came together, she was found to be pregnant from the set-apart spirit. And Joseph, her husband, being righteous and not wishing to make a show of her, had in mind to put her away secretly. But while he thought about this, see, a messenger of Yahuwah appeared to him in a dream, saying, Joseph, son of David, do not be afraid to take Miriam as your wife, for that which is in her was brought forth from the set-apart spirit, and she shall give birth to a son, and you shall call his name Yeshua, for he shall save his people from their sins. And all this came to be in order to fill what was spoken by Yahuwah through the prophet, saying, See, an Alma shall conceive, and she shall give birth to a son, and they shall call his name Emmanuel, which translated means El with us. And Joseph, awaking from his sleep, and did as the messenger of Yahuwah commanded him, and took his wife, but knew her not until she gave birth to her son, the firstborn, and he called his name Yeshua. Chapter 2. And Yeshua, having been born in Bethlehem of Yehuda in the days of Herodes the sovereign, see, Magi from the east came to Jerusalem, saying, Where is he who has been born sovereign of the Yehudim? For we saw his star in the east, and have come to do reverence to him. And Herodes the sovereign, having heard, was troubled, and all Jerusalem with him. And having gathered all the chief priests and scribes of the people together, he asked them where the Messiah was to be born. And they said to him, In Bethlehem of Yehuda, For thus has it been written by the prophet, But you, Bethlehem, in the land of Yehuda, you are by no means least among the rulers of Yehuda. For out of you shall come a ruler who shall shepherd my people Yisrael. Then Herodes, having called the Magi secretly, learned exactly from them what time the star appeared. And having sent them to Bethlehem, he said,
Go, and search diligently for the child, and when you have found him, bring back word to me, so that I too might go and do reverence to him.
And having heard the sovereign, they went, and see the star which they had seen in the east went before them, until it came and stood over where the child was. And seeing the star, they rejoiced with exceedingly great joy. And coming into the house, they saw the child with Miriam, his mother, and fell down and did reverence to him. And opening their treasures, they presented him gifts of gold and frankincense and myrrh. And having been warned in a dream that they should not return to Herodes, they departed for their own country by another way. And when they had left, see, a messenger of Yahuwah appeared to Joseph in a dream, saying, Arise, take the child and his mother, and flee to Mitzrayim, and remain there until I bring you word, for Herodes is about to seek the child to destroy him. And rising up, he took the child and his mother by night, and departed for Mitzrayim, and remained there until the death of Herodes, to fill what was spoken by Yahuwah through the prophet, saying, Out of Mitzrayim I have called my son. Then Herodes, having seen that he was fooled by the Magi, was greatly enraged, and he sent forth and slew all the male children in Bethlehem, and in all its borders, from 2 years old and under, according to the time which he had exactly learnt from the Magi. Then was filled what was spoken by Yirmiyahu the prophet, saying, A voice was heard in Ramah, wailing and weeping, in great mourning, Rachel weeping for her children, refusing to be comforted, because they were no more. And Herodes, having died, see, a messenger of Yahuwah appeared in a dream to Joseph in Mitzrayim, saying, Arise, and take the child and his mother, and go into the land of Yisrael, for those seeking the life of the child are dead. And rising up, he took the child and his mother, and came into the land of Yisrael. But hearing that Archelaus was reigning over Yehuda instead of his father Herodes, he was afraid to go there. And having been warned in a dream, he departed to the parts of Galilee, and came and dwelt in a city called Nazareth, thus to fill what was spoken by the prophets, He shall be called a Nazarene. Chapter 3. And in those days Yochanan the Immerser came, proclaiming in the wilderness of Yehuda, and saying, Repent, for the reign of the heavens has come near. For this is he who was spoken of by the prophet Yeshayahu, saying, A voice of one crying in the wilderness, Prepare the way of Yahuwah, make his paths straight. And Yochanan had a garment of camel hair, and a leather girdle around his waist, and his food was locusts and wild honey. Then Jerusalem and all Yehuda and all the country around the Yarden went out to him. They were immersed by him in the Yarden, confessing their sins. And seeing many of the Pharisees and Sadducees coming to his immersion, he said to them, Brood of adders, who has warned you to flee from the coming wrath? Bear therefore fruits worthy of repentance, and do not think to say to yourselves, We have Abraham as our father. For I say to you that Elohim is able to raise up children to Abraham from these stones. And the axe is already laid to the root of the trees. Every tree, then, which does not bear good fruit, is cut down and thrown into the fire. I indeed immerse you in water unto repentance. But he who is coming after me is mightier than I, whose sandals I am not worthy to bear. He shall immerse you in the set-apart spirit and fire. His winnowing fork is in his hand, and he shall thoroughly cleanse his threshing floor, and gather his wheat into the storehouse. But the chaff he shall burn with unquenchable fire. Then Yeshua came from Galilee to Yochanan at the Yarden to be immersed by him. But Yochanan was hindering him, saying, I need to be immersed by you, and you come to me? But Yeshua answering said to him, Permit it now, for thus it is fitting for us to fill all righteousness. Then he permitted him. And having been immersed, Yeshua went up immediately from the water, and see the heavens were opened, and he saw the Spirit of Elohim descending like a dove and coming upon him, and see a voice out of the heaven saying, This is my Son, the Beloved, in whom I delight. Chapter 4. Then Yeshua was led up by the Spirit into the wilderness to be tried by the devil. And after having fasted 40 days and 40 nights, he was hungry. And the trier came and said to him, If you are the Son of Elohim, command that these stones become bread. But he answering said to him, It has been written, Man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that comes from the mouth of Yahuwah. Then the devil took him up into the set-apart city, set him on the edge of the set-apart place, and said to him, If you are the Son of Elohim, throw yourself down, for it has been written, He shall command his messengers concerning you, and in their hands they shall bear you up, so that you do not dash your foot against a stone. Yeshua said to him, It has also been written, You shall not try Yahuwah your Elohim. Again the devil took him up on a very high mountain, and showed him all the reigns of the world, and their esteem, and said to him, All these I shall give you, if you fall down and worship me. Then Yeshua said to him, Go, Satan, for it has been written, You shall worship Yahuwah your Elohim, and him alone you shall serve. Then the devil left him, and see messengers came and attended him. And Yeshua, having heard that Yochanan had been put in prison, withdrew into Galilee. And leaving Nazareth, he came and dwelt in Capernaum, which is by the sea, in the borders of Zebulun and Naphtali, to fill what was spoken by Yeshayahu the prophet, saying, Land of Zebulun and land of Naphtali, the way of the sea, beyond the Yarden, Galilee of the nations. The people who sat in darkness saw a great light, and upon those who sat in the land and shadow of death, light arose to them. From that time Yeshua began to proclaim and to say, Repent, for the reign of the heavens has drawn near. And Yeshua, walking by the sea of Galilee, saw two brothers, Shimon, called Kepha, and Andre, his brother, casting a net into the sea, for they were fishermen. And he said to them, Follow me, and I shall make you fishers of men. And immediately they left their nets and followed him. And going on from there, he saw two other brothers, Jacob, the son of Zabdi, and Yochanan his brother, in the boat with Zabdi their father, mending their nets. And he called them. And immediately they left the boat and their father and followed him. And Yeshua went about all Galilee, teaching in their congregations and proclaiming the good news of the reign, and healing every disease and every bodily weakness among the people. And news about him went out into all Assyria, and they brought to him all who were sick, afflicted with various diseases and pains, and those who were demon-possessed, and epileptics, and paralytics, and he healed them. And large crowds from Galilee, and Decapolis, and Jerusalem, and Yehuda, and beyond the Yarden, followed him. Chapter 5. But when he saw the crowds, he went up on a mountain. And when he was seated, his taught ones came to him. And having opened his mouth, he was teaching them, saying, Blessed are the poor in spirit, because theirs is the reign of the heavens. Blessed are those who mourn, because they shall be comforted. Blessed are the meek, because they shall inherit the earth. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, because they shall be filled. Blessed are the compassionate, because they shall obtain compassion. Blessed are the clean in heart, because they shall see Elohim. Blessed are the peacemakers, because they shall be called sons of Elohim. Blessed are those persecuted for righteousness' sake, because theirs is the reign of the heavens. Blessed are you when they reproach you and persecute you and falsely say every wicked word against you for my sake. Rejoice and be glad, because your reward in the heavens is great. For in this way they persecuted the prophets who were before you. You are the salt of the earth. But if the salt becomes tasteless, how shall it be seasoned? For it is no longer of any use but to be thrown out and to be trodden down by men. You are the light of the world. It is impossible for a city to be hidden on a mountain. Nor do they light a lamp and put it under a basket, but on a lampstand, and it shines to all those in the house. Let your light so shine before men, so that they see your good works and praise your Father who is in the heavens. Do not think that I came to destroy the Torah or the prophets. I did not come to destroy, but to complete. For truly I say to you, till the heaven and the earth pass away, one yod or one tittle shall by no means pass from the Torah till all be done. Whoever then breaks one of the least of these commands and teaches men so shall be called least in the reign of the heavens. But whoever does and teaches them, he shall be called great in the reign of the heavens. For I say to you that unless your righteousness exceeds that of the scribes and the Pharisees, you shall by no means enter into the reign of the heavens. You heard that it was said to those of old, You shall not murder. And whoever murders shall be liable to judgment. But I say to you, that whoever is wroth with his brother without a cause shall be liable to judgment. And whoever says to his brother, Rakah, shall be liable to the Sanhedrin. But whoever says, You fool, shall be liable to the fire of Gehennom. If then you bring your gift to the slaughter place, and there remember that your brother holds whatever against you, leave your gift there before the slaughter place and go. First, make peace with your brother, and then come and offer your gift. Be well-minded with your opponent promptly, while you are on the way with him, lest your opponent deliver you to the judge, and the judge to the officer, and you be thrown into prison. Truly, I say to you, you shall by no means get out of there till you have paid the last quadrant. You heard that it was said to those of old, You shall not commit adultery. But I say to you that everyone looking at a woman to lust for her has already committed adultery with her in his heart. And if your right eye causes you to stumble, pluck it out and throw it away from you. For it is better for you that one of your members perish than for your entire body to be thrown into Gehennom. And if your right hand causes you to stumble, cut it off and throw it away from you. For it is better for you that one of your members perish than for your entire body to be thrown into Gehennom. And it has been said, Whoever puts away his wife, let him give her a certificate of divorce. But I say to you, that whoever puts away his wife, except for the matter of whoring, makes her commit adultery. And whoever marries a woman who has been put away commits adultery. Again, you heard that it was said to those of old, You shall not swear falsely, but shall perform your oaths to Yahuwah. But I say to you, do not swear vainly at all, neither by the heaven, because it is Elohim's throne, nor by the earth, for it is his footstool, nor by Jerusalem, for it is the city of the great sovereign, nor swear by your head, because you are not able to make one hair white or black. But let your word, yes, be yes, and your no be no. And what goes beyond these is from the wicked one. You have heard that it was said, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. But I say to you, do not resist the wicked. But whoever slaps you on your right cheek, turn the other to him also. And he who wishes to sue you and take away your inner garment, let him have your outer garment as well. And whoever compels you to go 1 mile, go with him 2. Give to him who asks of you, and from him who wishes to borrow from you, do not turn away. You heard that it was said, you shall love your neighbor and hate your enemy. But I say to you, love your enemies. Bless those cursing you. Do good to those hating you, and pray for those insulting you and persecuting you, so that you become sons of your Father in the heavens. Because he makes his sun rise on the wicked and on the good, and sends rain on the righteous and on the unrighteous. For if you love those loving you, what reward have you? Are the tax collectors not doing the same too? And if you greet your brothers only, what do you do more than others? Are the tax collectors not doing so too? Therefore be perfect as your Father in the heavens is perfect. Chapter 6. Beware of doing your kind deeds before men, in order to be seen by them. Otherwise you have no reward from your Father in the heavens. Thus, when you do a kind deed, do not sound a trumpet before you as the hypocrites do, in the congregations and in the streets, to be praised by men. Truly, I say to you, they have their reward. But when you do a kind deed, do not let your left hand know what your right hand is doing, so that your kind deed shall be in secret. And your Father who sees in secret shall himself reward you openly. And when you pray, you shall not be like the hypocrites, for they love to pray standing in the congregation and on the corners of the streets to be seen by men. Truly I say to you, they have their reward. But you, when you pray, go into your room, and having shut the door, pray to your Father who is in the secret place, and your Father who sees in secret shall reward you openly. And when praying, do not keep on babbling like the nations, for they think that they shall be heard for their many words. Therefore do not be like them, for your Father knows what you need before you ask him. This, then, is the way you should pray. Our Father, who is in the heavens, let your name be set apart. Let your reign come. Let your desire be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us today our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And do not lead us into trial, but deliver us from the wicked one. Because yours is the reign and the power and the esteem forever. Amen. For if you forgive men their trespasses, your heavenly Father shall also forgive you. But if you do not forgive men their trespasses, neither shall your Father forgive your trespasses. And when you fast, do not be sad-faced like the hypocrites, for they disfigure their faces so that they appear to be fasting to men. Truly I say to you, they have their reward. But you, when you fast, anoint your head and wash your face, so that you do not appear to men to be fasting, but to your Father who is in the secret place. And your Father who sees in secret shall reward you openly. Do not lay up for yourselves treasures on earth, where moth and rust destroy, and where thieves break in and steal. But lay up for yourselves treasures in heaven, where neither moth nor rust destroys, and where thieves do not break in and steal. For where your treasure is, there your heart shall be also. The lamp of the body is the eye. If therefore your eye is good, all your body shall be enlightened. But if your eye is evil, all your body shall be darkened. If then the light that is within you is darkness, How great is that darkness! No one is able to serve two masters, for either he shall hate the one and love the other, or else he shall cleave to the one and despise the other. You are not able to serve Elohim and Mammon. Because of this I say to you, do not worry about your life, what you shall eat or drink, or about your body, what you shall put on. Is not life more than the food, and the body more than the clothing? Look at the birds of the heavens, for they neither sow nor reap nor gather into storehouses, yet your heavenly Father does feed them. Are you not worth more than they? And which of you by worrying is able to add 1 cubit to his lifespan? So why do you worry about clothing? Note well the lilies of the field, how they grow. They neither toil nor spin. And I say to you that even Shalomah, in all his esteem, was not dressed like one of these. But if Elohim so clothes the grass of the field, which exists today and tomorrow is thrown into the furnace, how much more you, O you of little belief? Do not worry then, saying, what shall we eat? Or what shall we drink? Or what shall we wear? For all these the nations seek for, and your heavenly Father knows that you need all these. But seek first the reign of Elohim and his righteousness, and all these shall be added to you. Do not then worry about tomorrow, for tomorrow shall have its own worries. Each day has enough evil of itself. Chapter 7. Do not judge, lest you be judged. For with what judgment you judge, you shall be judged. And with the same measure you use, it shall be measured to you. And why do you look at the splinter in your brother's eye, but do not notice the plank in your own eye? Or how is it that you say to your brother, let me remove the splinter out of your eye, and see a plank is in your own eye? Hypocrite! First, remove the plank from your own eye, and then you shall see clearly to remove the splinter out of your brother's eye. Do not give what is set apart to the dogs, nor throw your pearls before the pigs, lest they trample them under their feet and turn and tear you in pieces. Ask, and it shall be given to you. Seek, and you shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened to you. For everyone who asks receives, and he who seeks finds, and to him who knocks it shall be opened. Or is there a man among you, who if his son asks for bread shall give him a stone? Or if he asks for a fish, shall he give him a snake? If you then, being wicked, know how to give good gifts to your children, how much more shall your Father who is in the heavens give what is good to those who ask him? Therefore, whatever you wish men to do to you, do also to them, for this is the Torah and the prophets. Enter in through the narrow gate, because the gate is wide, and the way is broad that leads to destruction, and there are many who enter in through it. Because the gate is narrow, and the way is hard-pressed which leads to life, and there are few who find it. But beware of the false prophets, who come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are savage wolves. By their fruits you shall know them. Are grapes gathered from thorn bushes, or figs from thistles? So every good tree yields good fruit, but a rotten tree yields wicked fruit. A good tree is unable to yield wicked fruit, and a rotten tree to yield good fruit. Every tree that does not bear good fruit is cut down and thrown into the fire. So then, by their fruits you shall know them. Not everyone who says to me, Master, Master, shall enter into the reign of the heavens, but he who is doing the desire of my Father in the heavens. Many shall say to me in that day, Master, Master, have we not prophesied in your name, and cast out demons in your name, and done many mighty works in your name? And then I shall declare to them, I never knew you. Depart from me, you who work lawlessness. Therefore everyone who hears these words of mine and does them shall be like a wise man who built his house on the rock. And the rain came down, and the floods came, and the winds blew and beat on that house, and it did not fall, for it was founded on the rock. And everyone who hears these words of mine and does not do them shall be like a foolish man who built his house on the sand. And the rain came down, and the floods came, and the winds blew, and they beat on that house, and it fell, and great was its fall. And it came to be, when Yeshua had ended these words, that the people were astonished at his teaching, for he was teaching them as one possessing authority, and not as the scribes. Chapter 8. And when he came down from the mountain, large crowds followed him. And see, a leper came and bowed before him, saying,
Master, if you desire, you are able to make me clean.
And stretching out his hands, Yeshua touched him, saying, I desire it. Be cleansed. And immediately his leprosy was cleansed. And Yeshua said to him, See, mention it to no one, but go your way, show yourself to the priest, and offer the gift that Moshe commanded as a witness to them. And when Yeshua had entered Capernaum, a captain came to him, appealing to him, saying, Master, my servant is lying in the house, paralyzed, grievously tortured. And Yeshua said to him, I shall come and heal him. And the captain answering said, Master, I am not worthy that you should come under my roof, but only say a word, and my servant shall be healed. For I too am a man under authority, having soldiers under me. And I say to this one, Go, and he goes, and to another, Come, and he comes, and to my servant, Do this, and he does it. And when Yeshua heard, he marveled, and said to those who followed, Truly I say to you, not even in Israel have I found such great belief. And I say to you that many shall come from east and west, and sit down with Abraham and Yitzhak and Jacob in the reign of the heavens. But the sons of the rain shall be cast out into outer darkness. There shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth. And Yeshua said to the captain, Go, and as you have believed, so let it be done for you. And his servant was healed that hour. And when Yeshua had come into the house of Kepha, he saw his wife's mother lying sick with inflammation. And he touched her hand, and the inflammation left her, and she arose and served them. And when evening had come, they brought to him many who were demon-possessed. And he cast out the spirits with the word, and healed all who were sick, that it might be filled what was spoken by Yeshayahu the prophet, saying, He himself took our weaknesses and bore our sicknesses. And when Yeshua saw large crowds about him, he gave a command to go off to the other side. And a certain scribe, having come near, said to him, Teacher, I shall follow you wherever you go. And Yeshua said to him, The foxes have holes, and the birds of the heaven nests, but the Son of Adam has nowhere to lay his head. And another of his taught ones said to him, Master, first let me go and bury my father. But Yeshua said to him, Follow me, and leave the dead to bury their own dead. And when he entered into a boat, his taught ones followed him. And see, a great gale arose on the sea, so that the boat was covered by the waves. But he was sleeping. And his taught ones came to him and woke him up, saying, Master, save us! We are perishing. And he said to them, Why are you afraid, O you of little belief? Then, having risen, he rebuked the winds and the sea, and there was a great calm. And the men marveled, saying, What is this, that even the winds and the sea obey him? And when he came to the other side, to the country of the Girgashites, 2 demon-possessed ones met him, coming out of the tombs, very fierce, so that no one was able to pass that way. And see, they cried out, saying,
"What have we to do with you, Yeshua, son of Elohim? Have you come here to torture us before the appointed time?"
And at a distance from there was a herd of many pigs feeding. And the demons begged him, saying,
"If you cast us out, send us into the herd of pigs."
And he said to them, "Go." And they, coming out, went into the herd of pigs. And see, the entire herd of pigs rushed down the steep place into the sea and died in the water. And the herdsmen fled and went away into the city and reported all this, and about those possessed by demons. And see, all the city came out to meet Yeshua, and when they saw him, they begged him to leave their borders. Chapter 9. And entering into a boat, he passed over and came to his own city. And see, they were bringing to him a paralytic lying on a bed. And Yeshua, seeing their belief, said to the paralytic, "Take courage, son, your sins have been forgiven." And see, some of the scribes said to themselves, "This one blasphemes." And Yeshua, knowing their thoughts, said, "Why do you think wicked thoughts in your hearts? For which is easier to say, 'Your sins have been forgiven,' or to say, 'Arise and walk'? But in order for you to know that the Son of Adam possesses authority on earth to forgive sins." He then said to the paralytic, "Rise, take up your bed and go to your house." And he rose and went to his house. When the crowd saw it, they marveled and praised Elohim, who had given such authority to men. And as Yeshua passed on from there, he saw a man called Mattiyahu sitting at the tax office. And he said to him, "Follow me." And he rose and followed him. And it came to be, as Yeshua sat at the table in the house, that see, many tax collectors and sinners came and sat down with him and his taught ones. And when the Pharisees saw it, they said to his taught ones, "Why does your teacher eat with tax collectors and sinners?" And Yeshua, hearing this, said to them, "Those who are strong have no need of a physician, but those who are sick. But go and learn what this means. I desire compassion and not offering, for I did not come to call the righteous to repentance, but sinners." Then the taught ones of Yochanan came to him, saying, "Why do we and the Pharisees fast often, but your taught ones do not fast?" And Yeshua said to them, "Are the friends of the bridegroom able to mourn as long as the bridegroom is with them? But the days shall come when the bridegroom is taken away from them, and then they shall fast. And no one puts a piece of unshrunk cloth on an old garment, for the patch pulls away from the garment, and the tear is made worse. Neither do they put new wine into old wineskins, or else the wineskins burst, and the wine is spilled, and the wineskins are ruined. But they put new wine into fresh wineskins, and both are preserved." While he was saying all this to them, see, a ruler came and bowed down to him, saying, "My daughter is dead by now, but come and lay your hand on her, and she shall live." And Yeshua rose and followed him, his taught ones too. And see, a woman who had a flow of blood for 12 years came from behind and touched the tzitzit of his garment. For she said to herself, "If I only touch his garment, I shall be healed." But Yeshua turned, and when he saw her, he said, "Take courage, daughter. Your belief has healed you." And the woman was healed from that hour. And when Yeshua came into the ruler's house and saw the flute players and the crowd making a noise, he said to them, "Go back, for the girl is not dead, but sleeping." And they laughed at him. But when the crowd was put outside, he went in and took her by the hand, and the girl arose. And this report went out into all that land. And as Yeshua passed on from there, 2 blind men followed him, crying out and saying, "Son of David, have compassion on us." And when he came into the house, the blind men came to him, and Yeshua said to them, "Do you believe that I am able to do this?" And they said to him, "Yes, Master." Then he touched their eyes, saying, "According to your belief, let it be to you." And their eyes were open, and Yeshua strictly ordered them, saying, "See, let no one know." But when they went out, they made him known in all that land. And as they were going out, see, they brought to him a man, dumb and demon-possessed. And when the demon was cast out, the dumb one spoke. And the crowds marveled, saying, "It was never seen like this in Israel." But the Pharisees said, "He casts out demons by the ruler of the demons." And Yeshua went about all the cities and villages, teaching in their congregations, and proclaiming the good news of the reign, and healing every disease and every bodily weakness among the people. And having seen the crowds, he was moved with compassion for them, because they were weary and scattered, as sheep having no shepherd. Then he said to his taught ones, "The harvest truly is great, but the workers are few. Pray then that the master of the harvest would send out workers to his harvest." Chapter 10. And having called his 12 taught ones near, he gave them authority over unclean spirits to cast them out, and to heal every disease and every bodily weakness. And these are the names of the 12 emissaries. First, Shimon, who is called Kepha, and Andre his brother, Jacob the son of Zabdi, and Yochanan his brother, Philip and Bartholomew, Toma and Mattiyahu the tax collector, Jacob the son of Alphi, and Labai, whose last name was Taddai, Shimon the Canaanite, and Yehuda from Kirioth, who did also deliver him up. Yeshua sent these 12 out, having commanded them, saying, "Do not go into the way of the nations, and do not enter a city of Shamaron, but rather go to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. And as you go, proclaim, saying, the reign of the heavens has drawn near. Heal the sick, cleanse the lepers, raise the dead, cast out demons. You have received without paying, give without being paid. Do not acquire gold or silver or copper for your money belts, or a bag for the journey, or 2 undergarments, or sandals, or staffs, for the worker is worthy of his food. And into whatever city or village you enter, ask who is worthy in it, and stay there until you leave. And as you enter into a house, greet it. And if the house is worthy, let your peace come upon it. But if it is not worthy, let your peace return to you. And whoever does not receive you, nor hear your words, when you leave that house or city, shake off the dust from your feet. Truly I say to you, it shall be more bearable for the land of Sodom and Gomorrah in the day of judgment than for that city. See, I send you out as sheep in the midst of wolves. Therefore be wise as serpents and innocent as doves. But beware of men, for they shall deliver you up to the Sanhedrins and flog you in their congregations. And you shall be brought before governors and sovereigns for my sake, as a witness to them and to the nations. But when they deliver you up, do not worry about how or what you should speak, for it shall be given to you in that hour what you shall speak. For it is not you who speak, but the Spirit of your Father speaking in you. And brother shall deliver a brother to death, and a father his child. And children shall rise up against parents, and shall put them to death. And you shall be hated by all for my name's sake. But he who shall have endured to the end shall be saved. Yet when they persecute you in this city, flee to another. For truly I say to you, you shall by no means have gone through the cities of Israel before the Son of Adam comes. A taught one is not above his teacher, nor a servant above his master. It is enough for the taught one to become like his teacher, and a servant like his master. If they have called the master of the house Beelzebub, how much more those of his household? Therefore do not fear them, for whatever is covered shall be revealed, and whatever is hidden shall be made known. What I say to you in the dark, speak in the light, and what you hear in the ear, proclaim on the housetops. And do not fear those who kill the body, but are unable to kill the being, but rather fear him who is able to destroy both being and body in Gehenna. Are not 2 sparrows sold for a copper coin? And not one of them falls to the ground without your Father. And even the hairs of your head are all numbered. So do not fear. You are worth more than many sparrows. Everyone, therefore, who shall confess me before men, him I shall also confess before my Father who is in the heavens. But whoever shall deny me before men, him I shall also deny before my Father who is in the heavens. Do not think that I have come to bring peace on earth. I did not come to bring peace, but a sword. For I have come to bring division. A man against his father, a daughter against her mother, and a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. And a man's enemies are those of his own household. He who loves father or mother more than me is not worthy of me, and he who loves son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. And he who does not take up his stake and follow after me is not worthy of me. He who has found his life shall lose it, and he that has lost his life for my sake shall find it. He who receives you receives me, and he who receives me receives him whom sent me. He who receives a prophet in the name of a prophet shall receive a prophet's reward. And he who receives a righteous one in the name of a righteous one shall receive a righteous one's reward. And whoever gives one of these little ones a cup of cold water only in the name of a taught one, truly I say to you, he shall by no means lose his reward. Chapter 11. And it came to be when Yeshua ended instructing his 12 taught ones, that he set out from there to teach and to proclaim in their cities. And when Yochanan had heard in the prison of the works of Messiah, he sent 2 of his taught ones and said to him, Are you the coming one, or do we look for another? And Yeshua answering said to them, Go, report to Yochanan what you hear and see. Blind receive sight, and lame walk. Lepers are cleansed, and deaf hear. Dead are raised up, and poor are brought the good news. And blessed is he who does not stumble in me. And as these were going, Yeshua began to say to the crowds concerning Yochanan, What did you go out into the wilderness to see? A reed shaken by the wind? But what did you go out to see? A man dressed in soft garments? Look, those wearing soft garments are in the houses of sovereigns. But what did you go out to see? A prophet? Yes, I say to you more than a prophet, for this is he of whom it was written, See, I am sending my messenger before your face, who shall prepare your way before you. Truly I say to you, among those born of women, there has not risen one greater than Yochanan the Immerser. Yet the least one in the reign of the heavens is greater than he. And from the days of Yochanan the Immerser till now, the reign of the heavens is violated. The violent seize it. For all the prophets in the Torah prophesied till Yochanan. And if you wish to accept it, he is Eliyahu, who was about to come. He who has ears, let him hear. And to what shall I compare this generation? It is like children sitting in the marketplaces and calling to their companions and saying, We played the flute for you, and you did not dance. We lamented to you, and you did not beat the breast. For Yochanan came neither eating nor drinking, and they say, He has a demon. The son of Adam came eating and drinking, and they say, See, a man glutton and a wine drinker, a friend of tax collectors and sinners. And wisdom was declared right by her works. Then he began to reproach the cities in which most of his miracles had been done, because they did not repent. Woe to you, Chorazin! Woe to you, Bethsaida! Because if the miracles which were done in you had been done in Zor and Zidon, they would have repented long ago in sackcloth and ashes. But I say to you, it shall be more bearable for Zor and Zidon in the day of judgment than for you. And you, Capernaum, who were exalted to the heavens, shall be brought down to Sheol. Because if the miracles which were done in you had been done in Sodom, it would have remained until this day. But I say to you that it shall be more bearable for the land of Sodom in the day of judgment than for you. At that time, Yeshua responding said, I thank you, Father, Master of the heavens and earth, because you have hidden these matters from clever and learned ones, and have revealed them to babes. Yes, Father, because so it was well-pleasing in your sight. All have been handed over to me by my Father, and no one knows the Son except the Father, nor does anyone know the Father except the Son, and he to whom the Son wishes to reveal him. Come to me, all you who labor and are burdened, and I shall give you rest. Take my yoke upon you and learn from me, for I am meek and humble in heart, and you shall find rest for your beings. For my yoke is gentle, and my burden is light. Chapter 12. At that time Yeshua went through the grain fields on the Sabbath, and his taught ones were hungry, and began to pluck heads of grain to eat. And when the Pharisees saw it, they said to him, Look, your taught ones are doing what is not right to do on the Sabbath. But he said to them, Have you not read what David did when he was hungry, he and those who were with him? How he went into the house of Elohim and ate the showbread, which was not right for him to eat, for those who were with him, but only for the priests. Or did you not read in the Torah that on the Sabbath the priests profane the Sabbath and are blameless? But I say to you that in this place there is one greater than the set-apart place. And if you had known what this means, I desire compassion and not offering, you would not have condemned the blameless, for the Son of Adam is master of the Sabbath. And having left there, he went into their congregation. And see, there was a man having a withered hand. And they asked him, saying, Is it right to heal on the Sabbath? So as to accuse him. And he said to them, What man is there among you who has one sheep, and if it falls into a pit on the Sabbath, shall not take hold of it and lift it out? How much more worth is a man than a sheep? So it is right to do good on the Sabbath. Then he said to the man, Stretch out your hand. And he stretched it out, and it was restored, as healthy as the other. But the Pharisees went out and took counsel against him, so as to destroy him. But Yeshua, knowing it, withdrew from there, and large crowds followed him, and he healed them all, and warned them not to make him known, in order that what was spoken by Yeshayahu the prophet might be filled. See, my servant, whom I have chosen, my beloved in whom my being did delight. I shall put my spirit upon him, and he shall declare right ruling to the nations. He shall not strive nor cry out, nor shall anyone hear his voice in the streets. A crushed reed he shall not break, and smoking flax he shall not quench, till he brings forth right ruling to overcome, and the nations shall trust in his name. Then they brought to him one who was demon-possessed, blind and dumb, and he healed him, so that the blind and dumb man both spoke and saw. And all the crowds were amazed and said, Is this the son of David? But when the Pharisees heard it, they said, This one does not cast out demons except by Beelzebub, the ruler of demons." And Yeshua knew their thoughts and said to them, "Every reign divided against itself is laid waste, and every city or house divided against itself shall not stand. And if Satan casts out Satan, he is divided against himself. How then does this reign stand? And if I, by Beelzebul, do cast out demons, by whom do your sons cast them out? Because of this they shall be your judges. But if I cast out demons by the Spirit of Elohim, then the reign of Elohim has come upon you. Or how is one able to enter a strong man's house and plunder his goods, unless he first binds the strong man, and then he shall plunder his house? He who is not with me is against me, and he who does not gather with me scatters abroad. Because of this I say to you, all sin and blasphemy shall be forgiven men, but the blasphemy against the Spirit shall not be forgiven men. And whoever speaks a word against the Son of Adam, it shall be forgiven him. But whoever speaks against the set-apart Spirit, it shall not be forgiven him, either in this age or in the age to come. Either make the tree good and its fruit good, or else make the tree rotten and its fruit rotten. For a tree is known by its fruit. Brood of adders, how are you able to speak what is good, being wicked? For the mouth speaks from the overflow of the heart. The good man brings forth what is good from the good treasures of his heart, and the wicked man brings forth what is wicked from the wicked treasure. And I say to you that for every idle word men speak, they shall give an account of it on the day of judgment. For by your words you shall be declared righteous, and by your words you shall be declared unrighteous. Then some of the scribes and Pharisees answered, saying, "Teacher, we wish to see a sign from you." But he answering said to them, "A wicked and adulterous generation seeks after a sign, and no sign shall be given it, except the sign of the prophet Jonah. For as Jonah was 3 days and 3 nights in the stomach of the great fish, so shall the Son of Adam be 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth. Men of Nineveh shall stand up in the judgment with this generation and condemn it, because they repented at the preaching of Jonah. Look, a greater than Jonah is here. The sovereignness of the south shall rise up in the judgment with this generation, and shall condemn it. For she came from the ends of the earth to hear the wisdom of Shelemah. And look, a greater than Shelemah is here. Now, when the unclean spirit goes out of a man, he goes through dry places, seeking rest, and finds none. Then it says, I shall return to my house from which I came. And when it comes, it finds it empty, swept, and decorated. Then it goes and takes with it 7 other spirits more wicked than itself, and they enter and dwell there, and the last of that man is worse than the first. So it shall also be with this wicked generation." And while he was still talking to the crowd, see, his mother and brothers stood outside, seeking to speak with him. And one said to him, "See, your mother and brothers are outside, seeking to speak with you." But he answering said to the one who spoke to him, "Who is my mother? And who are my brothers?" And having stretched out his hand towards his taught ones, he said to them, "See, my mother and my brothers. For whoever does the desire of my Father who is in the heavens is my brother and sister and mother." Chapter 13. And on that day Yeshua went out of the house and sat by the sea. And large crowds were gathered together to him, so that he went into a boat and sat down. And all the crowd stood on the beach. And he spoke to them much in parables, saying, See, the sower went out to sow. And as he sowed, some indeed fell by the wayside, and the birds came and devoured them. And others fell on rocky places, where they did not have much soil, and immediately they sprang up, because they had no depth of soil. But when the sun was up, they were scorched, and because they had no root, they withered. And others fell among thorns, And the thorns came up and choked them. And others fell on good soil and yielded a crop, some 100-fold, some 60, some 30. He who has ears to hear, let him hear. And the taught ones came and said to him, Why do you speak to them in parables? And he answering said to them, Because it has been given to you to know the secrets of the reign of the heavens, but to them it has not been given. For whoever possesses, to him more shall be given, and he shall have overflowingly. But whoever does not possess, even what he possesses shall be taken away from him. Because of this I speak to them in parables, because seeing they do not see, and hearing they do not hear, nor do they understand. And in them the prophecy of Yeshayahu is completely filled, which says, Hearing you shall hear, and by no means understand, and seeing you shall see, and by no means perceive. For the heart of this people has become thickened, and their ears are hard of hearing, and their eyes they have closed, lest they should see with their eyes, and hear with their ears, lest they should understand with their heart, and turn back, and I heal them. And blessed are your eyes, because they see, and your ears, because they hear. For truly I say to you that many prophets and righteous ones longed to see what you see, and did not see it, and to hear what you hear, and did not hear it. You then hear the parable of the sower. When anyone hears the word of the rain, and does not understand it, then the wicked one comes and snatches away what was sown in his heart. This is that sown by the wayside. And that sown on rocky places, this is he who hears the word and immediately receives it with joy. Yet he has no root in himself, but is short-lived. And when pressure or persecution arises because of the word, immediately he stumbles. And that sown among the thorns is he who hears the word, and the worry of this age and the deceit of riches choke the word, and it becomes fruitless. And that sown on the good soil is he who hears the word and understands it, who indeed bears fruit and yields, some 100-fold, some 60, some 30. Another parable he put before them, saying, The reign of the heavens has become like a man who sowed good seed in his field. But while men slept, his enemy came and sowed darnel among the wheat, and went away. And when the blades sprouted and bore fruit, then the darnel also appeared. And the servants of the master of the house came and said to him, Master, did you not sow good seed in your field? From where then does it have the darnel? And he said to them, A man, an enemy, did this. And the servant said to him, Do you wish then that we go and gather them up? But he said, No, lest while you gather up the darnel, you also uproot the wheat with them. Let them both grow together until the harvest. And at the time of the harvest I shall say to the reapers, First gather the darnel, and bind them in bundles to burn them, but gather the wheat into my granary. Another parable he put before them, saying, The reign of the heavens is like a mustard seed, which a man took and sowed in his field, which indeed is less than all the seeds. But when it is grown, it is greater than the plants and becomes a tree, so that the birds of the heavens come and dwell in its branches. Another parable he spoke to them. The reign of the heavens is like leaven, which a woman took and hid in 3 measures of meal until all was leavened. Yeshua said all this to the crowds in parables, and he did not speak to them without a parable, so that what was spoken by the prophet might be filled, saying, I shall open my mouth in parables. I shall pour forth what has been hidden from the foundation of the world. Then, having sent the crowds away, Yeshua went into the house, and his taught ones came to him, saying, Explain to us the parable of the darnel of the field. And he answering said to them, He who is sowing the good seed is the son of Adam, and the field is the world. And the good seed, these are the sons of the rain, but the darnel are the sons of the wicked one. And the enemy who sowed them is the devil. And the harvest is the end of the age, and the reapers are the messengers. As the darnel then is gathered and burned in the fire, so it shall be at the end of this age. The Son of Adam shall send out his messengers, and shall gather out of his reign all the stumbling blocks, and those doing lawlessness, and shall throw them into the furnace of fire. There shall be wailing and gnashing of teeth. Then the righteous shall shine forth as the sun in the reign of their Father. He who has ears to hear, let him hear. Again, the reign of the heavens is like treasure hidden in a field, which a man, having found it, hid, and for joy over it goes and sells all that he has and buys that field. Again, the reign of the heavens is like a man, a merchant, seeking fine pearls, who, when he had found one pearl of great price, went and sold all that he had and bought it. Again, the reign of the heavens is like a dragnet that was thrown into the sea and gathered some of every kind, which, when it was filled, they drew to shore. And they sat down and gathered the good into containers, but threw the rotten away. Thus shall it be at the end of the age. The messengers shall come forth and separate the wicked out of the midst of the righteous, and shall throw them into the furnace of fire. There shall be wailing and gnashing of teeth. Yeshua said to them, Have you understood all this? They said to him, Yes, Master. And he said to them, Therefore, every scholar taught in the reign of the heavens is like a householder who brings out of his treasure matters renewed and old. And it came to be, when Yeshua had ended these parables, that he left there. And when he had come to his own country, he taught them in their congregation, so that they were astonished and said, Where did this one get this wisdom and miracles? Is this not the son of the carpenter? Is not his mother called Miriam? And his brothers Yaakov and Yosef and Shimon and Yehuda? And his sisters, are they not all with us? Where then did this one get all this? And they stumbled at him. But Yeshua said to them, A prophet is not unappreciated except in his own country and in his own house. And he did not do many miracles there because of their unbelief. Chapter 14. At that time Herodes, the district ruler, heard the report about Yeshua, and said to his servants, This is Yochanan the Immerser. He has risen from the dead, and that is why these mighty powers are at work in him. For Herodes had arrested Yochanan, bound him, and put him in prison, because of Herodias, his brother Philip's wife. For Yochanan had said to him, It is not right for you to have her. And wishing to kill him, he feared the crowd because they held him as a prophet. But as Herodes' birthday was being held, the daughter of Herodias danced before them and pleased Herodes. So he promised with an oath to give her whatever she asked. And she, being urged on by her mother, said, Give me here the head of Yochanan the Immerser on a dish. And the sovereign was sad, but because of the oath and the guests, he commanded it to be given, and sent and beheaded Yochanan in prison. And his head was brought on a dish and given to the girl, and she brought it to her mother. And his taught ones came and took away the body and buried it, and went and reported to Yeshua. Now when Yeshua heard it, he withdrew from there by boat to a deserted place by himself. And when the crowds heard it, they followed him on foot from the cities. But when Yeshua came out, he saw a large crowd, and was moved with compassion for them, and healed their sick. And when evening came, his taught ones came to him, saying, This is a deserted place, and the hour is already late. Dismiss the crowd so that they might go into the villages and buy food for themselves. But Yeshua said to them, They do not need to go away. Give them to eat yourselves. And they said to him, We have only 5 loaves and 2 fish. And he said, Bring them here to me. And commanding the crowds to sit down on the grass, and taking the 5 loaves and the 2 fish, and looking up to the heaven, he blessed and broke, and gave the loaves to his taught ones. And the taught ones gave to the crowds, and all ate and were satisfied. and they picked up the pieces left over, 12 baskets filled. And those who ate were about 5,000 men, beside women and children. And immediately Yeshua made his taught ones enter into the boat and go before him to the other side, while he dismissed the crowds. And having dismissed the crowds, he went up to the mountain by himself to pray. And when evening had come, he was alone there. But the boat was now in the middle of the sea, agitated by the waves, for the wind was against it. And in the fourth watch of the night, Yeshua went to them, walking on the sea. And when the taught ones saw him walking on the sea, they were troubled, saying, "It is a phantom!" And from fear they cried. But immediately Yeshua spoke to them, saying, "Take courage, it is I. Do not be afraid." And Kepha answered him and said, "Master, if it is you, command me to come to you on the water." And he said, "Come." And when Kepha had come down out of the boat, he walked on the water to go to Yeshua. But when he saw that the wind was strong, he was afraid, and beginning to sink, he cried out, saying, "Master, save me." And immediately Yeshua stretched out his hand and took hold of him and said to him, "Oh, you of little belief, why did you doubt?" And when they came into the boat, the wind ceased, and those in the boat came and did bow to him, saying, "Truly you are the Son of Elohim." And having passed over, they came to the land of Gennesaret. And when the men of that place recognized him, they sent out into all the surrounding country and brought to him all who were sick, and begged him to let them only touch the tzitzit of his garment. And as many as touched it were completely healed. Chapter 15. Then there came to Yeshua scribes and Pharisees from Jerusalem, saying, "Why do your taught ones transgress the tradition of the elders? For they do not wash their hands when they eat bread." But he answering said to them, "Why do you also transgress the command of Elohim, because of your tradition? For Elohim has commanded, saying, 'Respect your father and your mother. He who curses father or mother, let him be put to death.' But you say, 'Whoever says to his father or mother, "Whatever profit you might have received from me has been dedicated," is certainly released from respecting his father or mother. So you have nullified the command of Elohim by your tradition. Hypocrites! Yeshayahu rightly prophesied about you, saying, 'This people draw near to me with their mouth, and respect me with their lips, but their heart is far from me. But in vain do they worship me, teaching as teachings the commands of men.' And calling the crowd near, he said to them, 'Hear and understand. Not that which goes into the mouth defiles the man, but that which comes out of the mouth, this defiles the man.' Then his taught ones came and said to him, 'Do you know that the Pharisees stumbled when they heard this word?' But he answering said, 'Every plant which my heavenly Father has not planted shall be uprooted. Leave them alone. They are blind leaders of the blind, and if the blind lead the blind, both shall fall into a ditch.' And Kepha answering said to him, 'Explain this parable to us.' And Yeshua said, 'Are you also still without understanding? Do you not understand that whatever enters into the mouth goes into the stomach and is cast into the sewer? But what comes out of the mouth comes from the heart, and these defile the man. For out of the heart comes forth wicked reasonings, murders, adulteries, whorings, thefts, false witnessings, slanders. These defile the man, but to eat with unwashed hands does not defile the man." And Yeshua went out from there and withdrew to the parts of Zor and Zidon. And see, a woman of Canaan came from those borders and cried out to him, saying, "Have compassion on me, O Master, son of David. My daughter is badly demon-possessed." But he did not answer her a word. And his taught ones came and asked him, saying, "Send her away, because she cries after us." And he answering said, "I was not sent except to the lost sheep of the house of Israel." But she came and was bowing to him, saying, "Master, help me." And he answering said, "It is not good to take the little children's bread and throw it to the little dogs." But she said, "Yes, master, for even the little dogs eat the crumbs which fall from their master's table." And Yeshua answering said to her, "O woman, your belief is great. Let it be to you as you desire." And her daughter was healed from that hour. And moving from there, Yeshua came toward the Sea of Galilee, and going up on the mountain, he was sitting there. And large crowds came to him, having with them those who were lame, blind, dumb, crippled, and many others. And they laid them down at the feet of Yeshua, and he healed them, so that the crowd marveled when they saw the dumb speaking, the crippled well, the lame walking, and the blind seeing. And they praised the Elohim of Yisrael. And Yeshua, having called his taught ones near, said, "I have compassion on the crowd, because they have now continued with me 3 days, and do not have whatever to eat. And I do not wish to send them away hungry, lest they faint on the way." And his taught ones said to him, "Where are we to get enough bread in the desert to feed such a large crowd?" And Yeshua said to them, "How many loaves do you have?" And they said, 7, and a few little fish. And he commanded the crowd to sit down on the ground. And taking the 7 loaves and the fish, giving thanks, he broke them and gave to his taught ones, and the taught ones to the crowd. And all ate and were satisfied, and they picked up what was left over of the broken pieces, 7 large baskets filled. And those who ate were 4,000 men, besides women and children. And dismissing the crowd, he went into the boat and came to the borders of Magdala. Chapter 16. And the Pharisees and Sadducees came, and trying him, asked that he would show them a sign from heaven. And he answering said to them, "When it is evening, you say, 'Fair weather, for the heaven is red.' And in the morning, 'Stormy weather, today, for the heaven is red and overcast.' You know how to discern the face of the heaven, but you are unable to discern the signs of the times. A wicked and adulterous generation seeks after a sign, and no sign shall be given to it except the sign of the prophet Jonah." And he left them and went away. And his taught ones came to the other side and had forgotten to take bread. And Yeshua said to them, "Mind, and beware of the leaven of the Pharisees and the Sadducees." And they reasoned among themselves, saying, "Because we brought no bread?" But Yeshua, aware of this, said to them, "Oh, you of little belief! Why do you reason among yourselves because you brought no bread? Do you still not understand, neither remember the 5 loaves of the 5,000, and how many baskets you picked up? Or the 7 loaves of the 4,000, and how many large baskets you picked up? How is it that you do not understand that I did not speak to you concerning bread, but to beware of the leaven of the Pharisees and Sadducees?" Then they understood that he did not say to beware of the leaven of bread, but of the teaching of the Pharisees and the Sadducees. Now, when Yeshua came into the parts of Caesarea Philippi, he asked his taught ones, saying, "Who do men say that the son of Adam is?" And they said, "Some say Yochanan the Immerser, others say Eliyahu, and others Yirmiyahu, or one of the prophets." He said to them, "And you, who do you say that I am?" And Shimon Kiva answering said, "You are the Messiah, the Son of the living Elohim." And Yeshua answering said to him, "Blessed are you, Shimon Bar Yonah, for flesh and blood has not revealed this to you, but my Father in the heavens. And I also say to you that you are Kepha, and on this rock I shall build my assembly, and the gates of Sheol shall not overcome it. And I shall give you the keys of the reign of the heavens, and whatever you bind on earth shall be having been bound in the heavens, and whatever you loosen on earth shall be having been loosened in the heavens." Then he warned his taught ones that they should say to no one that he is Yeshua the Messiah. From that time, Yeshua began to show his taught ones that it was necessary for him to go to Jerusalem and to suffer much from the elders and the chief priests and scribes, and be killed, and to be raised again the third day. And Kepha took him aside and began to rebuke him, saying, "Be kind to yourself, master. This shall not be to you." But he turned and said to Kepha, "Get behind me, Satan. You are a stumbling block to me, for your thoughts are not those of Elohim, but those of men." Then Yeshua said to his taught ones, "If anyone wishes to come after me, let him deny himself and take up his stake and follow me. For whoever wishes to save his life shall lose it, and whoever loses his life for my sake shall find it. For what is a man profited if he gains all the world and loses his own life? Or what shall a man give in exchange for his life? For the Son of Adam is going in the esteem of his Father with his messengers. And then he shall reward each according to his works. Truly I say to you, there are some standing here who shall not taste death at all until they see the Son of Adam coming in his reign." Chapter 17. And after 6 days Yeshua took Kepha and Yaakov and Yochanan his brother, and brought them up on a high mountain by themselves. And he was transformed before them, and his face shone like the sun, and his garments became as white as the light. And see, Moshe and Eliyahu appeared to them, talking with him. And Kepha answering said to Yeshua, "Master, it is good for us to be here. If you wish, let us make here 3 booths, one for you, one for Moshe, and one for Eliyahu." While he was still speaking, see, a bright cloud overshadowed them. And see, a voice came out of the cloud saying, "This is my Son, the beloved in whom I did delight. Hear him." And when the taught ones heard, they fell on their faces and were much afraid. But Yeshua came near and touched them and said, "Rise, and do not be afraid." And having lifted up their eyes, they saw no one, but Yeshua only. And as they were coming down from the mountain, Yeshua commanded them, saying, "Do not mention the vision to anyone until the Son of Adam is raised from the dead." And his taught ones asked him, saying, "Why then do the scribes say that Eliyahu has to come first?" And Yeshua answering said to them, "Eliyahu is indeed coming first, and shall restore all. But I say to you that Eliyahu has already come, and they did not recognize him, but did to him whatever they wished. In this way the Son of Adam is also about to suffer by them." Then the taught ones understood that he had spoken to them about Yochanan the Immerser. And when they came to the crowd, a man came up to him, kneeling down to him and saying, "Master, have compassion on my son, for he is an epileptic and suffers badly. For he often falls into the fire and often into the water. And I brought him to your taught ones, but they were unable to heal him." And Yeshua answering said, "O generation unbelieving and perverted, how long shall I be with you? How long shall I put up with you? Bring him here to me." And Yeshua rebuked the demon, and he came out of him, and the child was healed from that hour. Then the taught ones came to Yeshua by himself and said, "Why were we unable to cast him out?" And Yeshua said to them, "Because of your unbelief. For truly I say to you, if you have belief as a mustard seed, you shall say to this mountain, 'Move from here to there,' and it shall move, and no matter shall be impossible for you. But this kind does not go out except through prayer and fasting." And while they were staying in Galilee, Yeshua said to them, "The Son of Adam is about to be delivered up into the hands of men, and they shall kill him. And the third day he shall be raised up." And they were deeply grieved. And when they came into Capernaum, those who received the double drachma came to Kepha and said, Does your teacher not pay the double drachma? And he said, Yes. And when he came into the house, Yeshua spoke to him first, saying, What do you think, Shimon? From whom do the sovereigns of the earth take toll or tax? From their own sons or from the strangers? Kepha then said to him, From the strangers. Yeshua said to him, Then the sons are exempt. But, lest we cause them to stumble, go to the sea, cast in a hook, and take the fish that comes up first. And when you've opened its mouth, you shall find a stater. Take that and give it to them for me and you. Chapter 18. At that time the taught ones came to Yeshua, saying, Who then is the greatest in the reign of the heavens? And Yeshua called a little child to him and set him in their midst, and said, Truly I say to you, unless you turn and become as little children, you shall by no means enter into the reign of the heavens. Whoever then humbles himself as this little child is the greatest in the reign of the heavens. And whoever receives one little child like this in my name receives me. But whoever causes one of these little ones who believe in me to stumble, it is better for him that a millstone be hung around his neck, and that he be drowned in the depth of the sea. Woe to the world because of stumbling blocks, for it is necessary that stumbling blocks come, but woe to that man by whom the stumbling block comes. And if your hand or foot causes you to stumble, cut it off and throw it away from you. It is better for you to enter into life lame or crippled, rather than having 2 hands or 2 feet to be thrown into the everlasting fire. And if your eye causes you to stumble, pluck it out and throw it away from you. It is better for you to enter into life with 1 eye, rather than having 2 eyes to be thrown into the fire of Gehenna. See that you do not despise one of these little ones, for I say to you that in the heavens their messengers always see the face of my Father who is in the heavens. For the Son of Adam has come to save what was lost. What do you think? If a man has 100 sheep and one of them goes astray, would he not leave the 99 on the mountains, going to seek the one that is straying? And if he should find it, truly I say to you, he rejoices more over that sheep than over the 99 that did not go astray. Thus it is not the desire of your Father who is in the heavens that one of these little ones should be lost. And if your brother sins against you, go and convict him between you and him alone. If he hears you, you have gained your brother. But if he does not hear, take with you 1 or 2 more, that by the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses every word might be established. And if he refuses to hear them, say it to the assembly. Let him be to you like the nations and a tax collector. Truly I say to you, whatever you bind on earth shall be having been bound in heaven, and whatever you loosen on earth shall be having been loosened in heaven. Again I say to you that if 2 of you agree on earth concerning any matter that they ask, it shall be done for them by my Father in the heavens. For where 2 or 3 are gathered together in my name, there I am in their midst. Then Kepha came to him and said, Master, how often shall my brother sin against me, and I forgive him? Up to 7 times? And Yeshua said to him, I do not say to you up to 7 times, but up to 70 times 7. Because of this, the reign of the heavens is like a certain man, a sovereign who wished to settle accounts with his servants. And when he had begun to settle, one was brought to him who owed him 10,000 talents. But as he was unable to pay, his master commanded that he be sold, with his wife and children, and all that he had, and payment to be made. Then the servant fell down before him, saying, Master, have patience with me, and I shall pay you all. And the master of that servant was moved with compassion, released him, and forgave him the debt. And that servant went out and found one of his fellow servants who owed him 100 denarii. And he laid hands on him and took him by the throat, saying, Pay me what you owe. Then his fellow servant fell down at his feet and begged him, saying, Have patience with me, and I shall pay you all." But he would not, and went and threw him into the prison till he should pay the debt. And when his fellow servants saw what had been done, they were deeply grieved, and came and reported it to their master, all that had taken place. Then his master called him and said to him, "Wicked servant! I forgave you all that debt, seeing you begged me. Should you not also have had compassion on your fellow servant, as I also had compassion on you?" And his master was wroth, and delivered him to the torturers, until he should pay all that was due to him. So also my heavenly Father shall do to you, if each of you, from his heart, does not forgive his brother his trespasses. Chapter 19. And it came to be, when Yeshua had ended these words, that he left Galilee, and came to the borders of Yehuda beyond the Jordan. And large crowds followed him, and he healed them there. And the Pharisees came to him, trying him, saying to him, "Is it right for a man to put away his wife for every reason?" And he, answering, said to them, "Did you not read that he who made them at the beginning made them male and female, and said, 'For this cause a man shall cleave his father and mother, and cleave to his wife, and the two shall become one flesh,' so that they are no longer two, but one flesh. Therefore what Elohim has joined together, let man not separate." They said to him, "Why then did Moshe command to give a certificate of divorce, and to put her away?" He said to them, "Because of the hardness of your hearts, Moshe allowed you to put away your wives, but from the beginning it was not so. And I say to you, whoever puts away his wife, except on the ground of whoring, and marries another, commits adultery. And whoever marries her who has been put away commits adultery." His taught one said to him, "If such is the case of the man with his wife, it is not good to marry." And he said to them, "Not all receive this word, but only those to whom it has been given. For there are eunuchs who were so born from their mother's womb, and there are eunuchs who were made eunuchs by men, and there are eunuchs who have made themselves eunuchs for the sake of the reign of the heavens. He who is able to receive it, let him receive it." Then young children were brought to him to lay his hands on them and pray, and the taught ones rebuked them. But Yeshua said, "Allow the young children, and do not stop them from coming to me, for of such is the reign of the heavens." And having laid hands on them, he went from there. And see, one came and said to him, "Good teacher, what shall I do to have everlasting life?" And he said to him, "Why do you call me good? No one is good except one, Elohim. But if you wish to enter into life, guard the commands." He said to him, "Which?" And Yeshua said, "You shall not murder. You shall not commit adultery. You shall not steal. You shall not bear false witness. Respect your father and your mother. You shall love your neighbor as yourself." The young man said to him, "All these I have watched over from my youth. What do I still lack?" Yeshua said to him, "If you wish to be perfect, go, sell what you have and give to the poor, and you shall have treasure in heaven. And come, follow me." And when the young man heard the word, he went away sad, because he had many possessions. And Yeshua said to his taught ones, "Truly I say to you that it is hard for a rich man to enter into the reign of the heavens. And again I say to you, it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter into the reign of Elohim." And when his taught ones heard it, they were astonished, saying, "Who then is able to be saved?" And looking intently, Yeshua said to them, "With men this is impossible, but with Elohim all is possible." Then Kepha answering said to him, "See, we have left all and followed you. What then shall we have?" And Yeshua said to them, "Truly I say to you, when the Son of Adam sits on the throne of his esteem, you who have followed me in the rebirth shall also sit on 12 thrones, judging the 12 tribes of Israel. And everyone who has left houses or brothers or sisters or father or mother or wife or children or lands for my name's sake shall receive 100-fold and shall inherit everlasting life. But many who are first shall be last, and the last first. Chapter 20. For the reign of the heavens is like a householder who went out early in the morning to hire workers for his vineyard. And when he had agreed with the workers for a denarius a day, he sent them into his vineyard. And he went out about the 3rd hour and saw others standing idle in the marketplace, and said to them, You too, go into the vineyard, and whatever is right I shall give you. And they went. Having gone out again about the 6th and the 9th hour, he did likewise. And about the 11th hour, having gone out, he found others standing idle, and said to them, Why do you stand here idle all day? They said to him, Because no one hired us. He said to them, You too go into the vineyard, and whatever is right you shall receive. And when evening came, the master of the vineyard said to his manager, Call the workers, and pay them their wages, beginning with the last to the first. And when those came who were hired about the 11th hour, they each received a denarius. And when the first came, they thought they would receive more. But they too received each a silver piece. And when they received it, they grumbled against the householder, saying, These last have worked only 1 hour, and you made them equal to us who have borne the burden and the heat of the day. But he answering said to one of them, Friend, I do you no wrong. Did you not agree with me for a denarius? Take yours and go. But I wish to give to this last man, as also to you. Is it not right for me to do what I wish with my own? Or is your eye evil because I am good? Thus the last shall be first, and the first last. For many are called, but few chosen. And Yeshua, going up to Jerusalem, took the 12 taught ones aside on the way and said to them, See, we are going up to Jerusalem, and the Son of Adam shall be delivered up to the chief priests and to the scribes, and they shall condemn him to death, and deliver him to the nations to mock, and to flog, and to impale. And the 3rd day he shall be raised. Then the mother of the sons of Zabdi came to him with her sons, bowing down and making request of him. And he said to her, What do you wish? She said to him, Command that these 2 sons of mine sit, one on your right hand, and the other on the left, in your reign. But Yeshua answering said, You do not know what you ask. Are you able to drink the cup that I am about to drink, and to be immersed with the immersion that I am immersed with? They said to him, We are able. And he said to them, You shall indeed drink my cup, and you shall be immersed with the immersion that I am immersed with. But to sit on my right hand and on my left is not mine to give, but it is for those of whom it has been prepared by my Father. And when the 10 heard it, they were displeased at the 2 brothers. But Yeshua called them near and said, You know that the rulers of the nations are masters over them, and those who are great exercise authority over them. But it shall not be so among you. But whoever wishes to become great among you, let him be your servant. Whoever wishes to be first among you, let him be your servant. Even as the Son of Adam did not come to be served, but to serve, and to give his life as a ransom for many. And as they were leaving Jericho, a large crowd followed him, and see 2 blind men sitting by the way, having heard that Yeshua was passing by, cried out, saying, Have compassion on us, O Master, Son of David. And the crowd rebuked them that they should be silent. But they cried out all the more, saying, Have compassion on us, O Master, Son of David. And Yeshua stopped and called them and said, What do you wish me to do for you? They said to him, Master, that our eyes be opened." And having been moved with compassion, Yeshua touched their eyes, and immediately their eyes received sight, and they followed him. Chapter 21. And when they came near to Jerusalem, and came to Bethphage at the Mount of Olives, then Yeshua sent 2 taught ones, saying to them, "Go into the village opposite you, and straightway you shall find a donkey tied, and a colt with her. Loosen them and bring them to me. And if anyone says whatever to you, you shall say, 'The Master needs them,' and immediately he shall send them." And all this took place that it might be filled what was spoken by the prophet, saying, "Say to the daughter Zion, See, your sovereign is coming to you, meek and sitting on a donkey, even a colt the foal of a donkey." And the taught ones went, having done as Yeshua ordered them. They brought the donkey and the colt, and laid their garments on them, and he sat on them. And most of the crowd spread their garments on the way, while others cut down branches from the trees and spread them on the way. And the crowds who went before and those who followed cried out, saying, "Hosanna to the Son of David! Blessed is he who is coming in the name of Yahuwah! Hosanna in the highest!" And as he entered into Jerusalem, all the city was stirred, saying, "Who is this?" And the crowd said, "This is Yeshua, the prophet from Nazareth of Galilee." And Yeshua went into the set-apart place of Elohim, and drove out all those buying and selling in the set-apart place, and overturned the tables of the money changers, and the seats of those who sold doves. And he said to them, "It has been written, 'My house shall be called a house of prayer,' but you have made it a den of robbers." And the blind and lame ones came to him in the set-apart place, and he healed them. But when the chief priests and scribes saw the wonders which he did, and the children crying out in the set-apart place, saying, "Hosanna to the Son of David," they were greatly displeased, and they said to him, "Do you hear what these say?" And Yeshua said to them, "Yes. Have you never read, 'Out of the mouth of babes and nurslings you have perfected praise'?" And having left them, he went out of the city to Bethaniah, and spent the night there. And returning to the city early in the morning, he became hungry. And seeing a single fig tree by the way, he came to it, and found not on it but leaves, and said to it, "Let no fruit grow on you ever again." And immediately the fig tree withered. And the taught ones, seeing it, marveled, saying, "How did the fig tree wither so soon?" And Yeshua answering said to them, "Truly I say to you, if you have belief and do not doubt, you shall not only do what has been done to this fig tree, but even if you say to this mountain, 'Be removed and be thrown into the sea,' it shall be done. And whatever you ask in prayer, believing, you shall receive." And when he had come into the set-apart place, the chief priests and the elders of the people came to him as he was teaching, and said, "By what authority are you doing these? And who gave you this authority?" And Yeshua answering said to them, "I shall ask you one question too, which if you answer me, I shall say to you by what authority I do these. The immersion of Yochanan, where did it come from? From heaven or from men?" So they reasoned among themselves, saying, "If we say from heaven, he shall say to us, 'Then why did you not believe him?' But if we say from men, we fear the crowd, for all hold Yochanan as a prophet." And they answered Yeshua and said, "We do not know." And he said to them, "Neither do I say to you by what authority I do these. But what do you think? A man had 2 sons, and he came to the first and said, 'Son, go work today in my vineyard.' And he answering said, 'I do not wish to.' But afterwards he repented and went. And having come to the second, he said similarly. And he, answering, said, 'I go, master.' But he did not go. Which of the 2 did the desire of the Father? They said to him, 'The first.' Yeshua said to them, 'Truly I say to you that tax collectors and whores are entering into the reign of Elohim before you. For Yochanan came to you in the way of righteousness, and you did not believe him. But tax collectors and whores believed him. And when you saw it, you did not repent afterwards to believe him. Hear another parable. There was a certain man, a householder, who planted a vineyard and placed a hedge around it, and dug a winepress in it and built a watchtower. And he leased it to farmers and went abroad. And when the season of the fruits drew near, he sent his servants to the farmers to receive its fruit. And the farmers took his servants and beat one, and they killed one, and they stoned another. Again he sent other servants more than the first, and they did likewise to them. And at last he sent his son to them, saying, They shall respect my son. But when the farmers saw the son, they said among themselves, This is the heir. Come, let us kill him, and let us possess his inheritance. And they took him, and threw him out of the vineyard, and killed him. Therefore, when the master of the vineyard comes, what shall he do to those farmers? They said to him, Evil ones! He shall bring them to evil destruction, and lease the vineyard to other farmers, who shall give to him the fruits in their seasons. Yeshua said to them, Did you never read in the Scriptures? The stone which the builders rejected has become the chief cornerstone. This was from Yahuwah, and it is marvelous in our eyes. Because of this I say to you, the reign of Elohim shall be taken from you and given to a nation, bringing forth the fruits of it. And he who falls on this stone shall be broken, but on whomever it falls he shall be pulverized. And the chief priests and the Pharisees, having heard his parables, knew that he was speaking of them. And seeking to lay hands on him, they feared the crowds, seeing they held him to be a prophet. Chapter 22. And Yeshua responded, and spoke to them again by parables, and said, The reign of the heavens is like a man, a sovereign, who made a wedding feast for his son, and sent out his servants to call those who were invited to the wedding feast, but they would not come. Again he sent out other servants, saying, Say to those who are invited, See, I have prepared my dinner. My oxen and fattened cattle are slaughtered, and all is ready. Come to the wedding feast. But they disregarded it and went their own way, this one to his field and that one to his trade. And the rest, having seized his servants, insulted and killed them. But when the sovereign heard, he was wroth, and sent out his soldiers, destroyed those murderers, and set their city on fire. Then he said to his servants, The wedding feast indeed is ready, but those who were invited were not worthy. Therefore go into the street corners, and as many as you find, invite to the wedding feast. And those servants went out into the street corners and gathered all whom they found, both wicked and good. And the wedding hall was filled with guests. And when the sovereign came in to view the guests, he saw there a man who had not put on a wedding garment. And he said to him, Friend, how did you come in here not having a wedding garment? And he was speechless. Then the sovereign said to the servants, Bind him hand and foot, take him away, and throw him out into the outer darkness. There shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth. For many are called, but few are chosen. Then the Pharisees went and plotted how to trap him in his words. And they sent to him their taught ones with the Herodians, saying, Teacher, we know that you are true, and teach the way of Elohim in truth. And it does not concern you about anyone, for you are not partial to any man. Then say to us, what do you think? Is it right to pay taxes to Caesar or not? But knowing their wickedness, Yeshua said, Why do you try me, you hypocrites? Show me the coin of the tax. And they brought him a denarius. And he said to them, Whose likeness and inscription is this? And they said to him, Caesar's. And he said to them, Then give to Caesar what is Caesar's, and to Elohim what is Elohim's. And having heard, they marveled and left him and went away. On that day Sadducees, who say there is no resurrection, came to him and asked him, saying, Teacher, Moshe said that if anyone should die, having no children, his brother shall marry his wife and raise offspring for his brother. And there were with us 7 brothers, and the first died after he had married, having no children, left his wife to his brother. In the same way the second also, and the third until the seventh. And last of all, the woman died too. At the resurrection, then, whose wife of the seven shall she be? For all had her. And Yeshua answering said to them, You go astray, not knowing the Scriptures, nor the power of Elohim. For in the resurrection they do not marry, nor are they given in marriage, but are as messengers of Elohim in heaven. And concerning the resurrection of the dead, have you not read what was spoken to you by Elohim, saying, I am the Elohim of Abraham, the Elohim of Yitzhak, and the Elohim of Jacob. Elohim is not the Elohim of the dead, but of the living. And when the crowds heard, they were astonished at his teaching. But the Pharisees, having heard that he had silenced the Sadducees, were gathered together. And one of them, one learned in the Torah, did question, trying him and saying, Teacher, which is the great command in the Torah? And Yeshua said to him, You shall love Yahuwah your Elohim with all your heart, and with all your being, and with all your mind. This is the first and great command. And the second is like it. You shall love your neighbor as yourself. On these two commands hang all the Torah and the prophets. And when the Pharisees were gathered together, Yeshua asked them, saying, What do you think concerning the Messiah? Whose son is he? They said to him, The son of David. He said to them, Then how does David in the Spirit call him Master, saying, Yahuwah said to my Master, Sit at my right hand, until I make your enemies a footstool of your feet. If then David calls him Master, how is he his son? And no one was able to answer him a word. And from that day on, no one was bold enough to ask him any more questions. Chapter 23. Then Yeshua spoke to the crowds and to his taught ones, saying, The scribes and the Pharisees sit on the seat of Moshe. Therefore, whatever they say to you to guard, guard and do. But do not do according to their works, for they say and do not do. For they bind heavy burdens, hard to bear, and lay them on men's shoulders. But with their finger they do not wish to move them. And they do all their works to be seen by men, and they make their tefillin wide and lengthen the tzitzit of their garments. And they love the best place at feasts and the best seats in the congregations, and the greetings in the marketplaces, and to be called by men, Rabbi, Rabbi. But you do not be called Rabbi, for one is your teacher, the Messiah, and you are all brothers. And do not call anyone on earth your father, for one is your Father, he who is in the heavens. Neither be called leaders, for one is your leader, the Messiah. But the greatest among you shall be your servant. And whoever exalts himself shall be humbled, and whoever humbles himself shall be exalted. But woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! Because you shut up the reign of the heaven before men, for you do not go in, nor do you allow those who are entering to go in. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! Because you eat up widows' houses, and for a show make long prayers. Because of this you shall receive greater judgment. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! Because you go about the land and the sea to win one convert, and when he is won, you make him a son of Gehenna, twofold more than yourselves. Woe to you, blind guides, who say, Whoever swears by the dwelling place, it does not matter. But whoever swears by the gold of the dwelling place is bound by oath. Fools and blind! For which is greater, the gold or the dwelling place that sets the gold apart? And whoever swears by the slaughter place, it does not matter. But whoever swears by the gift that is on it is bound by oath. Fools and blind! For which is greater, the gift or the slaughter place that sets the gift apart? He then who swears by the slaughter place swears by it, and by all that is upon it. And he who swears by the dwelling place swears by it and by him who is dwelling in it. And he who swears by the heaven swears by the throne of Elohim and by him who is sitting upon it. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, because you tithe the mint and the anise and the cumin and have neglected the weightier matters of the Torah, the right ruling and the compassion and the belief. These need to have been done without neglecting the others. Blind guides, straining out a gnat and swallowing a camel. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, because you clean the outside of the cup and dish, but inside they are filled with plunder and unrighteousness. Blind Pharisee, first clean the inside of the cup and dish so that the outside of them becomes clean too. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, because you are like whitewashed tombs, which outwardly indeed look well, but inside are filled with dead men's bones and all uncleanness. So you too outwardly indeed appear righteous to men, but inside you are filled with hypocrisy and lawlessness. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, because you build the tombs of the prophets and decorate the monuments of the righteous and say, if we had lived in the days of our fathers, we would not have taken part with them in the blood of the prophets. Thus you bear witness against yourselves that you are the sons of those who did murder the prophets, and you fill up the measure of your fathers. Serpents, brood of adders, how would you escape the judgment of Gehenna? Because of this, see, I send you prophets and wise men and scholars of Scripture. Some of them you shall kill and impale, and some of them you shall flog in your congregations and persecute from city to city, so that on you should come all the righteous blood shed on the earth, from the blood of righteous Abel to the blood of Zechariah, son of Berechiah, whom you murdered between the dwelling place and the slaughter place. Truly I say to you, all this shall come upon this generation. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, killing the prophets and stoning those who are sent to her. How often I wish to gather your children together, the way a hen gathers her chickens under her wings, but you would not. See, your house is left to you laid waste. For I say to you, from now on you shall by no means see me, until you say, blessed is he who is coming in the name of Yahuwah. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. And going out, Yeshua went away from the set-apart place, and his taught ones came near to point out to him the buildings of the set-apart place. And Yeshua said to them, do you not see all these? Truly I say to you, not one stone shall be left here upon another at all, which shall not be thrown down. And he sat on the Mount of Olives. The taught ones came to him separately, saying, say to us, when shall this be? And what is the sign of your coming and of the end of the age? And Yeshua answering said to them, take heed that no one leads you astray, for many shall come in my name, saying, I am the Messiah. And they shall lead many astray. And you shall begin to hear of fightings and reports of fightings. See that you are not troubled, for these have to take place, but the end is not yet. For nation shall rise against nation, and reign against reign. And there shall be scarcities of food, and deadly diseases, and earthquakes in places. And all these are the beginning of birth pains. Then they shall deliver you up to affliction and kill you, and you shall be hated by all nations for my name's sake. And then many shall stumble, and they shall deliver up one another, and shall hate one another. And many false prophets shall rise up and lead many astray. And because of the increase in lawlessness, the love of many shall become cold. But he who shall have endured to the end shall be saved. And this good news of the reign shall be proclaimed in all the world as a witness to all the nations. And then the end shall come. So when you see the abomination that lays waste, spoken of by Daniel the prophet, set up in the set-apart place, he who reads, let him understand. Then those who are in Yehuda flee to the mountains. Let him who is on the housetop not come down to take whatever out of his house. And let him who is in the field not turn back to get his garments. And woe to those who are pregnant, and to those who are nursing children in those days. And pray that your flight does not take place in winter or on the Sabbath. For then there shall be great distress, such as has not been since the beginning of the world until this time. No, nor ever shall be. And if those days were not shortened, no flesh would be saved. But for the sake of the chosen ones, those days shall be shortened. If anyone then says to you, look, here is the Messiah, or there, do not believe. For false messiahs and false prophets shall arise, and they shall show great signs and wonders, so as to lead astray, if possible, even the chosen ones. See, I have forewarned you. So if they say to you, look, he's in the desert, do not go out. Or look, he's in the inner rooms, do not believe. For as the lightning comes from the east and shines to the west, so also shall the coming of the Son of Adam be. For wherever the dead body is, there the vultures shall be gathered together. And immediately after the distress of those days, the sun shall be darkened, and the moon shall not give its light, and the stars shall fall from heaven, and the powers of the heaven shall be shaken. And then the sign of the Son of Adam shall appear in the heaven, and then all the tribes of the earth shall mourn, and they shall see the Son of Adam coming on the clouds of the heaven with power and much esteem. And he shall send his messengers with a great sound of a trumpet, and they shall gather together his chosen ones from the four winds, from one end of the heavens to the other. And learn this parable from the fig tree. When its branch has already become tender, and puts forth leaves, you know that the summer is near. So you also, when you see all these, know that he is near, at the doors. Truly I say to you, this generation shall by no means pass away until all this takes place. The heaven and the earth shall pass away, but my words shall by no means pass away. But concerning that day and the hour no one knows, not even the messengers of the heavens, but my Father only. And as the days of Noah, so also shall the coming of the Son of Adam be. For as they were in the days before the flood, eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage, until the day that Noah entered into the ark, and they did not know until the flood came and took them all away, so also shall the coming of the Son of Adam be. Then two shall be left in the field, the one is taken and the one is left. 2 women shall be grinding at the mill, one is taken and one is left. Watch therefore, for you do not know what hour your master is coming. And know this, that if the master of the house had known what hour the thief would come, he would have watched and not allowed his house to be broken into. Because of this, be ready too, for the Son of Adam is coming at an hour when you do not expect him. Who then is a trustworthy and wise servant, whom his master set over his household, to give them food in season? Blessed is that servant whom his master, having come, shall find so doing. Truly I say to you that he shall set him over all his possessions. But if that evil servant says in his heart, my master is delaying his coming, and begins to beat his fellow servants, and to eat and drink with the drunkards, the master of that servant shall come on a day when he does not expect it, and at an hour he does not know, and shall cut him in two, and appoint him his portion with the hypocrites. There shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth. Chapter 25. Then the reign of the heavens shall be compared to 10 maidens, who took their lamps and went out to meet the bridegroom. And 5 of them were wise, and 5 foolish. Those who were foolish, having taken their lamps, took no oil with them, but the wise took oil in their containers with their lamps. Now while the bridegroom took time, they all slumbered and slept. And at midnight a cry was heard, See, the bridegroom is coming! Go out to meet him! Then all those maidens rose up and trimmed their lamps. And the foolish said to the wise, Give us of your oil, because our lamps are going out. But the wise answered, saying, No, indeed, there would not be enough for us and you. Instead, go to those who sell and buy for yourselves. And while they went to buy, the bridegroom came, and those who were ready went in with him to the wedding feast, and the door was shut. And later the other maidens also came, saying, Master, Master, open up for us. But he answering said, Truly I say to you, I do not know you. Watch therefore, because you do not know the day, nor the hour in which the Son of Adam is coming. For it is like a man going from home, who called his own servants and delivered his possessions to them. And to one he gave 5 talents, and to another 2, and to another 1, to each according to his own ability, and went from home. And he who had received the 5 talents went and worked with them, and made another 5 talents. In the same way he with the 2 also, he gained 2 more. But he who had received the 1 went away and dug in the ground, and hid the silver of his master. And after a long time the master of those servants came, and settled accounts with them. And he who had received 5 talents came and brought 5 other talents, saying, Master, you delivered to me 5 talents. See, I have gained 5 more talents beside them. And his master said to him, Well done, good and trustworthy servant. You were trustworthy over a little. I shall set you over much. Enter into the joy of your master. Then he who had received 2 talents came and said, Master, you delivered to me 2 talents. See, I've gained 2 more talents beside them. His master said to him, Well done, good and trustworthy servant. You were trustworthy over a little. I shall set you over much. Enter into the joy of your master. And the one who had received the 1 talent also came and said, Master, I knew you to be a hard man, reaping where you have not sown and gathering where you have not scattered seed. And being afraid, I went and hid your talents in the ground. See, you have what is yours. And his master answering said to him, You wicked and lazy servant, you knew that I reap where I have not sown, and gather where I have not scattered seed. Then you should have put my silver with the bankers, and at my coming I would have received back my own with interest. Therefore take away the talent from him and give it to him who possesses 10 talents. For to everyone who possesses more shall be given, and he shall have overflowingly. But from him who does not possess, even what he possesses shall be taken away. And throw the worthless servant out into the outer darkness. There shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth. And when the Son of Adam comes, in his esteem, and all the set-apart messengers with him, then he shall sit on the throne of his esteem, and all the nations shall be gathered before him. And he shall separate them one from another, as a shepherd separates his sheep from the goats. And he shall set the sheep on his right hand, but the goats on the left. Then the sovereign shall say to those on his right hand, Come, you blessed of my Father, inherit the reign prepared for you from the foundation of the world. For I was hungry, and you gave me food. I was thirsty, and you gave me drink. I was a stranger, and you took me in. Was naked, and you clothed me. I was sick, and you visited me. I was in prison, and you came to me. Then the righteous shall answer him, saying, Master, when did we see you hungry, and we fed you, or thirsty, and gave you to drink? And when did we see you a stranger, and took you in, or naked, and clothed you? And when did we see you sick, or in prison, and we came to you? And the sovereign shall answer and say to them, Truly I say to you, insofar as you did it to one of the least of these my brothers, you did it to me. He shall then also say to those on the left hand, Go away from me, accursed ones, into the everlasting fire, prepared for the devil and his messengers. For I was hungry, and you gave me no food. I was thirsty, and you gave me no drink. I was a stranger, and you did not take me in. Was naked, and you did not clothe me. Sick and in prison, and you did not visit me. Then they also shall answer him, saying, Master, when did we see you hungry or thirsty or a stranger or naked, or sick, or in prison, and did not serve you? Then he shall answer them, saying, Truly I say to you, insofar as you did not do it to one of the least of these, you did not do it to me. And these shall go away into everlasting punishment, but the righteous into everlasting life. Chapter 26. And it came to be when Yeshua ended all these words, he said to his taught ones, You know that after 2 days the Pesach takes place, and the Son of Adam is to be delivered up to be impaled. Then the chief priests and the scribes and the elders of the people came together at the court of the high priest, who is called Caiaphas, and plotted to seize Yeshua by trickery and kill him. But they said, Not at the festival, lest there be an uproar among the people. But when Yeshua was in Bethaniah, at the house of Shimon the leper, a woman came to him, having an alabaster flask of costly perfume, and she poured it on his head as he sat at the table. And when his taught ones saw it, they were much displeased, saying, To what purpose is this waste? For this perfume could have been sold for much and given to the poor. However, when Yeshua noticed it, he said to them, Why do you trouble the woman? For she has done a good work toward me. For you always have the poor with you, but me you do not have always. For in pouring this perfume on my body, she did it for my burial. Truly I say to you, wherever this good news is proclaimed in all the world, what this woman has done shall be spoken of also to her remembrance. Then one of the 12, called Yehuda from Kirioth, went to the chief priests and said to them, What would you give me to deliver him to you? And they counted out to him 30 pieces of silver. And from then on he was seeking an occasion to deliver him up. And on the first day of unleavened bread, the taught ones came to Yeshua, saying to him, Where do you wish us to prepare for you to eat the Pesach? And he said, Go into the city to a certain man and say to him, The teacher says, My time is near, and I am to perform the Pesach at your house with my taught ones. And the taught ones did as Yeshua had ordered them, and prepared the Pesach. And when evening came, he sat down with the 12. And while they were eating, he said to them, Truly I say to you, one of you shall deliver me up. And they were deeply grieved, and began to say to him, each of them, Master, is it I? And he answering said, He who has dipped his hand with me in the dish, he shall deliver me up. Indeed, the Son of Adam goes as it has been written concerning him. But woe to that man by whom the Son of Adam is delivered up. It would have been good for that man if he had not been born. And Yehuda, he who delivered him up, answering said, Rabbi, is it I? He said to him, You have said it. And as they were eating, Yeshua took bread, and having blessed, broke and gave it to the taught ones, and said, Take, eat, this is my body. And taking the cup and giving thanks, he gave it to them, saying, Drink from it, all of you. For this is my blood, that of the renewed covenant, which is shed for many for the forgiveness of sins. But I say to you, I shall certainly not drink of this fruit of the vine from now on till that day when I drink it anew with you in the reign of my Father. And having sung a song, they went out to the Mount of Olives. Then Yeshua said to them, All of you shall stumble in me this night. For it has been written, I shall strike the shepherd, and the sheep of the flock shall be scattered. But after I have been raised, I shall go before you into Galilee. And Kepha answering said to him, Even if all stumble in you, I shall never stumble. And Yeshua said to him, Truly I say to you that this night, before the cock crows, you shall deny me 3 times. Kepha said to him, Even if I have to die with you, I shall not deny you. All the taught ones said the same too. Then Yeshua came with them to a place called Gethsemane, and said to the taught ones, Sit here while I go over there and pray. And he took with him Kepha and the 2 sons of Zabdi. And he began to be grieved and deeply distressed. Then he said to them, My being is exceedingly grieved, even to death. Stay here and watch with me. And going forward a little, he fell on his face and prayed, saying, "Oh, my Father, if it is possible, let this cup pass from me. Yet not as I desire, but as you desire." And he came to the taught ones and found them asleep and said to Kepha, "So were you not able to watch with me 1 hour? Watch and pray, lest you enter into the trial. The spirit indeed is eager, but the flesh is weak." Again he went away a second time and prayed, "Oh, my Father, if it is impossible for this to pass unless I drink it, let your desire be done." And he came and found them asleep again, for their eyes were heavy. And he left them, went away again, and prayed the third time, saying the same words. Then he came to his taught ones and said to them, "Still sleeping and taking rest? See, the hour has come near, and the Son of Adam is delivered up into the hands of sinners. Rise, let us go. See, he who delivers me up has come near." And while he was still speaking, see, Yehuda, one of the 12, with a large crowd with swords and clubs, came from the chief priests and elders of the people. And he who was delivering him up gave them a sign, saying, "Whomever I kiss, it is he. Seize him." And going straight up to Yeshua, he said, "Greetings, Rabbi," and kissed him. And then Yeshua said to him, "Friend, why have you come?" Then they came and laid hands on Yeshua and seized him. And look, one of those with Yeshua put out his hand and drew his sword, and striking the servant of the high priest, he cut off his ear. Then Yeshua said to him, "Return your sword to its place, for all who take the sword shall die by the sword. Or do you think that I am not able to pray to my Father now, and he shall provide me with more than 12 legions of messengers? How then would the scriptures be filled that it has to be this way?" In that hour Yeshua said to the crowds, "Have you come out as against a robber with swords and clubs to arrest me? Daily I sat with you teaching in the set-apart place, and you did not seize me? But all this came to be, so that the scriptures of the prophets might be filled." Then all the taught ones left him and fled. And those who had seized Yeshua led him away to Caiaphas, the high priest, where the scribes and the elders were gathered together. But Kepha followed him at a distance to the courtyard of the high priest, and he went in and sat with the servants to see the end. And the chief priests and the elders and all the council were seeking false witnesses against Yeshua to put him to death, but found none. Although many false witnesses came forward, they found none. But at last 2 false witnesses came forward and said, "This one said, 'I am able to destroy the dwelling place of Elohim and to build it in 3 days.'" And the high priest stood up and said to him, "Have you no answer to make? What do these witness against you?" But Yeshua remained silent. So the high priest said to him, "I put you to oath by the living Elohim that you say to us if you are the Messiah, the Son of Elohim." Yeshua said to him, "You have said it. Besides, I say to you, from now on, you shall see the Son of Adam sitting at the right hand of the power and coming on the clouds of heaven." Then the high priest tore his garment, saying, "He has blasphemed. Why do we need any more witnesses? See, now you have heard his blasphemy. What do you think?" And they answering said, "He is liable to death." Then they spat in his face and beat him, and others slapped him, saying, "Prophesy to us, Messiah. Who's the one who struck you?" And Kepha sat outside in the courtyard, and a servant girl came to him, saying, "And you were with Yeshua of Galilee." But he denied it before them all, saying, "I do not know what you say." And as he was going out into the porch, another girl saw him and said to those there, "And this one was with Yeshua of Nazareth." But again he denied with an oath, saying, "I do not know the man." And after a while those who stood by came to him and said to Kepha, "Truly you are one of them too, for even your speech gives you away." Then he began to curse and to swear, saying, "I do not know the man." And immediately a cock crowed. And Kepha remembered the word of Yeshua, who had said to him, "Before a cock crows, you shall deny me 3 times." And going out, he wept bitterly. Chapter 27. And morning having come, all the chief priests and elders of the people took counsel against Yeshua, so as to put him to death. And having bound him, they led him away and delivered him to Pontius Pilate the governor. Then Yehuda, he who delivered him up, having seen that he had been condemned, repented, returned the 30 pieces of silver to the chief priests and to the elders, saying, "I have sinned in delivering up innocent blood." And they said to him, "What's that to us? You see to it." And throwing down the pieces of silver in the dwelling place, he left and went and hanged himself. And the chief priest took the silver pieces and said, "It is not right to put them into the treasury, seeing they are the price of blood." So they took counsel and bought with them the potter's field for the burial of strangers. Therefore that field has been called the field of blood until today. Then was filled what was spoken by Yirmiyahu the prophet, saying, "And they took the 30 pieces of silver, the price of him who was pierced, on whom they of the children of Israel set a price, and gave them for the potter's field, as Yahuwah had ordered me." And Yeshua stood before the governor, and the governor asked him, saying, "Are you the sovereign of the Yahudim?" And Yeshua said to him, "You say it." And as he was accused by the chief priests and the elders, he answered not. Then Pilate said to him, "You do not hear how much they witnessed against you?" And he did not answer him, not one word, so that the governor wondered much. And at the festival the governor used to release to the crowd one prisoner whom they wished. And they had then a well-known prisoner called Barabbas. So when they were assembled, Pilate said to them, "Whom do you wish I release to you, Barabbas or Yeshua, who is called Messiah?" For he knew that because of envy they had delivered him up. And as he was sitting on the judgment seat, his wife sent to him, saying, "Have none at all to do with that righteous man, for I have suffered much today in a dream because of him." But the chief priests and elders persuaded the crowds that they should ask for Barabbas and to destroy Yeshua. And the governor answering said to them, "Which of the 2 do you wish I release to you?" They said, "Barabbas." Then Pilate said to them, "What then shall I do with Yeshua, who is called Messiah?" They all said to him, "Let him be impaled." And the governor said, "Indeed, what evil has he done?" And they were crying out all the more, saying, "Let him be impaled." And when Pilate saw that he was getting nowhere, but rather an uproar was starting, he took water and washed his hands before the crowd, saying, "I am innocent of the blood of this righteous one. You shall see to it." And all the people answering said, "His blood be on us and on our children." Then he released Barabbas to them, but having Yeshua whipped, he delivered him over to be impaled. Then the soldiers of the governor took Yeshua into the court and gathered the entire company of soldiers around him. And having stripped him, they put a scarlet robe on him, and plaiting a crown of thorns, they put it on his head, and a reed in his right hand. And they kneeled down before him and mocked him, saying, "Greetings, sovereign of the Yahudim." And spitting on him, they took the reed and struck him on the head. And when they'd mocked him, they took the robe off him, then put his own garments on him and led him away to be impaled. And as they were going out, they found a man of Cyrene, Shimon by name. They compelled him to bear his stake. And when they came to a place called Golgotha, that is to say, place of a skull, they gave him wine mixed with bile to drink, and after tasting he would not drink it. And having impaled him, they divided his garments, casting lots that it might be filled what was spoken by the prophet, They divided my garments among them, and for my clothing they cast lots. And sitting down, they guarded him there, and they put up over his head the written charge against him, "This is Yeshua, the sovereign of the Yahudim." Then 2 robbers were impaled with him, one on the right hand and another on the left. And those passing by were blaspheming him, shaking their heads and saying, "You who destroy the dwelling place and build it in 3 days, save yourself. If you are the Son of Elohim, come down from the stake." And likewise the chief priests with the scribes and elders mocking said, "He saved others. He's unable to save himself. If he is the sovereign of Israel, let him now come down from the stake, and we shall believe him. He trusted in Elohim. Let him rescue him now if he desires him. For he said, 'I am the Son of Elohim.'" And also the robbers who were impaled with him reviled him, saying the same. And from the 6th hour there was darkness over all the land until the 9th hour. And about the 9th hour Yeshua cried out with a loud voice, saying, "Eli, Eli, lema sabachthani." That is, my hell, why have you forsaken me?" Some of those standing there, having heard, said, "This one calls Eliyahu." And immediately one of them ran and took a sponge and filled it with sour wine and put it on a reed and gave it to him to drink. But the rest said, "Leave it. Let us see if Eliyahu comes to save him." And Yeshua cried out again with a loud voice and gave up his spirit. And see, the veil of the dwelling place was torn in two from top to bottom, and the earth was shaken, and the rocks were split, and the tombs were opened, and many bodies of the set-apart ones who had fallen asleep were raised. And coming out of the tombs after his resurrection, they went into the set-apart city and appeared to many. And when the captain and those with him who were guarding Yeshua saw the earthquake and all that took place, they feared exceedingly, saying, "Truly this was the Son of Elohim." And many women who followed Yeshua from Galilee, attending him, were there watching from a distance, among whom were Miriam from Magdala, and Miriam the mother of Jacob and Joseph, and the mother of Zabdi's sons. And when evening came, there came a rich man from Ramathaim named Joseph, who himself had also become a taught one of Yeshua. He went to Pilate and asked for the body of Yeshua. Then Pilate commanded the body to be given. And having taken the body, Joseph wrapped it in clean linen, and laid it in his new tomb which he had hewn out of the rock. And he rolled a large stone against the door of the tomb and went away. And Miriam from Magdala was there, and the other Miriam sitting opposite the tomb. On the next day, which was after the preparation, the chief priests and Pharisees gathered together to Pilate, saying, "Master, we remember while he was still alive how that deceiver said, 'After 3 days I am raised.' Command then that the tomb be safeguarded until the 3rd day, lest his taught ones come by night and steal him away, and should say to the people, 'He was raised from the dead,' and the last deception shall be worse than the first." So Pilate said to them, "You have a watch. Go, safeguard it as you know how." And they went and safeguarded the tomb, sealing the stone and setting the watch. Chapter 28. But late in the Sabbath, as it was dawning into day 1 of the week, Miriam from Magdala and the other Miriam came to see the tomb. And see, there was a great earthquake, for a messenger of Yahuwah came down out of heaven, and came and rolled back the stone from the door, and sat on it. And his appearance was like lightning, and his garments as white as snow. And the guards trembled for fear of him, and became like dead men. And the messenger responding said to the woman, "Do not be afraid, for I know that you seek Yeshua, who was impaled. He is not here, for he was raised, as he said. Come, see the place where the Master lay, and go quickly Say to his taught ones that he was raised from the dead, and see, he is going before you to Galilee. There you shall see him. See, I have told you." And they left the tomb quickly with fear and great joy, and ran to report to his taught ones. And as they were going to report to his taught ones, see, Yeshua met them, saying, "Greetings." And they came and held him by the feet, and did bow to him. Then Yeshua said to them, "Do not be afraid. Go, report to my brothers to go to Galilee, and they shall see me there." And while they were going, see, some of the watch, having gone into the city, reported to the chief priests all that took place. And when they had come together with the elders and taken counsel, they gave enough silver to the soldiers, saying, "Say that his taught ones came at night and stole him away while we slept. And if this should be reported to the governor, we shall win him over and keep you out of trouble." And having taken the silver, they did as they were instructed. And this account was widely spread among the Yahudim to this day. And the 11 taught ones went away into Galilee, to the mountain which Yeshua had appointed for them. And when they saw him, they bowed to him, but some doubted. And Yeshua came up and spoke to them, saying, "All authority has been given to me in heaven and on earth. Therefore go and make taught ones of all the nations, immersing them in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the set-apart Spirit, teaching them to guard all that I have commanded you. And see, I am with you always, until the end of the age. Amen." The Book of Mark, Marcos, Chapter 1. The beginning of the good news of Yeshua Messiah, the Son of Elohim, as it has been written in the prophets, "See, I send my messenger before your face, who shall prepare your way before you. A voice of one crying in the wilderness, prepare the way of Yahuwah, make his path straight." Yochanan came immersing in the wilderness, and proclaiming an immersion of repentance for the forgiveness of sins. And all the country of Yehuda, and those of Jerusalem, went out to him, and were all immersed by him in the Yarden River, confessing their sins. And Yochanan was clothed with camel's hair and a leather girdle around his waist, and eating locusts and wild honey. And he proclaimed, saying, "After me comes one who is mightier than I, whose sandal strap I am not worthy to stoop down and loosen. I indeed did immerse you in water, but he shall immerse you in the set-apart Spirit." And it came to be in those days that Yeshua came from Nazareth of Galilee, and was immersed by Yochanan in the Yarden. And immediately, coming up from the water, he saw the heavens being torn open, and the Spirit coming down on him like a dove. And a voice came out of the heavens, "You are my Son, the beloved, in whom I did delight." And immediately the Spirit drove him into the wilderness. And he was there in the wilderness 40 days, tried by Satan, and was with the wild beasts. And the messengers attended him. And after Yochanan was delivered up, Yeshua came to Galilee, proclaiming the good news of the reign of Elohim, and saying, "The time has been filled, and the reign of Elohim has come near. Repent, and believe in the good news." And walking by the sea of Galilee, he saw Shimon and Andri his brother casting a net into the sea, for they were fishers. And Yeshua said to them, "Come, follow me, and I shall make you become fishers of men." And immediately they left their nets and followed him. And having gone on a little from there, he saw Yaakov, the son of Zabdi, and Yochanan his brother, and they were in the boat mending their nets. And immediately he called them, and leaving their father Zabdi in the boat with the hired servants, they went after him. And they went into Capernaum, and immediately, on the Sabbath, he went into the congregation and taught. And they were astonished at his teaching, for he was teaching them as possessing authority, and not as the scribes. And there was a man in the congregation with an unclean spirit, and he cried out, saying, "Ha! What have we to do with you, Yeshua of Nazareth? Did you come to destroy us? I know who you are, the set-apart one of Elohim." And Yeshua rebuked him, saying, be silenced, and come out of him." And throwing him into convulsions, the unclean spirit called out with a loud voice and came out of him. And they were all so amazed as to reason among themselves, saying, "What is this? A fresh teaching? With authority he commands even the unclean spirits, and they obey him." And news about him immediately spread into all the country around Galil. And coming out of the congregation, they went straight to the house of Shimon, and Andri with Jacob and Yochanan. And the mother-in-law of Shimon lay sick with inflammation, and immediately they spoke to him about her. And having come, he took her by the hand and lifted her up. And immediately the inflammation left her, and she served them. And when evening came, when the sun had set, they brought to him all who were sick, and those who were demon-possessed. And the entire city had gathered at the door. And he healed many who were sick with various diseases, and cast out many demons, and was not allowing the demons to speak, because they knew him. And having risen very early in the morning, while still dark, he went out and went away to a lonely place, and there he prayed. And Shimon and those who were with him searched for him. And when they found him, they said to him, "All are seeking you." And he said to them, "Let us go into the neighboring towns, so that I proclaim there also, because for this I have come forth." And he was proclaiming in their congregations in all Galil, and casting out demons. And a leper came to him, calling upon him, kneeling down to him, and saying to him, "If you desire, you are able to make me clean." And Yeshua, moved with compassion, stretched out his hand and touched him and said to him, "I desire, be cleansed." And immediately the leprosy left him, and he was cleansed. And having strictly warned him, he immediately sent him away, and said to him, "See, say none at all to anyone, but go, show yourself to the priest, and offer for your cleansing what Moshe ordered, as a witness to them." But he went out and began to publish it so much, and to spread the word, that Yeshua was no longer able to openly enter the city, but was outside in lonely places. Yet they came to him from all directions. Chapter 2. And some days later he again entered into Capernaum, and it was heard that he was in the house. And so many gathered together, that there was no more room, not even at the door. And he spoke the word to them. And they came to him, bringing a paralytic carried by 4. And not being able to come near him because of the crowd, they uncovered the roof where he was. And when they'd broken through, they let down the bed on which the paralytic was lying. And when Yeshua saw their belief, he said to the paralytic, "Son, your sins are forgiven you." Now some of the scribes were sitting there and reasoning in their hearts, "Why does this one talk like this? He is blaspheming. Who is able to forgive sins but Elohim alone?" And immediately Yeshua, knowing in his spirit that they were reasoning that way within themselves, said to them, "Why do you reason about all this in your hearts? Which is easier to say to the paralytic, 'Your sins are forgiven,' or to say, 'Rise, take up your bed and walk'? But in order for you to know that the Son of Adam possesses authority on earth to forgive sins," he said to the paralytic, "I say to you, rise, take up your bed and go to your house." And he rose straightway and took up the bed, and went out before all, so that all were amazed and praised Elohim, saying, "We've never seen the like of it." And he went out again by the sea, and all the crowd was coming to him, and he taught them. And passing by, he saw Levi the son of Alphi sitting at the tax office, and said to him, "Follow me." And having risen, he followed him. And it came to be, as he sat at the table at his house, that many tax collectors and sinners also sat with Yeshua, and his taught ones, for there were many, and they followed him. And when the scribes and Pharisees saw him eating with the tax collectors and sinners, they said to his taught ones, "Why does he eat and drink with tax collectors and sinners?" And hearing this, Yeshua said to them, "Those who are strong have no need of a physician, but those who are sick. I did not come to call the righteous to repentance, but sinners." And the taught ones of Yochanan and of the Pharisees were fasting, and they came and said to him, "Why do the taught ones of Yochanan and of the Pharisees fast, but your taught ones do not fast?" And Yeshua said to them, "Are the friends of the bridegroom able to fast while the bride is with them? As long as they have the bridegroom with them, they are not able to fast. But the days shall come when the bridegroom shall be taken away from them, and then they shall fast in those days. And no one sews a piece of unshrunk cloth on an old garment, otherwise the renewed piece pulls away from the old, and the tear is made worse. And no one puts new wine into old wineskins, otherwise the new wine bursts the wineskins, and the wine runs out, and the wineskins are ruined. But new wine is to be put into fresh wineskins. And it came to be that he went through the grain fields on the Sabbath. And as he went, his taught ones began to pluck heads of grain. And the Pharisees said to him, "Look, why do they do what is not right on the Sabbath?" And he said to them, "Have you never read what David did when he had need and was hungry, he and those with him? How he went into the house of Elohim, while Abiathar was high priest, and ate the showbread, which is not right to eat except for the priests, and he gave it also to those who were with him." And he said to them, "The Sabbath was made for man, and not man for the Sabbath. So the Son of Adam is also master of the Sabbath." Chapter 3. Then he went into the congregation again, and a man who had a withered hand was there. And they were watching him, whether he would heal him on the Sabbath, so as to accuse him. And he said to the man who had the withered hand, "Get up to the middle." And he said to them, "Is it right to do good on the Sabbath, or to do evil, to save life or to kill?" But they remained silent. And having looked around on them with displeasure, being grieved at the hardness of their hearts, he said to the man, "Stretch out your hand." And he stretched it out, and his hand was restored as healthy as the other. And the Pharisees went out and immediately plotted with the Herodians against him, how to destroy him. But Yeshua withdrew his taught ones to the sea, and a great crowd from Galilee followed him, and from Yehuda, even from Jerusalem, and from Edom, and beyond the Yarden, and those around Zor and Zidon. A large crowd came to him when they heard how much he was doing. And he spoke to his taught ones that a small boat should be kept ready for him because of the crowd, lest they should press upon him. For he healed many, so that as many had afflictions fell upon him to touch him. And the unclean spirits, whenever they saw him, fell down before him and cried out, saying, "You are the Son of Elohim." But he warned them many times that they should not make him known. And he went up on the mountain and called to him whom he wished, and they came to him. And he appointed 12 to be with him, and to be sent out to proclaim and to possess authority to heal sicknesses, and to cast out demons. And he appointed the 12, Shimon, to whom he added the name Kepha, and Yaakov the son of Zabdi, and Yochanan the brother of Jacob, to whom he added the name Benai Reges, that is, sons of thunder, and Andre and Philip and Bartholomew, and Matthiyahu, and Toma, and Jacob, son of Alphi, and Taddai, and Shimon the Canaanite, and Yehuda from Kirioth, who did also deliver him up. And they went into a house. And again the crowd came together, so that they were unable even to eat bread. And when his relatives heard about this, they went out to seize him, for they said, "He's out of his mind." And the scribes who came down from Jerusalem said, "He has Beelzebul, and he casts out demons by the ruler of the demons." And calling them near, he said to them in parables, "How is Satan able to cast out Satan? And if a reign is divided against itself, that reign is unable to stand. And if a house is divided against itself, that house is unable to stand. And if Satan has risen up against himself and is divided, he is unable to stand, but has an end. No one is able to enter a strong man's house and plunder his goods, unless he first binds the strong man, and then he shall plunder his house. Truly, I say to you, all this sin shall be forgiven the sons of men, and whatever blasphemies they speak. But he who blasphemes against the set-apart Spirit has no forgiveness forever, but is subject to everlasting judgment, because they said, 'He has an unclean spirit.' And his brothers and his mothers came, and standing outside they sent to him, calling him. And a crowd was sitting around him, and they said to him, 'See, your mother and your brothers are outside seeking you.' But he answered them, saying, 'Who is my mother or my brothers?' And looking about on those sitting around him, he said, 'See, my mother and my brothers. For whoever does the desire of Elohim is my brother, and my sister and mother.'" Chapter 4. And he began to teach again by the sea, and a large crowd was gathered to him, so that he entered into a boat to sit in the sea. And all the crowd was on the land facing the sea. And he taught them much in parables, and said to them in his teaching, Listen, see, a sower went out to sow. And it came to be as he sowed, some fell by the wayside, and the birds of the heaven came and devoured it. And other fell on rocky places where it had not much soil. And immediately it sprang up because it had no depth of soil. But when the sun was up, it was scorched, and because it had no root, it withered away. And other fell among thorns, and the thorns grew up and choked it, and it yielded no crop. And other fell on good soil, and yielded a crop that came up, grew, and yielded a crop, some 30-fold, and some 60, and some 100. And he said to them, He who has ears to hear, let him hear. And when he was alone, those about him with the 12 asked him about the parable. And he said to them, To you it has been given to know the secret of the reign of Elohim. But to those who are outside, all are done in parables, so that seeing they see, but do not perceive, and hearing they hear, but do not understand, lest they should turn and their sins be forgiven them. And he said to them, Do you not understand this parable? How then shall you understand all the parables? The sower sows the word. These then are the ones by the wayside where the word is sown. And when they hear, Satan comes immediately and takes away the word that was sown in their hearts. And likewise, these are the ones sown on rocky places, who, when they hear the word, immediately receive it with joy. And they have no root in themselves, but are short-lived. Then when pressure or persecution arises because of the word, immediately they stumble. And others are those sown among thorns. These are they who hear the word, and the worries of this age, and the deceit of riches, and the desires for other matters, entering in, choke the word, and it becomes fruitless. And those sown on good soil are those who hear the word, and accept it, and bear fruit, some 30-fold, and some 60, and some 100. And he said to them, Would a lamp be brought to be put under a basket or under a bed? Is it not to be put on a lampstand? For whatever is hidden shall be revealed, and whatever has been kept secret shall come to light. If anyone has ears to hear, let him hear. And he said to them, Take heed what you hear. With the same measure you use, it shall be measured to you, and more shall be added to you who hear. For whoever possesses, to him more shall be given. But whoever does not possess, even what he possesses shall be taken away from him. And he said, The reign of Elohim is as when a man scatters seed on the ground, then sleeps by night and rises by day, while the seed sprouts and grows. He himself does not know how. For the soil yields crops by itself, first the blade, then the head, after that the completed grain in the head. And when the crop is ready, immediately he puts in the sickle, because the harvest has come. Then he said, To what shall we compare the reign of Elohim, or with what parable shall we present it? Like a mustard seed, which, when it is sown on the ground, is smaller than all the seeds on the earth. And when it is sown, it grows up and becomes greater than all plants and forms large branches, so that the birds of the heaven are able to nest under its shade. And with many such parables he was speaking to them the word as they were able to hear. And he was not speaking to them without parables. And when they were alone, he explained all to his taught ones. And on the same day when evening had come, he said to them, Let us pass over to the other side. And having left the crowd, they took him along in the boat, as he was. And other little boats were also with him. And there came a great windstorm, and the waves beat into the boat, so that it was already being filled. And he was in the stern, asleep on a cushion. And they woke him up and said to him, Teacher, is it no concern to you that we perish? And having been awakened, he rebuked the wind and said to the sea, Peace, be still. And the wind ceased, and there was a great calm. And he said to them, Why are you so afraid? Have you not yet believed? And they feared exceedingly and asked each other, Who then is this, that even the wind and the sea obey him? Chapter 5. And they came to the other side of the sea, to the country of the Gadarenes. And when he came out of the boat, immediately there met him out of the tombs a man with an unclean spirit, who had his dwelling among the tombs. And no one was able to bind him, not even with chains, because he had often been bound with shackles and chains, but the chains had been pulled apart by him, and the shackles broken in pieces, and no one was able to tame him. And continually, night and day, he was in the mountains and in the tombs, crying out and cutting himself with stones. And seeing Yeshua from a distance, he ran and bowed down to him, and having called out with a loud voice, said, "What have I to do with you, Yeshua, Son of the Most High El? Swear to Elohim not to torture me." For he had said to him, "Come out of the man, unclean spirit." And he was asking him, "What is your name?" And he answered, saying, "My name is Legion, because we are many." And he begged him very much that he would not send them out of the country. Now a great herd of pigs was there, feeding near the mountains. And all the demons begged him, saying, "Send us to the pigs, so that we enter into them." And he gave them permission. And the unclean spirits came out and entered into the pigs. They were about 2,000, and the herd rushed down the steep place into the sea and drowned in the sea. And those who fed the pigs fled, and reported it in the city and in the country, and they went out to see what had taken place. So they came to Yeshua, and saw the demon-possessed one, him who had the legion, sitting and dressed, and in his right mind. And they were afraid. And those who saw it related to them what was done to the demon-possessed one, and about the pigs. And they began to plead with him to leave their borders. And as he was entering into the boat, he who had been demon-possessed begged him that he might be with him. And Yeshua did not allow him, but said to him, "Go home to your friends, and report to them what the Master has done for you, and how he had compassion on you." And he left, and began to proclaim in Decapolis all that Yeshua had done for him, and all marveled. And when Yeshua had passed over again by boat to the other side, a large crowd assembled to him, and he was by the sea. And see, one of the rulers of the congregation came, Yair by name, and when he saw him, he fell at his feet, and begged him strongly, saying, "My little daughter lies at the point of death. Come, lay your hands on her to heal her, and she shall live." And he went with him, and a large crowd was following him, and they were thronging him. And a certain woman had a flow of blood for 12 years, and had suffered much from many physicians, and spent all that she had, and was no better, but rather became worse. Having heard about Yeshua, she came behind him in the crowd and touched his garment, for she said, "If I only touch his garments, I shall be made well." And immediately the fountain of her blood was dried up, and she felt in her body that she was healed of the affliction. And immediately Yeshua, knowing in himself that power had gone out of him, turned around in the crowd and said, "Who touched my garments?" And his tall one said to him, "You see the crowd is thronging you, and you say, 'Who touched me?'" And he was looking around to see her who did this. And the woman, fearing and trembling, knowing what was done to her, came and fell down before him and spoke to him all the truth. And he said to her, "Daughter, your belief has healed you. Go in peace and be relieved from your affliction." As he was speaking, they came from the ruler of the congregation's house, saying to him, "Your daughter is dead. Why trouble the teacher any further?" But having heard the word that was spoken, Yeshua said to the ruler of the congregation, "Do not be afraid, only believe." And he allowed no one to follow him except Kepha and Jacob and Yochanan, the brother of Jacob. So they came to the house of the ruler of the congregation, and saw a commotion, and much weeping and lamenting. And coming in, he said to them, "Why make this commotion and weep? This child has not died, but is sleeping." They were laughing at him. And when he had put them all out, he took the father and the mother of the child, and those who were with him, and went in where the child was lying. And taking the child by the hand, he said to her, "Talitha cumi," which is translated, "Little girl, I say to you, arise." And immediately the girl rose up and was walking, for she was 12 years old, and they were completely astonished. But he ordered them many times that no one should know it, and said that she should be given food to eat. Chapter 6. And he went away from there and came to his own country, and his taught ones followed him. And Sabbath having come, he began to teach in the congregation, and many who heard him were astonished, saying, Where did he get all this? And what wisdom is this which is given to him, that such miracles are done through his hands? Is this not the carpenter, the son of Miriam, and brother of Yaakov, and Yosef, and Yehuda, and Shimon? And are not his sisters here with us? And they stumbled in him. And Yeshua said to them, A prophet is not unappreciated except in his own country, and among his own relatives, and in his own house. And he was unable to do any miracle there except that he laid hands on a few sick ones and healed them. And he marveled because of their unbelief. And he was going around among the villages teaching. And he called the 12 near and began to send them out 2 by 2, and gave them authority over unclean spirits. And he instructed them to take none at all for the journey except a staff, no bag, no bread, no copper in their money belts, but to wear sandals, and not to wear 2 undergarments. And he said to them, Wherever you enter into a house, stay there until you leave that place. And any place that does not receive you or listen to you, when you leave there, shake off the dust under your feet as a witness against them. Truly I say to you, it shall be more bearable for Sodom and Gomorrah in the day of judgment than for that city. And they went out and proclaimed that men should repent. And they were casting out many demons, and they were anointing with oil many who were sick, and they were healing them. And sovereign Herodes heard, for his name had become well known, and he said, Yochanan the Immerser has been raised from the dead, and because of this these powers are at work in him. Others said, He is Eliyahu, and others said, He is a prophet like one of the prophets. But when Herodes heard, he said, This one is Yochanan, whom I beheaded. He has been raised from the dead. For Herodes himself had sent and seized Yochanan, and bound him in prison because of Herodias, his brother Philip's wife, because he had married her. For Yochanan had said to Herodes, It's not right for you to have your brother's wife. So Herodias held a grudge against him and wished to kill him, but was unable. For Herodes feared Yochanan, knowing that he was a righteous and set-apart man, and he protected him. And when he heard him, he was much perplexed, yet heard him gladly. And a suitable day came when Herodes on his birthday gave a feast for his great men and the high officers and the chief men of Galilee. And when the daughter of Herodias herself came in and danced, and pleased Herodes, and those who sat with him, the sovereign said to the girl, Ask me whatever you wish, and I shall give it to you. And he swore to her, Whatever you ask of me, I shall give it to you, up to half of my reign. And she went and said to her mother, What shall I ask? And she said, The head of Yochanan the Immerser. And coming in immediately with haste to the sovereign, she asked, saying, I wish that you give me at once the head of Yochanan the Immerser on a dish. And the sovereign became deeply grieved because of the oaths, and because of those who sat with him did not wish to refuse her. And the sovereign straightway sent an executioner, and commanded his head to be brought. And he went and beheaded him in prison. And he brought his head on a dish, and gave it to the girl, and the girl gave it to her mother. And when his taught ones heard of it, they came and took away his dead body and laid it in a tomb. And the emissaries gathered to Yeshua and reported to him all, both what they had done and what they had taught. And he said to them, Come aside by yourselves to a lonely place and rest a little. For there were many coming and going, and they did not even have time to eat. And they went away to a lonely place in the boat by themselves. But they saw them going, and many recognized him, and ran there on foot from all the cities, and came before them, and came together to him. And having gone out, Yeshua saw a large crowd, and was moved with compassion for them, because they were like sheep not having a shepherd. And he began to teach them many matters. And as the hour grew late, his taught ones came to him and said, This is a lonely place, and now the hour is late. Send them away so that they go into the surrounding country and villages and buy themselves bread, since they have no food to eat. But he answering said to them, You give them to eat. They said to him, Should we go and buy 200 denarii worth of bread and give them to eat? Then he said to them, How many loaves do you have? Go and see. And when they found out, they said, 5 and 2 fishes. And he ordered them to make all sit down in groups on the green grass. And they sat down in groups in hundreds and in fifties. And taking the 5 loaves and the 2 fishes, looking up to the heaven, he blessed and broke the loaves and gave them to his taught ones to set before them. And the 2 fishes he divided among them all. And all ate and were satisfied. And they picked up 12 baskets filled with pieces, also from the fishes. Now those who ate the loaves were about 5,000 men. And immediately he made his taught ones enter into the boat, and to go before him to the other side, to Bethsaida, while he was dismissing the crowd. And having sent them away, he went away to the mountain to pray. And when evening came, the boat was in the middle of the sea, and he was alone on the land. And seeing them straining at rowing, for the wind was against them, at about the 4th watch of the night, he came to them, walking on the sea, and he wished to pass them by. And when they saw him walking on the sea, they thought it was a phantom, and cried out, for they all saw him and were troubled. And immediately he spoke to them, said to them, "Take courage, it is I, do not be afraid." And he went up to them into the boat, and the wind ceased. And they were exceedingly amazed in themselves, and marveled, for they did not understand about the loaves, because their heart was hardened. And having passed over, they came to the land of Gennesaret, and drew to shore. And when they came out of the boat, he was immediately recognized. And all that neighborhood ran about and began to carry about on beds those who were sick, to wherever they heard he was. And wherever he went, into villages or cities or the country, they were laying the sick in the marketplaces, and begged him to let them touch, if only the tzitzit of his garment. And as many as touched him were healed. Chapter 7. And the Pharisees and some of the scribes assembled to him, having come from Jerusalem, and seeing some of his taught ones eat bread with defiled, that is, with unwashed hands, they found fault. For the Pharisees and all the Yahudim do not eat unless they wash their hands thoroughly, holding fast the tradition of the elders. And coming from the marketplace, they do not eat unless they wash. And there are many other traditions which they have received, and hold fast, the washing of cups and utensils and copper vessels and couches. Then the Pharisees and scribes asked him, "Why do your taught ones not walk according to the tradition of the elders, but eat bread with unwashed hands?" And he answering said to them, "Well did Yeshayahu prophesy concerning you hypocrites, as it's been written, this people respect me with their lips, but their heart is far from me. And in vain do they worship me, teaching as teachings the commands of men. Forsaking the command of Elohim, you hold fast the tradition of men." And he said to them, "Well do you set aside the command of Elohim in order to guard your tradition. For Moshe said, 'Respect your father and your mother,' and he who curses father or mother, let him be put to death. But you say, 'If a man says to his father or mother, whatever profit you might have received from me is korban,' that is, a gift, you no longer let him do any matter at all for his father or his mother, nullifying the word of Elohim through your tradition, which you have handed down. And many such traditions you do." And calling the crowd to him, he said to them, "Hear me, everyone, and understand. There is no matter that enters a man from outside which is able to defile him, but it is what comes out of him that defiles the man. If anyone has ears to hear, let him hear." And when he went from the crowd into a house, his taught ones asked him concerning the parable. And he said to them, "Are you also without understanding? Do you not perceive that whatever enters a man from outside is unable to defile him, because it does not enter his heart, but his stomach, and is eliminated, thus purging all the foods?" And he said, "What comes out of a man, that defiles a man. For from within, out of the heart of men proceed evil reasonings, adulteries, whorings, murders, thefts, greedy desires, wickedness, deceit, indecency, an evil eye, blasphemy, pride, foolishness. All these wicked matters come from within and defile a man." And rising up from there, he went to the borders of Zur and Zidon. and entering into a house, he wished no one to know it, but it was impossible to be hidden. For a woman whose young daughter had an unclean spirit heard about him, and she came and fell at his feet. Now the woman was a Greek, a Syrophoenician by birth, and she kept asking him to cast the demon out of her daughter. And Yeshua said to her, "Let the children be satisfied first, for it is not good to take the children's bread and throw it to the little dogs." But she answering said to him, "Yes, master, for even the little dogs under the table eat from the children's crumbs." And he said to her, "Because of this word, go, the demon has gone out of your daughter." And having come into her house, she found the demon gone out, and her daughter lying on the bed. And again, going out from the borders of Zor and Zidon, he came to the sea of Galil, through the midst of the borders of Decapolis. And they brought to him one who was deaf, and spoke with difficulty, and they begged him to lay his hand upon him. And taking him away from the crowd, he put his fingers in his ears, and having spit, he touched his tongue. And looking up to the heaven, he sighed and said to him, "Apatha," that is, "be opened." And immediately his ears were open, and the binding of his tongue was loosed, and he was speaking plainly. And he ordered them that they should say it to no one. But the more he ordered them, the more they published it. And they were immeasurably astonished, saying, "He has done all well. He makes even the deaf to hear and the dumb to speak." Chapter 8. In those days the crowd being very great and not having any to eat, Yeshua called his taught ones near and said to them, "I have compassion on the crowd, for they have now been with me 3 days and do not have food to eat. And if I dismiss them unfed to their home, they shall faint on the way, for some of them have come from far." And his taught ones answered him, "How shall anyone be able to feed these people with bread here in the desert?" And he asked them, "How many loaves do you have?" And they said, 7. And he commanded the crowd to sit down on the ground. And taking the 7 loaves, giving thanks, he broke them and gave them to his taught ones to set before them. And they set them before the crowd. And they had a few small fishes. And having blessed, he said to set them also before them. And they ate and were satisfied, and picked up 7 large baskets of broken pieces. And those eating were about 4,000. And he dismissed them. And immediately entering into the boat with his taught ones, he came to the parts of Dalmanutha. And the Pharisees came out and began to dispute with him, seeking from him a sign from heaven, trying him. And sighing deeply in his spirit, he said, "Why does this generation seek a sign? Truly, I say to you, no sign shall be given to this generation." And leaving them, and entering into the boat, he went away to the other side. And they had forgotten to take bread, and they did not have more than 1 loaf with them in the boat. And he was warning them, saying, "Mind, beware of the leaven of the Pharisees and of the leaven of Herodes." And they were reasoning with one another, saying, "Because we have no bread?" And Yeshua, being aware of it, said to them, "Why do you reason because you have no bread? Do you not yet perceive nor understand? Is your heart still hardened? Having eyes, do you not see? And having ears, do you not hear? And do you not remember when I broke the 5 loaves for the 5,000? How many baskets with broken pieces did you pick up?" They said to him, 12. "And when I broke the 7 for the 4,000, how many large baskets filled with broken pieces did you pick up?" And they said, 7. And he said to them, "How do you not understand?" And he came to Bethsaida. And they brought a blind man to him and begged him to touch him. And taking the blind man by the hand, he had led him out of the village. And having spit on his eyes, laying hands on him, he asked him, "Do you see at all?" And he looked up and said, "I see men like trees walking." Then he placed his hands on his eyes again and made him look up. And he was restored and saw all clearly. And he sent him away to his home, saying, "Do not go into the village." And Yeshua and his taught ones went out to the villages of Caesarea Philippi. And on the way he asked his taught ones, saying to them, "Who do men say I am?" And they said to him, "Yochanan the Immerser." And others, "Eliyahu." But others, "One of the prophets." And he asked them, And you, who do you say I am? And Kepha answering said to him, You are the Messiah. And he warned them that they should speak to no one about him. And he began to teach them that the son of Adam has to suffer much and be rejected by the elders and chief priests and scribes and be killed, and after 3 days to rise again. And he was speaking about this openly. Then Kepha, taking him aside, began to rebuke him. And turning around and seeing his taught ones, he rebuked Kepha, saying, Get behind me, Satan, for your thoughts are not those of Elohim, but those of men. And calling near the crowd with his taught ones, he said to them, Whoever desires to come after me, let him deny himself and take up his stake and follow me. For whoever desires to save his life shall lose it, but whoever loses his life for the sake of me and the good news, he shall save it. For what shall it profit a man if he gains all the world and loses his own life? Or what shall a man give in exchange for his life? For whoever is ashamed of me and my words in this adulterous and sinning generation, of him the Son of Adam also shall be ashamed when he comes in the esteem of his Father with the set-apart messengers. Chapter 9. And he said to them, Truly I say to you that there are some standing here who shall not taste of death at all until they see the reign of Elohim having come in power. And after 6 days Yochanan took Kepha and Jacob and Yochanan and led them up on a high mountain alone by themselves. And he was transformed before them, and his garments became glittering, exceedingly white, like snow, such as no launderer on earth is able to whiten. And there appeared to them Eliyahu with Moshe, and they were talking with Yeshua. And Kepha responding said to Yeshua, Rabbi, it is good for us to be here, and let us make 3 booths, one for you and one for Moshe, and one for Eliyahu. Because he did not know what to say, for they were exceedingly afraid. And there came a cloud overshadowing them, and a voice came out of the cloud, saying, This is my son, the beloved. Hear him. And suddenly, looking around them, they no longer saw anyone with them, but only Yeshua. And as they were coming down from the mountain, he ordered them not to relate to anyone what they saw, till the Son of Adam had risen from the dead. And they kept this matter to themselves, debating what the rising from the dead meant. And they asked him, saying, Why do the scribes say that Eliyahu has to come first? And he said to them, Eliyahu indeed, having come first, restores all matters. And how has it been written concerning the Son of Adam, that he is to suffer much and be despised? But I say to you that even Eliyahu has come, and they did to him whatever they wished, as it has been written of him. And coming to the top ones, he saw a large crowd around them, and scribes disputing with them. And immediately when all the crowd saw him, they were greatly astonished, and running near greeted him. And he asked the scribes, What are you disputing with them? And one of the crowd answering said, Teacher, I brought you my son, who has a dumb spirit, and wherever he seizes him, he throws him down, and he foams at the mouth, and gnashes his teeth, and he wastes away. And I spoke to your taught ones that they should cast him out, but they were not able. And he answered and said, Oh, unbelieving generation! How long shall I be with you? How long shall I put up with you? Bring him to me. So they brought him to him, and when he saw him, immediately the spirit threw him into convulsions, and falling on the ground, he rolled about, foaming at the mouth. And he asked his father, How long has he been like this? And he said, From childhood, and often he has thrown him both into the fire and into the water to destroy him. But if it is at all possible for you, have compassion on us and help us. And Yeshua said to him, If you are able to believe, all is possible to him who believes. And immediately the father of the child cried out and said with tears, I believe, Master. Help my unbelief. And when Yeshua saw that a crowd came running together, he rebuked the unclean spirit, saying to him, You deaf and dumb spirit, I order you, come out of him, and never again enter into him. And crying out and convulsing him much, it came out of him, and he became as one dead, so that many said that he was dead. But Yeshua, taking him by the hand, lifted him up, and he arose. And when he came into a house, his taught ones asked him separately, "Why were we unable to cast him out?" And he said to them, "It is impossible for this kind to come out except through prayer and fasting." And going from there, they passed through Galilee. And he did not wish anyone to know, for he was teaching his taught ones, and said to them, "The Son of Adam is being delivered into the hands of men, and they shall kill him. And having been killed, he shall rise the third day." But they did not understand the word, and they were afraid to ask him. And they came to Capernaum, and being in the house, he asked them, "What was it you disputed among yourselves on the way?" And they were silent, for on the way they had disputed with one another who was the greatest. And sitting down, he called the 12 and said to them, "If anyone wishes to be first, he shall be last of all and servant of all." And he took a little child and set him in their midst, and taking him in his arms, he said to them, "Whoever receives one of such little children in my name receives me, and whoever receives me receives not me, but the one who sent me." And Yochanan said to him, "Teacher, we saw someone who does not follow us casting out demons in your name, and we forbade him, because he does not follow us." And Yeshua said, "Do not forbid him, for no one who works a miracle in my name is able to readily speak evil of me. For he who is not against us is for us. For whoever gives you a cup of water to drink in my name, because you are of Messiah, truly I say to you, he shall by no means lose his reward. And whoever causes one of these little ones who believe in me to stumble, it is better for him if a millstone were hung around his neck and he were thrown into the sea. And if your hand makes you stumble, cut it off. It is better for you to enter into life crippled than having 2 hands to go into Gehenna, into the unquenchable fire, where worm does not die and the fire is not quenched. And if your foot makes you stumble, cut it off. It is better for you to enter into life crippled than having 2 feet to be thrown into Gehenna, into the unquenchable fire, where their worm does not die and the fire is not quenched. And if your eye makes you stumble, pluck it out. It is better for you to enter into the reign of Elohim with 1 eye than having 2 eyes to be thrown into the fire of Gehenna, where their worm does not die and the fire is not quenched. For everyone shall be seasoned with fire, and every offering shall be seasoned with salt. Salt is good, but if the salt becomes tasteless, how shall you season it? Have salt in yourselves, and be at peace among one another." Chapter 10. And rising up from there, he came into the borders of Yehuda, by the other side of the Jordan. And crowds gathered to him again, and as he usually did, he was teaching them again. And Pharisees came and asked him, "Is it right for a man to put away his wife?" trying him. And he answering said to them, "What did Moshe command you?" And they said, "Moshe allowed a man to write a certificate of divorce and to put her away." And Yeshua said to them, "Because of the hardness of your heart he wrote you this command. However, from the beginning of the creation, Elohim made them male and female. For this cause a man shall leave his father and mother, and cleave to his wife, and the 2 shall become one flesh, so that they are no longer 2, but one flesh. Therefore what Elohim has joined together, let man not separate." And in the house his taught ones asked him about this again. And he said to them, "Whoever puts away his wife and marries another commits adultery against her. And if a woman puts away her husband and marries another, she commits adultery." And they were bringing little children for him to touch them, but the taught ones were rebuking those who were bringing them. And when Yeshua saw it, he was much displeased and said to them, "Let the little children come to me, and do not forbid them, for of such is the reign of Elohim. Truly, I say to you, whoever does not receive the reign of Elohim as a little child shall certainly not enter into it." And taking them up in his arms, laying his hands on them, he blessed them. And as he was setting out on the way, one came running and knelt before him and asked him, "Good teacher, what shall I do to inherit everlasting life?" And Yeshua said to him, "Why do you call me good? No one is good except one, Elohim. You know the commands. Do not commit adultery. Do not murder. Do not steal. Do not bear false witness. Do not rob. Respect your father and your mother." And he answering said to him, "Teacher, all these I have watched over from my youth." And Yeshua, looking at him, loved him, and said to him, "One matter you lack. Go, sell all you possess and give to the poor, and you shall have treasure in heaven. And come, follow me," taking up the stake. But he, being sad at this word, went away grieved, for he had many possessions. And Yeshua, looking around, said to his taught ones, "How hard is it for those who have money to enter into the reign of Elohim?" And the taught ones were astonished at his words. And Yeshua, responding, said to them again, "Children, how hard is it for those who trust in riches to enter into the reign of Elohim? It is easier for a camel to enter through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter into the reign of Elohim." And they were immeasurably astonished, saying among themselves, "Who then is able to be saved?" And looking at them, Yeshua said, "With men it is impossible, but not with Elohim. For with Elohim all is possible." And Kepha began to say to him, "See, we have left all, and we have followed you." Yeshua said, "Truly I say to you, there is no one who has left house or brothers or sisters or father or mother or wife or children or lands, for the sake of me and the good news, who shall not receive 100-fold now in this time, houses and brothers and sisters and mothers and children and lands, with persecutions, and in the age to come, everlasting life. But many who are first shall be last, and the last first." And they were on the way going up to Jerusalem, and Yeshua was going before them, and they were astonished, and those who followed were afraid. And again he took the 12 aside and began to say to them what was about to befall him. "See, we are going up to Jerusalem, and the Son of Adam shall be delivered to the chief priests and to the scribes, and they shall condemn him to death, and shall deliver him to the nations. And they shall mock him, and flog him, and spit on him, and kill him. And the third day he shall rise again." And Jacob and Yochanan, the sons of Zabdi, came up to him, saying, "Teacher, we wish that you would do for us whatever we ask." And he said to them, "What do you wish me to do for you?" And they said to him, "Grant us to be seated in your esteem, one on your right hand and the other on your left." But Yeshua said to them, "You do not know what you ask. Are you able to drink the cup that I drink, and be immersed with the immersion that I am immersed with?" And they said to him, "We are able." And Yeshua said to them, "You shall indeed drink the cup that I drink, and with the immersion I am immersed with, you shall be immersed. But to sit on my right hand and on my left is not mine to give, but it is for those for whom it has been prepared." And when the 10 heard it, they began to be sorely displeased with Jacob and Yochanan. And Yeshua, calling them near, said to them, "You know that those who think to rule the nations are masters over them, and their great ones exercise authority over them. But it is not so among you. But whoever wishes to become great among you shall be your servant, and whoever wishes to be first among you shall be servant of all. For even the Son of Adam did not come to be served, but to serve, and to give his life a ransom for many." And they came to Jericho. And as he was leaving Jericho, with his taught ones and a large crowd, blind Bartimaeus, the son of Timei, was sitting by the way begging. And when he heard that it was Yeshua of Nazareth, he began to cry out and to say, "Yeshua, Son of David, have compassion on me." And many were reprimanding him to be silent, but he cried out all the more, "Son of David, have compassion on me." And Yeshua stopped and said, "Call him." And they called the blind man, saying to him, "Take courage, arise, he is calling you." And he, throwing aside his garment, rose and came to Yeshua. And Yeshua, responding, said to him, "What do you desire I do for you?" And the blind man said to him, Rabboni, that I receive my sight. And Yeshua said to him, Go, your belief has healed you. And immediately he saw again and followed Yeshua on the way. Chapter 11. And when they came near Jerusalem to Bethphage and Bethaniah at the Mount of Olives, he sent out 2 of his taught ones and said to them, Go into the village opposite you, and immediately entering into it, you shall find a colt tied on which no one has sat. Loosen it and bring it. And if anyone says to you, Why are you doing this? Say, The master needs it, and shall send it back straight away. So they went away and found the colt tied by the door outside on the street, and they loosened it. And some of those standing there said to them, What are you doing, loosening the colt? And they said to them, As Yeshua had said. So they let them go. And they brought the colt to Yeshua and threw their garments on it, and he sat on it. And many spread their garments on the way, and others were cutting down branches from the trees and were spreading them on the way. And those going before and those following cried out, saying, Hoshiana! Blessed is he who is coming in the name of Yahuwah! Blessed is the coming reign of our father David in the name of Yahuwah! Hoshiana in the highest! And Yeshua went into Jerusalem and into the set-apart place. And having looked around on all, he went out to Bethaniah with the 12, as the hour was already late. And on the next day, when they had come out from Bethaniah, he was hungry. And seeing at a distance a fig tree having leaves, he went to see whether he could find any fruit on it. And when he came to it, he found none but leaves, for it was not the season for figs. And Yeshua responding said to it, Let no one eat fruit from you ever again. And his taught ones heard it. And they came to Jerusalem. Yeshua, entering into the set-apart place, began to drive out those who bought and sold in the set-apart place, and overturned the tables of the money changers and the seats of those selling doves. And he did not allow anyone to carry a vessel through the set-apart place. And he was teaching, saying to them, My house shall be called a house of prayer for all nations, but you have made it a den of robbers. And the scribes and the chief priests heard it, and they were seeking how to destroy him, for they feared him, because all the crowd was astonished at his teaching. And when evening came, he went out of the city. And in the morning, passing by, they saw the fig tree dried up from the roots. Then Kepha, remembering, said to him, Rabbi, look, the fig tree which you cursed has withered. And Yeshua answering said to them, Have belief in Elohim. For truly I say to you, whoever says to this mountain, Be removed and be thrown into the sea, and does not doubt in his heart, but believes that what he says shall be done, he shall have whatever he says. Because of this I say to you, whatever you ask when you pray, believe that you receive them, and you shall have them. And whenever you stand praying, if you hold whatever against anyone, forgive, so that your Father in the heavens shall also forgive you your trespasses. But if you do not forgive, neither shall your Father in the heavens forgive your trespasses. And they came again to Jerusalem. And as he was walking in the set-apart place, the chief priests and the scribes and the elders came to him. And they said to him, By what authority are you doing these? And who gave you this authority to do these? And Yeshua answering said to them, I shall ask you one question, and answer me. And I shall say to you by what authority I do these. The immersion of Yochanan, was it from heaven or from men? Answer me. And they reasoned among themselves, saying, If we say from heaven, he shall say, Then why did you not believe him? But if we say from men, they feared the people, for all held that Yochanan was a prophet indeed. And answering they said to Yeshua, We do not know. And Yeshua answering said to them, Neither do I say to you by what authority I do these. Chapter 12. And he began to speak to them in parables. A man planted a vineyard and put a hedge around it, and dug a vat for the winepress, and built a watchtower, and let it out to farmers, and went away. And at harvest time he sent a servant to the farmers to receive some of the fruit of the vineyard from the farmers. And they seized him, and beat him, and sent him away empty-handed. And again he sent them another servant, and throwing stones at him, they wounded him in the head, and sent him away, having insulted him. And again he sent another, and they killed him, and many others, beating some and killing some. He had one more son, his beloved. He sent him last of all, saying, They shall respect my son. But those farmers said among themselves, This is the heir. Come, let us kill him, and the inheritance shall be ours. So they took him, and killed him, and threw him out of the vineyard. What then shall the owner of the vineyard do? He shall come and destroy the farmers and give the vineyard to others. Have you not read this scripture? The one which the builders rejected has become the chief cornerstone. This was from Yahuwah, and it is marvelous in our eyes. And they were seeking to seize him, but feared the crowd, for they knew he had spoken the parable against them. And leaving him, they went away. And they sent to him some of the Pharisees and the Herodians to catch him in a word. And when they came, they said to him, Teacher, we know that you are true, and it does not concern you about anyone, for you are not partial to any, but teach the way of Elohim in truth. Is it right to pay taxes to Caesar or not? Should we pay, or should we not pay? And he, knowing their hypocrisy, said to them, Why do you try me? Bring me a denarius to look at. And they brought it, and he said to them, Whose likeness and inscription is this? And they said to him, Caesar's. So Yeshua said to them, Give to Caesar what is Caesar's, and to Elohim what is Elohim's. And they marveled at him. And Sadducees, who say there is no resurrection, came to him. And they asked him, saying, Teacher, Moshe wrote to us that if a brother of anyone dies, and leaves his wife behind, and leaves no children, his brother should take his wife and raise up offspring for his brother. There were 7 brothers, and the first took a wife and died, leaving no offspring. And the second took her, and he died, leaving behind no offspring. And the third likewise. And the 7 left no offspring. Last of all, the woman died too. In the resurrection, then, when they rise, whose wife shall she be? For 7 had her as wife. And Yeshua answering said to them, Is this not why you go astray? Because you do not know the Scriptures, nor the power of Elohim. For when they rise from the dead, they neither marry nor are given in marriage, but are as messengers in the heavens. And concerning the dead, that they rise, have you not read in the book of Moshe at the bush, how Elohim spoke to him, saying, I am the Elohim of Abraham, and the Elohim of Yitzhak, and the Elohim of Jacob. He is not the Elohim of the dead, but Elohim of the living. You then go greatly astray. And one of the scribes coming near, hearing them reasoning together, knowing that he had answered them well, asked him, Which is the first command of all? And Yeshua answered him, The first of all the commands is, Hear, O Yisrael, Yahuwah our Elohim, Yahuwah is one. And you shall love Yahuwah your Elohim with all your heart, and with all your being, and with all your mind, and with all your strength. This is the first command. And the second like it is this, You shall love your neighbor as yourself. There is no other command greater than these. And the scribe said to him, Well said, teacher. You have spoken the truth, for there is one Elohim, and there is no other beside him. And to love him with all the heart, and with all the understanding, and with all the being, and with all the strength, and to love one's neighbor as oneself is more than all the ascending offerings and offerings. And when Yeshua saw that he answered wisely, he said to him, You are not far from the reign of Elohim. And after that, no one was bold enough to question him. And Yeshua responding said, While teaching in the set-apart place, How is it that the scribes say that the Messiah is the son of David? David himself said by the set-apart Spirit, Yahuwah said to my master, Sit in my right hand until I make your enemies a footstool of your feet. David himself calls him master. In what way then is he his son? And the large crowd heard him gladly. And in his teaching he was saying to them, Beware of the scribes who like to walk around in long robes and like greetings in the marketplaces, and the best seats in the congregations and the best places at feasts, who are devouring widows' houses, and for a show make long prayers. these shall receive greater judgment. And sitting opposite the treasury, he saw how the people put copper into the treasury, and many rich ones put in much. And a poor widow came and threw in 2 leptons, which amount to a quadrans. And calling near his top ones, he said to them, Truly I say to you that this poor widow has put in more than all those putting into the treasury. For they all put in out of their excess, but she out of her poverty put in all that she had, her entire livelihood. Chapter 13. And as he went out of the set-apart place, one of his taught ones said to him, Teacher, see what stones and what buildings. And Yeshua answering said to him, Do you see these great buildings? Not one stone shall be left upon another at all, which shall not be thrown down. And as he sat on the Mount of Olives opposite the set-apart place, Kepha and Yaakov and Yochanan and Andre asked him separately, Say to us, when shall these events be? And what shall be the sign when all this is going to be accomplished? And Yeshua began to say to them, Take heed that no one leads you astray, for many shall come in my name, saying, I am he, and they shall lead many astray. And when you hear of fightings and reports of fightings, do not be troubled. It has to take place, but the end is not yet. For nation shall rise against nation, and reign against reign. And there shall be earthquakes in various places, and there shall be scarcities of food, and disturbances. These are the beginnings of birth pains. But take heed to yourselves, for they shall deliver you up to councils and to congregations. And you shall be beaten, and you shall be brought before rulers and sovereigns for my sake, for a witness to them. And the good news has to be proclaimed first to all the nations. And when they lead you away and deliver you up, do not worry beforehand what you are to say, but whatever is given you in that hour, speak that, for it is not you who are speaking, but the set-apart Spirit. And brother shall deliver up brother to death, and a father his child, and children shall rise up against parents, and shall put them to death. And you shall be hated by all because of my name. But he who shall have endured to the end, he shall be saved. And when you see the abomination that lays waste, spoken of by Daniel the prophet, set up where it should not be, he who reads, let him understand. Then let those who are in Yehuda flee to the mountains. And he who is on the housetop, let him not go down into the house, nor come in to take whatever out of his house. And he who is in the field, let him not go back to get his cloak. And woe to those who are pregnant and to those nursing children in those days. And pray that your flight does not take place in winter. For in those days there shall be distress, such as not been from the beginning of creation, which Elohim created until this time, nor ever shall be. And if the Master had not shortened those days, no flesh would have been saved. But because of the chosen ones, whom he chose, he shortened the days. And if anyone then says to you, Look, here is the Messiah, or Look there, do not believe it. For false messiahs and false prophets shall arise, and show signs and wonders to lead astray, if possible, even the chosen ones. And you take heed. See, I have forewarned you of it all. But in those days after the distress the sun shall be darkened, and the moon shall not give its light, and the stars of heaven shall fall, and the powers in the heavens shall be shaken. And then they shall see the Son of Adam coming in the clouds with much power and esteem. And then he shall send his messengers, and assemble his chosen ones from the 4 winds, from the farthest part of the earth to the farthest part of heaven. And learn this parable from the fig tree. When its branch has already become tender and puts forth leaves, you know that the summer is near. So you also, when you see these taking place, know that it is near, at the door. Truly I say to you, this generation shall by no means pass away till all this takes place. The heaven and the earth shall pass away, but my word shall by no means pass away. But concerning that day and the hour no one knows, not even the messengers of heaven, nor the Son, but only the Father. Take heed, watch and pray, for you do not know when the time is. As a man going abroad, having left his house, and given authority to his servants, and to each his work, and commanded the doorkeeper to watch. Watch, therefore, for you do not know when the master of the house is coming, in the evening or at midnight, or at the crowing of the cock, or in the morning, lest coming suddenly he should find you sleeping. And what I say to you, I say to all, watch. Chapter 14. Now the Pesach and the festival of Matzot was after 2 days, and the chief priests and the scribes were seeking how to take him through treachery and put him to death. And they said, Not at the festival, lest there shall be an uproar of the people. And while he was in Bethaniah, in the house of Shimon the leper, and sitting at the table, a woman came having an alabaster flask of perfume, genuine nard, very costly. And breaking the flask, she poured it on his head. But there were some who were much displeased among themselves, and said, Why was this perfume wasted? For it could have been sold for more than 300 denarii and given to the poor. And they were scolding her. And Yeshua said, Leave her alone. Why do you trouble her? She has done a good work for me. For you have the poor with you always, and you are able to do good to them whenever you wish, but you do not always have me. What she had, she used. She took it beforehand to anoint my body for the burial. Truly I say to you, wherever this good news is proclaimed in all the world, what this woman did shall also be spoken of to her remembrance. And Yehuda, from Kirioth, one of the 12, went to the chief priests to deliver him up to them. And when they heard it, they were glad, and promised to give him silver. And he was seeking how to deliver him up conveniently. And on the first day of unleavened bread, when they were slaughtering the Pesach lamb, his taught ones said to him, Where do you wish us to go and prepare for you to eat the Pesach? And he sent out 2 of his taught ones and said to them, Go into the city, and there a man bearing a jar of water shall meet you. Follow him. And wherever he enters, say to the master of the house, The teacher says, Where is the guest room in which I am to eat the Pesach with my taught ones? And he shall show you a large upper room, furnished, ready. Prepare for us there. And his taught ones went out and came into the city, and found it as he had said to them, and they prepared the Pesach. And evening having come, he came with the 12. And as they sat and ate, Yeshua said, Truly I say to you, one of you who is eating with me shall deliver me up. And they began to be grieved, and say to him one by one, Is it I? And another, Is it I? And he answering said to them, It is one of the 12, he who is dipping with me in the dish. The son of Adam is indeed going, as it has been written of him. But woe to that man by whom the son of Adam is delivered up. It would have been good for that man if he had not been born. And as they were eating, Yeshua took bread, having blessed, broke it, gave it to them, and said, Take, eat, this is my body. And taking the cup, giving thanks, he gave it to them, and they all drank from it. And he said to them, This is my blood, that of the renewed covenant, which is shed for many. Truly I say to you, I shall certainly no more drink of the fruit of the vine till that day when I drink it anew in the reign of Elohim. And having sung a song, they went out to the Mount of Olives. And Yeshua said to them, All of you shall stumble in me this night, for it has been written, I shall strike the shepherd, and the sheep shall be scattered. But after I am raised, I shall go before you to Galilee. And Cephas said to him, Even if all shall stumble, yet not I. And Yeshua said to him, Truly I say to you that today, this night, before the cock shall crow twice, you shall deny me 3 times. But he spoke more strongly, If I have to die with you, I shall not deny you. And they all said the same. And they came to a place called Gethsemane, and he said to his taught ones, Sit here while I pray. And he took with him Kepha and Jacob and Yochanan, and he began to be greatly amazed and to be deeply distressed. And he said to them, My being is exceedingly grieved, even to death. Stay here and watch. And he went on a little, and fell on the ground, and was praying that if it were possible, the hour might pass from him. And he said, Abba, Father, all is possible for you. Make this cup pass from me. Yet not what I desire, but what you desire. And he came and found them sleeping, and said to Kepha, Shimon, are you sleeping? You are not able to watch 1 hour? Watch and pray, lest you enter into trial. The spirit indeed is eager, but the flesh is weak." And again he went away and prayed, and spoke the same words. And having returned, he found them asleep again, for their eyes were heavy, and they did not know what to answer him. And he came the third time and said to them, "Are you still sleeping and resting? It is enough. The hour has come. See, the Son of Adam is being delivered up into the hands of the sinners. Rise up, let us go. See, he who is delivering me up has drawn near." And immediately, while he was still speaking, Yehuda, one of the 12, with a large crowd with swords and clubs, came from the chief priests and the scribes and the elders. And the one who was delivering him up had given them a signal, saying, "Whomever I kiss, it is he. Seize him and lead him away safely." And going straight up to him, he said to him, "Rabbi, Rabbi," and kissed him. And they laid their hands on him and seized him. And one of those standing by drew his sword and struck the servant of the high priest and cut off his ear. And Yeshua answering said to them, "Have you come out as against a robber with swords and clubs to take me? Daily I was with you in the set-apart place teaching, and you did not seize me, but let the scriptures be filled." And they all left him and fled. And a certain young man was following him, having a linen cloth thrown around his naked body. And when they seized him, he left the linen cloth and fled from them naked. And they led Yeshua away to the high priest, and all the chief priests and the elders and the scribes came together to him. And Kepha followed him at a distance, even to the courtyard of the high priest, and he was sitting with the officers and warming himself at the fire. And the chief priests and all the council were seeking witness against Yeshua to put him to death, and they were finding none. For many bore false witnesses against him, but their evidences did not agree. And some rose up and bore false witness against him, saying, "We heard him saying, 'I shall destroy this dwelling place that is made with hands, and within 3 days I shall build another, made without hands.' And not even then did their witnesses agree. Then the high priest stood up in the center and asked Yeshua, saying, 'Have you no answer to make? What do these witness against you?' But he remained silent and gave no answer. Again the high priest asked him, saying to him, 'Are you the Messiah, the Son of the Blessed?' And Yeshua said, 'I am, and you shall see the Son of Adam sitting at the right hand of the power, and coming with the clouds of the heaven.' And tearing his garments, the high priest said, 'What further need do we have of witnesses? You have heard the blasphemy. What do you think?' And they all condemned him to be liable to death. And some began to spit on him, and to blindfold him, and to beat him, and to say to him, 'Prophesy!' And the officers struck him with the palms of their hands. And as Kepha was below in the courtyard, one of the servant girls of the high priest came, and seeing Kepha warming himself, she looked at him and said, 'And you were with Yeshua of Nazareth.' But he denied it, saying, 'I do not know, nor understand what you are saying.' And he went out onto the porch, and a cock crowed. And the servant girl saw him again, and began to say to those who stood by, 'This is one of them.' And he again was denying it. And after a little while, those who stood by again said to Kepha, 'Truly you are one of them, for you are a Galilean too, and your speech is alike.' And he began to curse and swear, 'I do not know this man of whom you speak.' And a second time the cock crowed. And Kepha remembered the word that Yeshua said to him, 'Before the cock crows twice, you shall deny me 3 times. And thinking on it, he wept. Chapter 15. And immediately in the morning, the chief priests had a council meeting with the elders and scribes and all the council. Having bound Yeshua, they led him away and delivered him to Pilate. And Pilate asked him, 'Are you the sovereign of the Yahudim?' And he answering said to him, 'You say it.' And the chief priests accused him of much, but he made no answer. And Pilate again asked him, saying, 'Have you no answer? See how much they witness against you.' But Yeshua still gave no answer, so that Pilate marveled. And at a festival he released to them one prisoner, whomever they were asking. And there was one called Barabbas. chained with his fellow rebels who had committed murder in the uprising. And the crowd, crying aloud, began to ask, as he had always done for them. But Pilate answered them, saying, "Do you wish me to release for you the sovereign of the Yahudim?" For he knew that the chief priests had handed him over because of envy. And the chief priests stirred up the crowd that he should rather release Barabbas to them. And Pilate answered and again said to them, "What then do you wish me to do to him whom you call the sovereign of the Yahudim?" And again they cried out, "Impale him!" And Pilate said to them, "Why? What evil has he done?" And they vehemently cried out, "Impale him!" And Pilate, wishing to satisfy the crowd, released Barabbas to them. And having whipped him, he delivered Yeshua over to be impaled. And the soldiers led him away into the court, which is the palace. And they called together the entire company of soldiers, and decked him with purple. And they plaited a crown of thorns, put it on him. And they began to call out to him, "Greetings, sovereign of the Yahudim." And they kept beating him on the head with a reed, and were spitting on him. And bending the knee, they were bowing down to him. And when they had mocked him, they took the purple off him, and put his own garments on him, and led him out to impale him. And they compelled a passer-by, Shimon, a Cyrenian, coming from a field, the father of Alexander and Rufus, to bear his stake. And they brought him to the place of Golgotha, which is translated, place of a skull. And they were giving him wine mixed with myrrh to drink, but he did not take it. And when they impaled him, they divided his garments, casting lots for them, what each one should take. And it was the 3rd hour, and they impaled him. And the inscription of his accusation was written above, "The Sovereign of the Yahudim." And with him they impaled 2 robbers, one on his right, and the other on his left. And the scripture was filled, which says, "And he was reckoned with the lawless." And those passing by were blaspheming him, shaking their heads and saying, "Ah, you who destroy the dwelling place and build it in 3 days, save yourself and come down from the stake." And likewise the chief priests and the scribes, mocking to one another, said, "He saved others. He is unable to save himself. The Messiah, the sovereign of Israel, come down now from the stake so that we see and believe." And those who were impaled with him were reproaching him. And when the 6th hour came, darkness came over all the land until the 9th hour. And at the 9th hour Yeshua cried out with a loud voice, saying, "Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani," which is translated, "Baal, Baal, why have you forsaken me?" And some of those standing by, when they heard it, said, "See, he is calling for Eliyahu." And someone ran and filled a sponge with sour wine and put it on a reed, and offered it to him to drink, saying, "Leave him. Let us see if Eliyahu does come to take him down." And Yeshua cried out with a loud voice and breathed his last. And the veil of the dwelling place was torn in two from top to bottom. And when the captain, who was standing opposite him, saw that he cried out like this and breathed his last, he said, "Truly, this man was the son of Elohim." And there were also women watching from a distance, among whom was also Miriam from Magdala, and Miriam the mother of Jacob, the less, and of Joseph, and of Shelomah, who also followed him and attended him when he was in Galilee, and many other women, who came up with him to Jerusalem. And when evening had come, because it was the preparation day, that is, the day before the Sabbath, Joseph of Ramathaim, a prominent council member who was himself waiting for the reign of Elohim, came, boldly went into Pilate and asked for the body of Yeshua. But Pilate wondered whether he was already dead. So summoning the captain, he asked him if he was already dead. And when he learned this from the captain, he gave the body to Joseph. And he, having bought fine linen, took him down and wrapped him in the linen. And he laid him in a tomb which had been hewn out of the rock, and rolled a stone against the entrance of the tomb. And Miriam from Magdala, and Miriam the mother of Joseph, saw where he was laid. Chapter 16. And when the Sabbath was past, Miriam from Magdala, and Miriam the mother of Jacob, and Shelomah bought spices to go and anoint him. And very early on day 1 of the week, they came to the tomb when the sun had risen. And they said among themselves, "Who shall roll away the stone from the entrance of the tomb for us?" And looking up, they saw the stone had been rolled away, for it was extremely large. And having entered into the tomb, they saw a young man sitting on the right, wearing a white robe, and they were greatly astonished. And he said to them, "Do not be much astonished. You seek Yeshua of Nazareth, who was impaled. He was raised. He is not here. See the place where they laid him. And go, say to his taught ones and Kepha, that he is going before you into Galilee. You shall see him there as he said to you." And they went out and fled from the tomb, and were trembling and bewildered, and they spoke to no one, for they were afraid. And having risen early on the first day of the week, he appeared first to Miriam from Magdala, from whom he had cast out 7 demons. She went and reported to those who had been with him, mourning and weeping. And when they heard that he was alive, and had been seen by her, they did not believe. And after this he appeared in another form to 2 of them, as they walked and went into a field. And they went and reported it to the rest, but they did not believe them either. Later he appeared to the 11 as they sat at the table, and he reproached their unbelief and hardness of heart, because they did not believe those who had seen him after he was raised. And he said to them, "Go into all the world, and proclaim the good news to every creature. He who has believed and has been immersed shall be saved, but he who has not believed shall be condemned. And these signs shall accompany the ones who believe. In my name they shall cast out demons. They shall speak with renewed tongues. They shall take up snakes, and if they drink any deadly drink, it shall by no means hurt them. They shall lay hands on the sick, and they shall get well." Then indeed, after the Master had spoken to them, he was received up into the heaven, and sat down at the right hand of Elohim. And they went out and proclaimed it everywhere, while the Master worked with them, and confirmed the word through the accompanying signs. Amen. The Book of Luke, Lucas, Chapter 1. Since many have indeed taken in hand to set in order an account of the matters completely confirmed among us, as those who from the beginning were eyewitnesses and servants of the word delivered them to us, it seemed good to me as well, having followed up all these matters exactly from the beginning, to write to you an orderly account, most excellent Theophilus, that you might know the certainty of the words which you were taught. There was, in the days of Herodes, the sovereign of Yehuda, a certain priest named Zechariah, of the division of Abiah, and his wife was of the daughters of Aharon, and her name was Elsheba. And they were both righteous before Elohim, blamelessly walking in all the commands and righteousness of Yahuwah. And they had no child, because Elsheba was barren, and both were advanced in years. And it came to be that while he was serving as priest before Elohim in the order of his division, according to the institute of the priesthood, he was chosen by lot to burn incense when he went into the dwelling place of Yahuwah. And the entire crowd of people was praying outside at the hour of incense. And a messenger of Yahuwah appeared to him, standing on the right side of the slaughter place of incense. And when Zechariah saw him, he was troubled, and fear fell upon him. But the messenger said to him, "Do not be afraid, Zechariah, for your prayer is heard, and your wife Elsheba shall bear you a son, and you shall call his name Yochanan. And you shall have joy and gladness, and many shall rejoice at his birth. For he shall be great before Yahuwah, and shall drink no wine and strong drink at all. And he shall be filled with the set-apart spirit even from his mother's womb. And he shall turn many of the children of Yisrael to Yahuwah their Elohim. And he shall go before him in the spirit and power of Eliyahu, to turn the hearts of the fathers to the children, and the disobedient to the insight of the righteous, to make ready a people prepared for Yahuwah." And Zechariah said to the messenger,
By what shall I know this? For I am old, and my wife advanced in years.
And the messenger answering said to him,
I am Gabriel, who stands in the presence of Elohim, and was sent to speak to you and announce to you this good news. But see, you shall be silent and unable to speak until the day this takes place, because you did not believe my words, which shall be filled in their appointed time.
And the people waited for Zechariah, and marveled at his delay in the dwelling place. And when he came out, he was unable to speak to them. And they recognized that he had seen a vision in the dwelling place, for he was beckoning to them, and remained dumb. And it came to be, as soon as the days of his service were completed, he went away to his house. And after those days his wife Elsheba conceived, and she hid herself 5 months, saying, Yahuwah has done this for me, in the days when he looked upon me, to take away my reproach among men. And in the 6th month the messenger Gabriel was sent by Elohim to a city of Galil, named Nazareth, to a maiden engaged to a man whose name was Joseph, of the house of David, and the maiden's name was Miriam. And the messenger, coming to her, said, Greetings, favored one. The Master is with you. Blessed are you among women. But she was greatly disturbed at his word, and wondered what kind of greeting this was. And the messenger said to her, Do not be afraid, Miriam, for you have found favor with Elohim. And see, you shall conceive in your womb, and shall give birth to a son, and call his name Yahshua. He shall be great, and shall be called the Son of the Most High. And Yahuwah Elohim shall give him the throne of his father David. And he shall reign over the house of Jacob forever, and there shall be no end to his reign. And Miriam said to the messenger, How shall this be, since I do not know a man? And the messenger answering said to her, The set-apart spirit shall come upon you, and the power of the Most High shall overshadow you. And for that reason the set-apart one born of you shall be called Son of Elohim. And see, Elsheba, your relative, she has also conceived a son in her old age. And this is now the 6th month to her who was called barren, because with Elohim no matter shall be impossible. And Miriam said, See the female servant of Yahuwah, let it be according to your word. And the messenger went away from her. And Miriam arose in those days, and went into the hill country with haste, to a city of Yehuda, and entered into the house of Zechariah, and greeted Elsheba. And it came to be, when Elsheba heard the greeting of Miriam, that the baby leaped in her womb. And Elsheba was filled with the set-apart spirit, and called out with a loud voice, and said, Blessed are you among women, and blessed is the fruit of your womb. And who am I, that the mother of my master should come to me? For look, when the sound of your greeting came to my ears, the baby in my womb leaped for joy. Blessed is she who believed, for that which Yahuwah has said to her shall be accomplished. And Miriam said to her, My being makes Yahuwah great, and my spirit has rejoiced in Elohim my Savior, because he looked on the humiliation of his female servant. For look, from now on, all generations shall call me blessed. For he who is mighty has done wonders for me, and set apart is his name. And his compassion is from generation to generation to those who fear him. He did mightily with his arm. He scattered the proud in the thought of their hearts. He brought down rulers from their thrones and exalted the lowly. He has filled the hungry with good items, and the rich he has sent away empty. He sustained Yisrael, his servant, in remembrance of his compassion, as he spoke to our fathers, to Avraham, and to his seed. And Miriam stayed with her about 3 months, and returned to her home. And the time was filled for Elsheba to give birth, and she bore a son. And her neighbors and relatives heard how Yahuwah had shown great compassion to her, and rejoiced with her. And it came to be on the 8th day that they came to circumcise the child, and they were calling him by the name of his father, Zechariah. And his mother answering said, Not so, but he shall be called Yochanan. And they said to her, There is no one among your relatives who is called by this name. Then they motioned to his father what he would like him to be called. And having asked for a writing tablet, he wrote, saying, Yochanan is his name. And they all marveled. And at once his mouth was open and his tongue loosed, and he was speaking, praising Elohim. And fear came on all those dwelling around them. And all these matters were spoken of in all the hill country of Yehudah. And all who heard them kept them in their hearts, saying, What then shall this child be? And the hand of Yahuwah was with him. And Zechariah, his father, was filled with the set-apart spirit, and prophesied, saying, Blessed be Yahuwah Elohim of Israel, for he did look upon and worked redemption for his people, and has raised up a horn of deliverance for us in the house of his servant David, as he spoke by the mouth of his set-apart prophets from of old, deliverance from our enemies, and from the hand of all those hating us, to show compassion towards our fathers, and to remember his set-apart covenant, an oath which he swore to our father Abraham, to give to us, being delivered from the hand of our enemies, to serve him without fear, in set-apartness and righteousness before him all the days of our life. And you, child, shall be called prophet of the Most High, for you shall go before the face of Yahuwah, to prepare his ways, to give knowledge of deliverance to his people by the forgiveness of their sins, through the tender compassion of your Elohim, with which the daybreak from on high has looked upon us, to give light to those who sit in darkness and the shadow of death, to guide our feet into the way of peace. And the child grew and became strong in spirit, and was in the deserts until the day of showing himself openly to Yisrael. Chapter 2. And it came to be in those days that a decree went out from Caesar Augustus for all the world to be registered. This took place as a first registration while Quirinius was governing Syria, and all were going to be registered, each one to his own city. And Joseph also went up from Galilee, out of the city of Nazareth, to Yehudah, to the city of David, which is called Bethlehem, because he was of the house and lineage of David, to be registered with Miriam, who was engaged to him, being pregnant. And it came to be that while they were there, the days were filled for her to give birth. And she gave birth to her firstborn son, and wrapped him up and laid him down in a feeding trough, because there was no room for them in a lodging place. And in the same country there were shepherds living out in the fields, keeping watch over their flock by night. And look, a messenger of Yahuwah stood before them, and the esteem of Yahuwah shone around them. They were greatly afraid. And the messenger said to them,
Do not be afraid, for look, I bring you good news of great joy, which shall be to all people, because there was born to you today in the city of David a Savior, who is Messiah the Master. And this is the sign to you. You shall find a baby wrapped up, lying in a feeding trough.
And suddenly there was with the messenger a crowd of the heavenly host, praising Elohim and saying, Esteem to Elohim in the highest, on earth peace among men with whom he is pleased. And it came to be, when the messengers had gone away from them into the heaven, that the shepherds said to each other, Indeed, let us go to Bethlehem, and see this matter that has taken place, which the Master has made known to us. And they came in haste and found Miriam and Joseph and the baby lying in a feeding trough. And having seen, they made known the matter which was spoken to them concerning the child. And all those who heard marveled at what the shepherds said to them. But Miriam kept all these matters, considering them in her heart. And the shepherds returned, boasting and praising Elohim for all they had heard and seen, as it was spoken to them. And when 8 days were completed for him to be circumcised, his name was called Yeshua, the name given by the messenger before he was conceived in the womb. And when the days of her cleansing, according to the Torah of Moshe, were completed, they brought him to Jerusalem to present him to Yahuwah. And it has been written in the Torah of Yahuwah, every male who opens the womb shall be called set apart to Yahuwah, and to give an offering according to what is said in the Torah of Yahuwah, a pair of turtle doves or 2 young pigeons. And see, there was a man in Jerusalem whose name was Shimon, and this man was righteous and dedicated, looking for the comforting of Israel, and the set-apart Spirit was upon him. And it had been revealed to him by the set-apart Spirit that he would not see death before he sees the Messiah of Yahuwah. And he came in the Spirit into the set-apart place, and as the parents brought in the child, Yeshua, to do for him according to the usual practice of the Torah, then he took him up in his arms and blessed Elohim and said, "Now let your servant go in peace, O Master, according to your word. For my eyes have seen your deliverance, which you have prepared before the face of all the peoples, a light for the unveiling of the nations, and the esteem of your people Yisrael." And Joseph and his mother were marveling at what was said about him. And Shimon blessed them and said to Miriam his mother, "See, this one is set for a fall and rising of many in Yisrael, and for a sign spoken against. And a sword shall pierce through your own being also, so as to reveal the thoughts of many hearts." And there was Hannah, a prophetess, a daughter of Penuel, of the tribe of Asher. She was advanced in years, and had lived with a husband 7 years from her maidenhood. And she was a widow of about 84 years, who did not leave this set-apart place, but served Elohim with fastings and prayers night and day. And she, coming in at that moment, gave thanks to Yahuwah, and spoke of him to all who were waiting for redemption in Jerusalem. And when they had accomplished all matters according to the Torah of Yahuwah, they returned to Galil, to their city Nazareth. And the child grew and became strong in spirit, being filled with wisdom. And the favor of Elohim was upon him. And his parents went to Jerusalem every year at the festival of Pesach. And when he was 12 years old, they went up to Jerusalem, according to the practice of the festival. When they had accomplished the days, as they returned, the child Yeshua stayed behind in Jerusalem, and his parents did not know it. But thinking he was in the company, they went a day's journey, and were seeking him among the relatives and friends. And not having found him, they returned to Jerusalem seeking him. And it came to be, after 3 days, that they found him in the set-apart place, sitting in the midst of the teachers, both listening to them and asking them questions. And all who heard him were astonished at his understanding and answers. And having seen him, they were amazed. And his mother said to him, "Son, why have you done this to us? See, your father and I have been anxiously seeking you." And he said to them, "Why were you seeking me? Did you not know that I had to be in the matters of my father?" But they did not understand the word which he spoke to them. And he went down with them and came to Nazareth, and was subject to them. But his mother kept all these matters in her heart. And Yeshua increased in wisdom and stature and in favor with Elohim and men. Chapter 3. And in the 15th year of the reign of Tiberius Caesar, when Pontius Pilate was governor of Yehuda, and Herodes, district ruler of Galil, and his brother Philip, district ruler of Yatur, and the country of Trachonitis, and Lysanias, district ruler of Abilene, Hanan, and Caiaphas being high priests, the word of Elohim came to Yochanan, the son of Zechariah, in the wilderness. And he went into all the neighborhood of the Yarden, proclaiming an immersion of repentance for the forgiveness of sins, as it has been written in the book of the words of Yeshayahu the prophet, saying, A voice of one crying in the wilderness, Prepare the way of Yahuwah, make his path straight. Every valley shall be filled, and every mountain and hill shall be made low, and the crookedness shall become straight, and the rough become smooth ways, and all flesh shall see the deliverance of Elohim. He said therefore to the crowds that came out to be immersed by him, Brood of adders, who warned you to flee from the wrath to come? Therefore bear fruit worthy of repentance, and do not begin to say to yourselves, We have Abraham as our father. For I say to you that Elohim is able to raise up children to Abraham from these stones. And even now the axe is laid to the root of the trees. Therefore every tree that does not bear good fruit is cut down and thrown into the fire. And the crowds asked him, saying, What then shall we do? And answering he said to them, Let him who has 2 undergarments share with him who has none, and let him who has food do likewise. And tax collectors also came to be immersed, and said to him, Teacher, what shall we do? And he said to them, Collect no more than what is appointed for you. And soldiers also asked him, saying,
And what shall we do?
And he said to them, Do not intimidate anyone, or accuse falsely, and be satisfied with your pay. But as the people were in expectation, and all were reasoning in their hearts about Yochanan, whether he was the Messiah or not, Yochanan answered, saying to them all, I indeed immerse you in water, but one mightier than I is coming, whose sandal straps I'm not worthy to loosen. He shall immerse you in the set-apart spirit and fire. His winnowing fork is in his hand, and he shall thoroughly cleanse his threshing floor, and gather the wheat into his storehouse, but the chaff he shall burn with unquenchable fire. And urging with many other words, he brought the good news to the people. And Herodias, the district ruler, being convicted by him concerning Herodias, his brother Philip's wife, and for all the wicked deeds which Herodias did, added this also to them all, he locked up Yochanan in prison. And it came to be, when all the people were immersed, Yeshua also being immersed, and praying, the heaven was open, and the set-apart spirit descended in bodily form like a dove upon him. And a voice came from heaven, saying, You are my Son, the beloved. In you I did delight. And when Yeshua himself began, he was about 30 years of age, being as reckoned by law, son of Joseph, of Eli, of Mattiyahu, of Levi, of Melichi, of Yonah, of Joseph, of Mattiyahu, of Amots, of Nahum, of Cheslai, of Noga, of Ma'ath, of Mattiyahu, of Shimei, of Joseph, of Yehuda, of Yochanan, of Raphiah, of Zerubbabel, of Sheltiel, of Neri, of Melichi, of Adi, of Kosam, of Elmodam, of of Yahushua, of Eleazar, of Yorim, of Mattiyahu, of Levi, of Shimon, of Yehuda, of Joseph, of Yonam, of Eliakim, of Maleah, of Menah, of Matata, of Nathan, of David, of Yeshai, of Obed, of Boaz, of Solomon, of Nahashon, of Aminadab, of Ram, of Hetzeron, of Peretz, of Yehuda, of Jacob, of Yitzchak, of Abraham, of Terach, of Nahor, of Serug, of Reu, of Peleg, of Eber, of Shelah, of Canaan, of Arpachshad, of Shem, of Noah, of Lamech, of Methuselah, of Chanok, of Yered, of Mahalalel, of Canaan, of Enosh, of Sheth, of Adam, of Elohim. Chapter 4. And Yeshua, being filled with the set-apart Spirit, returned from the Yarden, and was led by the Spirit into the wilderness, being tried for 40 days by the devil. And in those days he did not eat at all, and afterward, when they had ended, he was hungry. And the devil said to him, If you are the Son of Elohim, command this stone to become bread. But Yeshua answered him, saying, It has been written, Man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word of Elohim. And the devil, taking him up on a high mountain, showed him all the reigns of the world in a moment of time. And the devil said to him, All this authority I shall give you, and their esteem, for it has been delivered to me, and I give it to whomever I wish. If then you worship before me, all shall be yours. And Yeshua answering him said, Get behind me, Satan, for it has been written, You shall worship Yahuwah your Elohim, and him only you shall serve. And he brought him to Jerusalem, set him on the edge of the set-apart place, and said to him, If you are the Son of Elohim, throw yourself down from here, for it has been written, He shall command his messengers concerning you to guard over you, and in their hands they shall bear you up, lest you dash your foot against a stone. And Yeshua answering said to him, It has been said, You shall not try Yahuwah your Elohim. And when the devil had ended every trial, he went away from him, until a convenient time. And Yeshua returned in the power of the Spirit to Galilee, and news of him went out through all the surrounding country. And he was teaching in their congregations, being praised by all. And he came to Nazareth, where he had been brought up. And according to his practice, he went into the congregation on the Sabbath day, and stood up to read. And the scroll of the prophet Yeshayahu was handed to him. And having unrolled the scroll, he found the place where it was written, The Spirit of Yahuwah is upon me, because he has anointed me to bring the good news to the poor. He has sent me to heal the brokenhearted, to proclaim release to the captives, and recovery of sight to the blind, to send away crushed ones with a release, to proclaim the acceptable year of Yahuwah. And having rolled up the scroll, he gave it back to the attendant and sat down. And the eyes of all the congregation were fixed upon him. And he began to say to them, Today this scripture has been filled in your hearing. And all were bearing witness to him, and marveled at the pleasant words that came out of his mouth. And they said, Is this not the son of Joseph? And he said to them, No doubt. You shall say this proverb to me, Physician, heal yourself. Whatever we have heard being done in Capernaum, do also here in your country. And he said to them, Truly I say to you, no prophet is accepted in his own country. But truly I say to you, many widows were in Israel in the days of Eliyahu, when the heaven was shut up for 3 years and 6 months, and there was a great scarcity of food in all the land. And Eliyahu was sent to none of them, but to Zaphareth of Zidon, to a woman, a widow. And many lepers were in Israel in the time of Elisha the prophet, and none of them was cleansed except Naaman the Aramean. And all those in the congregation, when they heard this, were filled with wrath. And rising up, they drove him out of the city and brought him to the brow of the hill on which their city was built, in order to throw him down. But he, passing through the midst of them, went away. And he came down to Capernaum, a city of Galilee, and was teaching them on the Sabbaths. And they were astonished at his teaching, for his word was with authority. And in the congregation was a man having a spirit of an unclean demon. And he cried out with a loud voice, saying, Ha! What have we to do with you, Yeshua of Nazareth? Did you come to destroy us? I know you, who you are, the set-apart one of Elohim. And Yeshua rebuked him, saying, Be silenced, and come out of him. And when the demon had thrown him in their midst, it came out of him, without hurting him. And astonishment came on all, and they spoke to each other, saying, "What is this word that with authority and power he commands the unclean spirits, and they come out?" And the report about him went out in every place of the neighborhood. And rising up from the congregation, he went into the house of Shimon. But the mother-in-law of Shimon was sick with a severe inflammation, and they asked him concerning her. And standing over her, he rebuked the inflammation, and it left her. And instantly rising up, she served them. And when the sun was setting, all who had any who were sick with various diseases brought them to him. And he laid his hands on each one of them and healed them. And also demons were coming out of many, crying out and saying, "You are the Messiah, the Son of Elohim." And rebuking them, he did not allow them to speak, for they knew that he was the Messiah. And when day came, he proceeded to a lonely place. But the crowds were seeking him and came to him, and tried to keep him from leaving them. And he said to them, "To the other cities I also have to bring the good news, the reign of Elohim, because for this I have been sent." And he was proclaiming in the congregations of Galil. Chapter 5. And it came to be, while the crowd was pressing upon him to hear the word of Elohim, that he stood by the lake of Gennesaret. And he saw 2 boats standing by the lake, but the fishermen had gone from them, and they were washing their nets. And entering into one of the boats which belonged to Shimon, he asked him to pull away a little from the land. And he sat down and was teaching the crowds from the boat. And when he ceased speaking, he said to Shimon, "Pull out into the deep, and let down your nets for a catch." And Shimon answering said to him, "Master, we have toiled all night, and caught none. But at your word, I shall let down the net." And when they did so, they caught a great number of fish, and their net was breaking. And they motioned to their partners in the other boat to come and help them. And they came and filled both the boats so that they were sinking. And when Shimon Kephas saw it, he fell down at the knees of Yeshua, saying, "Depart from me, for I'm a man, a sinner, O Master." For astonishment had seized him and all those with him at the catch of the fish which they took. So too were Jacob and Yochanan, the sons of Zabdi, who were partners with Shimon. Then Yeshua said to Shimon, "Do not fear. From now on you shall catch men." And having brought the boats to land, they left all and followed him. And it came to be, when he was in a certain city, that see, a man covered with leprosy saw Yeshua, and he fell on his face and begged him, saying, "Master, if you desire, you are able to cleanse me." And he stretched out his hand and touched him, saying, "I desire it. Be cleansed." And immediately the leprosy left him. And he ordered him to say it to no one, but go and show yourself to the priest, and make an offering for your cleansing as a witness to them, as Moshe commanded. And the news about him was spreading even more, and large crowds were coming together to hear and to be healed by him of their sicknesses. But he was often withdrawing himself to lonely places and praying. And on a certain day, it came to be as he was teaching, that there were Pharisees and teachers of the Torah sitting by, who had come out of every village of Galil, Yehuda, and Jerusalem, and the power of Yahuwah was there to heal them. And see, men brought on a bed a man who was paralyzed, and they were seeking to bring him in and lay him before him. But having found no way to bring him in because of the crowd, they went up on the housetop and let him down with his bed through the tiles into the midst before Yeshua. And having seen their belief, he said to him, "Man, your sins are forgiven you." And the scribes and the Pharisees began to reason, saying, "Who is this who speaks blasphemies? Who is able to forgive sins except Elohim alone?" And Yeshua, knowing their thoughts, answering, said to them, "Why are you reasoning in your hearts? Which is easier to say, 'Your sins are forgiven you,' or to say, 'Rise up and walk'? But in order for you to know that the Son of Adam possesses authority on earth to forgive sins," he said to the man who was paralyzed, "I say to you, rise, Take up your bed and go to your house." And at once, having risen up before them, he took up what he had been lying on and went away to his house, praising Elohim. And astonishment seized them all, and they praised Elohim and were filled with fear, saying, "We have seen extraordinary feats today." And after this he went out and saw a tax collector named Levi sitting at the tax office, and said to him, "Follow me." And he, having left all, rose up and followed him. And Levi made a great feast for him in his house, and there were a great number of tax collectors and others who sat down with him. And the Pharisees and their scribes grumbled against his taught ones, saying, "Why do you eat and drink with tax collectors and sinners?" And Yeshua answering said to them, "Those who are well do not need a physician, but those who are sick. I have not come to call the righteous, but sinners to repentance." And they said to him, "Why do the taught ones of Yochanan fast often and make prayers, and likewise those of the Pharisees? But yours eat and drink." And he said to them, "Are you able to make the friends of the bridegroom fast while the bridegroom is with them? But the days shall come when the bridegroom is taken away from them. Then they shall fast in those days." And he also spoke a parable to them. "No one puts a piece from a fresh garment on an old one. Otherwise the fresh one makes a tear, and also the piece that was taken out of the fresh one does not match the old. And no one puts new wine into old wineskins. Otherwise the new wine shall burst the wineskins and run out, and the wineskins shall be ruined. But new wine is put into fresh wineskins, and both are preserved. And no one, having drunk old wine, immediately desires new wine, for he says, 'The old is better.'" Chapter 6. And it came to be on a Sabbath that he went through grain fields, and his taught ones were plucking the heads of grain and were eating, rubbing them with the hands. And some of the Pharisees said to them, "Why are you doing what is not right to do on the Sabbath?" And Yeshua answering them said, "Have you not read what David did when he was hungry, he and those who were with him? How he went into the house of Elohim, took and ate the showbread, and also gave some to those with him, which is not right for any but the priest to eat?" And he said to them, "The Son of Adam is master of the Sabbath." And it also came to be on another Sabbath that he entered into the congregation and taught, and there was a man whose right hand was withered. And the scribes and Pharisees were watching him closely, whether he would heal on the Sabbath, for them to find an accusation against him. And he knew their thoughts, and said to the man who had the withered hand, "Rise, and stand in the midst." And he rose up and stood. Then Yeshua said to them, "I ask you, is it right to do good on the Sabbath, or to do evil, to save life or to destroy it?" And looking around at them all, he said to the man, "Stretch out your hand." And he did so, and his hand was restored, sound as the other. But they were filled with folly, and were speaking with one another what they should do to Yeshua. And in those days it came to be that he went out to the mountain to pray, and was spending the night in prayer to Elohim. And when it became day, he called near his taught ones, and chose from them 12, whom he also named emissaries: Shimon, whom he also named Kepha, and his brother Andri, Jacob, and Yochanan, Philip and Bartholomew, Mattiyahu, and Toma, Jacob the son of Alphi, and Shimon, the one called the Ardent One, Yehuda, the son of Jacob, and Yehuda from Kirioth, who also became the betrayer. And coming down with them, he stood on a level place with a crowd of his taught ones, and a great number of people from all Yehuda and Jerusalem, and from the coast country of Zor and Zidon, who came to hear him, and to be healed of their diseases, and those who were troubled with unclean spirits, and they were healed. And all the crowd were seeking to touch him, for power went out from him, and healing them all. And he, lifting up his eyes towards his taught ones, said, "Blessed are the poor, because yours is the reign of Elohim. Blessed are you who hunger now, because you shall be satisfied. Blessed are you who weep now, because you shall laugh. Blessed are you when men shall hate you, and when they shall cut you off, and shall reproach you, and cast out your name as wicked, for the sake of the son of Adam. Rejoice in that day, and leap for joy, for look, your reward is great in the heavens, for that is how their fathers treated the prophets. But woe to you who are rich, because you are receiving your comfort. Woe to you who have been filled, because you shall hunger. Woe to you who are laughing now, because you shall mourn and weep. Woe to you when all men speak well of you, for thus their fathers did to the false prophets. But I say to you who are hearing, love your enemies, do good to those hating you, bless those cursing you, and pray for those insulting you. And to him who hits you on the one cheek, offer the other also. And from him who takes away your outer garment, do not withhold the inner garment either. And give to everyone who asks of you, and from him who takes away what is yours, do not ask it back. And as you wish men should do to you, you also do to them in the same way. And if you love those loving you, what favor have you? For sinners too love those loving them. And if you do good to those doing good to you, what favor have you? For even sinners do the same. And if you lend to those from whom you expect to receive back, what favor have you? For even sinners lend to sinners to receive as much back. Rather love your enemies, and do good and lend, expecting none in return. And your reward shall be great, and you shall be sons of the Most High, because he is kind to the thankless and wicked ones. Therefore be compassionate, as your Father also is compassionate. And do not judge, and you shall not be judged at all. Condemn not, and you shall not be condemned at all. Forgive, and you shall be forgiven. Give, and it shall be given to you, a good measure, pressed down and shaken together, and running over shall be put into your lap. For with which the same measure with which you measure, it shall be measured back to you. And he spoke a parable to them. Is a blind able to lead a blind? Shall they not both fall into a pit? A taught one is not above his teacher, but everyone perfected shall be like his teacher. And why do you see the splinter in your brother's eye, but are not aware of the plank in your own eye? Or how are you able to say to your brother, Brother, let me take out the splinter that is in your eye, not seeing the plank in your own eye? Hypocrite! First take the plank out of your own eye, and then you shall see clearly to take out the splinter that is in your brother's eye. For a good tree does not yield rotten fruit, nor does a rotten tree yield good fruit. For each tree is known by its own fruit. For they do not gather figs from thorns, nor do they gather grapes from a bramble bush. The good man brings forth what is good out of the good treasure of his heart, and the wicked man brings forth what is wicked out of the wicked treasure of his heart. For out of the overflow of the heart his mouth speaks. But why do you call me Master, Master, and do not do what I say? Everyone who is coming to me and is hearing my words and is doing them, I shall show you whom he is like. He is like a man building a house, who dug deep and laid a foundation on the rock. And when a flood came, the stream burst against that house, but was unable to shake it, for it was founded on the rock. But the one hearing and not doing it is like a man who built a house on the earth without a foundation, against which the stream burst, and immediately it fell, and the ruin of that house was great. Chapter 7. And when he completed all his words in the hearing of the people, he went into Capernaum. And a certain captain's servant, who was valuable to him, was sick and about to die. And hearing about Yeshua, he sent elders of the Yahudim, asking him to come and heal his servant. And when they came to Yeshua, they begged him earnestly, saying, He is worthy for you to grant this to him, for he loves our nation, and has built the congregation for us. So Yeshua went with them. However, he was not far from the house when the captain sent friends to him, saying to him, Master, do not trouble yourself, for I am not worthy that you should come under my roof. For this reason, I did not even think myself worthy to come to you. But say a word, and my servant shall be healed. For I too am a man appointed under authority, having soldiers under me. And I say to one, Go, and he goes, and to another, Come, and he comes, and to my servant, Do this, and he does it. And when Yeshua heard this, he marveled at him and turned around and said to the crowd that followed him, I say to you, not even in Israel have I found such great belief. And those who were sent, returning to the house, found the servant who had been sick in good health. And it came to be the next day that he went into a city called Naim, and many of his taught ones went with him, and a large crowd. And see, as he came near the gate of the city, a dead man was being carried out, the only son of his mother, and she was a widow. And a large crowd from the city was with her. And when the master saw her, he had compassion on her and said to her, Do not weep. And coming near, he touched the bearer, and those bearing it stood still. And he said, Young man, I say to you, arise. And he who was dead sat up and began to speak, and he gave him to his mother. And fear seized all, and they praised Elohim, saying, A great prophet has been raised up among us, and Elohim has visited his people. And this news about him went out in all Yehuda and all the neighborhood. And the taught ones of Yochanan reported to him about all this. And Yochanan, calling 2 of his taught ones near, sent to Yeshua, saying, Are you the coming one, or should we look for another? And coming to him, the men said, Yochanan the immerser has sent us to you, saying, Are you the coming one, or should we look for another? And in the same hour he healed many of diseases, and afflictions, and wicked spirits, and he gave sight to many blind ones. And Yeshua answering said to them, Go, report to Yochanan what you have seen and heard. Blind receive sight, lame do walk, lepers are cleansed, deaf do hear, dead are raised, the good news is brought to the poor, and blessed is he who shall not stumble in me. And when the messengers of Yochanan had left, he began to speak to the crowds concerning Yochanan. What did you go out in the wilderness to see? A reed shaken by the wind? But what did you go out to see? A man dressed in soft garments. Look, those who are splendidly dressed and living in luxury are in the houses of sovereigns. But what did you go out to see? A prophet? Yes, I say to you, and more than a prophet. This is he concerning whom it has been written. See, I send my messenger before your face, who shall prepare your way before you. For I say to you, among those born of women, there is not a greater prophet than Yochanan the immerser. But he who is least in the reign of Elohim is greater than he. And all the people, even the tax collectors, when they heard, declared Elohim righteous, having been immersed with the immersion of Yochanan. But the Pharisees and those learned in the Torah rejected the counsel of Elohim for themselves, not having been immersed by him. And the master said, To what then shall I compare the men of this generation? And what are they like? They're like children sitting in the marketplace and calling to each other, saying, We played the flute for you, and you did not dance. We lamented for you, and you did not weep. For Yochanan the immerser came neither eating nor drinking wine, and you say, He has a demon. The Son of Adam has come, eating and drinking, and you say, Look, a man, a glutton and a wine drinker, a friend of tax collectors and sinners. And wisdom is declared right by all her children. And one of the Pharisees asked him to eat with him, and he went into the Pharisee's house and sat down to eat. And see, a woman in the city who was a sinner, when she knew that Yeshua sat at the table in the Pharisee's house, brought an alabaster flask of perfume, and standing behind at his feet, weeping, she began to wet his feet with her tears, and wiping them with the hair of her head, and was kissing his feet and anointing them with the perfume. And when the Pharisee who had invited him saw this, he spoke to himself, saying, This one, if he were a prophet, would know who and what kind of woman this is who is touching him, for she is a sinner. And Yeshua answering said to him, Shimon, I have somewhat to say to you. And he said, Teacher, say it. A certain creditor had 2 debtors. The one owed 500 denarii, and the other 50. And when they were unable to repay, he forgave them both. Which of them, then, shall love him more? And Shimon answering said, I suppose the one whom he forgave more. And he said to him, You have rightly judged. And turning to the woman, he said to Shimon, Do you see this woman? I came into your house. You gave me no water for my feet, but she has wetted my feet with her tears, and wiped them with the hair of her head. You gave me no kiss, but she has not ceased to kiss my feet since the time I came in. You did not anoint my head with oil, but she anointed my feet with perfume. Therefore I say to you, her many sins have been forgiven, because she loved much. But to whom little is forgiven, he loves little. And he said to her, Your sins have been forgiven. And those who were sitting at the table with him began to say among themselves, Who is this who even forgives sins? And he said to the woman, Your belief has saved you. Go in peace. Chapter 8. And it came to be afterward that he went through every city and village, proclaiming and bringing the good news of the reign of Elohim. And the 12 were with him, and certain women who were healed of wicked spirits and sicknesses, Miriam, called from Magdala, out of whom had come 7 demons, and Johanna, the wife of Cuza, manager of Herodes, and Shoshana, and many others who provided for him from their resources. And when a large crowd had gathered, and those who were coming to him from every city, he spoke by a parable. A sower went out to sow his seed, and as he sowed, some indeed fell by the wayside, and it was trodden down, and the birds of the heaven devoured it. And other fell on rock, and when it grew up, it withered because it had no moisture. And other fell among thorns, and thorns grew up with it and choked it. And other fell on the good soil, and grew up, and yielded a crop 100-fold. Having said this, he cried, He who has ears to hear, let him hear. And his taught ones were asking him, saying, What does this parable mean? And he said, To you it has been given to know the secrets of the reign of Elohim, but to the rest in parables, that seeing they do not see, and hearing they do not understand. And this is the parable. The seed is the word of Elohim, and those by the wayside are the ones who hear. Then the devil comes and takes away the word from their hearts, lest having believed they should be saved. And those on the rock are those who, when they hear, receive the word with joy. And these have no root, who believe for a while, and in time of trial fall away. And that which fell among the thorns are those who, when they have heard, go out and are choked with worries and riches and pleasures of life, and bring no fruit to perfection. And that on the good soil are those who, having heard the word with a noble and good heart, retain it, and bear fruit with endurance. And no one, having lit a lamp, covers it with a vessel, or puts it under a bed, but he puts it on a lampstand, so that those coming in see the light. For whatever is hidden shall be revealed, and whatever is secret shall be known and come to light. Therefore take heed how you are, for whoever possesses, to him more shall be given, and whoever does not possess, even what he thinks he possesses, shall be taken from him. And his mother and brothers came to him, and were unable to get to him because of the crowd. And it was reported to him, saying, Your mother and your brothers are standing outside, wishing to see you. And he answering said to them, My mother and my brothers are those who are hearing the word of Elohim and doing it. And on a certain day it came to be that he entered into a boat with his taught ones, and he said to them, Let us go over to the other side of the lake. And they set out. And as they were sailing, he fell asleep. And a windstorm came down on the lake, and they were filling up, and were in danger. And they came to him and woke him up, saying, Master, Master, we are perishing. And he awoke, and rebuked the wind and the raging of the water, and they ceased, and there came a calm. And he said to them, Where is your belief? And they were afraid, and marveled, saying to one another, Who then is this that he even commands the winds and waters, and they obey him? And they sailed to the country of the Gadarenes, which is opposite Galil. And as he went out onto the land, he was met by a certain man from the city, who had demons for a long time, and he wore no garments, and he was not living in a house but in the tombs. And when he saw Yeshua, he cried out, fell down before him, and with a loud voice said,
What have I to do with you, Yeshua, Son of the Most High Elohim? I beg you, do not torture me.
For he had commanded the unclean spirit to come out of the man, for it had seized him many times, and he was bound with chains and shackles, being guarded, and breaking the bonds, he was driven by the demon into the lonely places. And Yeshua asked him, saying, What is your name? And he said,
Legion.
Because many demons had entered into him, and they were begging him that he would not command them to go out into the bottomless pit. And a herd of many pigs was feeding there on the mountain, and they begged him to allow them to go into them. And he allowed them. And the demons, having gone out of the man, entered into the pigs, and the herd rushed down the steep place into the lake and drowned. And when those feeding them saw what had taken place, they fled and reported it into the city and into the country. So they came out to see what had taken place, and came to Yeshua, and found the man, from whom the demons had gone out, sitting at the feet of Yeshua, dressed and in his right mind. And they were afraid. And those who had seen it reported to them how he who had been possessed by demons was healed. And all the crowd of the neighborhood of the Gadarenes asked him to leave them, for they were seized with great fear. And he entered into the boat and returned. And the man from whom the demons had gone out was begging him to be with him. But Yeshua sent him away, saying, Go back to your house, and relate what Elohim has done for you. And he went away proclaiming through all the city what Yeshua did for him. And it came to be when Yeshua returned, that the crowd gladly received him, for they were all looking for him. And see, there came a man whose name was Yair, and he was a ruler of the congregation. And falling down at the feet of Yeshua, he was calling upon him to come to his house, because he had an only daughter about 12 years of age, and she was dying. And as he went, the crowds thronged upon him. And a woman having a flow of blood for 12 years, who, having spent all her livelihood on physicians, was unable to be healed by any, came from behind and touched the tzitzit of his garment, and immediately her flow of blood stopped. And Yeshua said, Who touched me? And when all denied it, Kepha and those with him said, Master, the crowds throng you and press upon you, and you say, Who touched me? But Yeshua said, Somebody did touch me, for I knew power went out from me. And the woman, seeing that she was not hidden, came trembling and falling down before him. She declared to him in the presence of all the people why she had touched him, and how she was healed immediately. And he said to her, Take courage, daughter. Your belief has healed you. Go in peace. While he was still speaking, someone came from the ruler of the congregation's house, saying to him, Your daughter is dead. Do not trouble the teacher any further. And Yeshua, having heard, answered him, saying, Do not be afraid. Only believe, and she shall be healed. And coming into the house, he allowed no one to go in except Kepha and Jacob and Yochanan and the girl's father and mother. And they were all weeping and mourning for her. And he said, Do not weep. She is not dead, but sleeps. And they were laughing at him, knowing that she was dead. But taking her by the hand, he called, saying, Child, arise. And her spirit returned, and she rose up immediately. And he directed that she be given food to eat. And her parents were astonished, but he ordered them to say to no one what had taken place. Chapter 9. And having called his 12 taught ones together, he gave them power and authority over all demons, and to heal diseases. And he sent them to proclaim the reign of Elohim and to heal the sick. And he said to them, Take no matter at all for the journey, neither staffs, nor bag, nor bread, nor silver, neither have 2 undergarments. And whatever house you enter, stay there, and go out from there. And as for those who do not receive you, when you go out of that city, shake off the dust from your feet as a witness against them." And going out, they went through the villages, bringing the good news and healing everywhere. And Herodes, the district ruler, heard of all that was done by him, and was perplexed, because it was said by some that Yochanan had been raised from the dead, and by some that Eliyahu had appeared, and by others that one of the old prophets had risen up. But Herodes said, "Yochanan I have beheaded, but who is this of whom I hear such reports?" And he was seeking to see him. And the emissaries, when they had returned, related to him all that they had done. And he took them, and they withdrew by themselves to a city called Bethsaida. And when the crowds knew it, they followed him. And having received them, he was speaking to them about the reign of Elohim. And he healed those who had need of healing. And as the day began to decline, the 12 came and said to him, "Send the crowd away, that going into the surrounding villages and country, they might lodge and get food, because here we are in a lonely place." And he said to them, "You give them to eat." And they said, "We have no more than 5 loaves and 2 fishes, unless we go and buy food for all these people." For there were about 5,000 men. And he said to his taught ones, "Make them sit down in groups of 50. And they did so, and made them all sit down. And taking the 5 loaves and the 2 fishes, having looked up to the heaven, he blessed and broke them, and gave them to the taught ones to set before the crowd. So they all ate and were satisfied. And 12 baskets of the broken pieces were picked up by them. And it came to be, as he was alone praying, the taught ones were with him. And he asked them, saying, "Who do the crowd say that I am?" And they answering said, "Yochanan the Immerser. But others Eliyahu, and others say that one of the old prophets has risen up." And he said to them, "And you, who do you say I am?" And Kepha answering said, "The Messiah of Elohim." And strictly warning them, he commanded them to say this to no one, saying, "The son of Adam has to suffer much, and to be rejected by the elders and the chief priests and the scribes, and to be killed, and to be raised the 3rd day." And he said to them all, "If anyone wishes to come after me, let him deny himself and take up his stake daily and follow me. For whoever wishes to save his life shall lose it, but whoever loses his life for my sake shall save it. For what is a man profited if he gains all the world, and is himself destroyed or lost? For whoever is ashamed of me and my words, of him the Son of Adam shall be ashamed, when he comes in his esteem, and his Father's, and of the set-apart messengers. But truly I say to you, there are some standing here who shall not taste death at all, till they see the reign of Elohim." And it came to be about 8 days after these words, taking with him Kepha and Yochanan and Jacob, he went up to the mountain to pray. And it came to be as he prayed, the appearance of his face changed, and his garment dazzling white. And see, 2 men were talking with him, who were Moshe and Eliyahu, who having appeared in esteem spoke of his death, which he was about to complete at Jerusalem. But Kepha and those with him were heavy with sleep, and having awakened they saw his esteem and the 2 men standing with him. And it came to be as they were parting from him, Kepha said to Yeshua, "Master, it is good for us to be here, and let us make 3 booths, one for you, and one for Moshe, and one for Eliyahu," not knowing what he said. And as he was saying this, a cloud came and overshadowed them, and they were afraid as they entered the cloud. And a voice came out of the cloud, saying, "This is my Son, the Beloved. Hear him." And when the voice had spoken, Yeshua was found alone. And they were silent, and reported to no one in those days any of what they had seen. And it came to be on the next day, when they came down from the mountain, that a large crowd met him. And see, a man from the crowd cried out, saying, "Teacher,
I beg you, look at my son, for he is my only child. And see, a spirit seizes him, and he suddenly cries out, and it convulses him with foaming, and scarcely leaves him, bruising him. And I begged your top ones to cast it out, but they were unable.
And Yeshua answering said, O generation, unbelieving and perverse, how long shall I be with you and put up with you? Bring your son here. And as he was still coming, the demon threw him down in convulsions. And Yeshua rebuked the unclean spirit, and healed the child, and gave him back to his father. And they were all amazed at the greatness of Elohim. And while all were marveling at all that Yeshua did, he said to his taught ones, Lay up in your ears these words, for the Son of Adam is about to be delivered into the hands of men. But they did not understand the saying, and it was veiled from them, so that they did not perceive it. And they were afraid to ask him about this saying. And a reasoning arose among them, who might be the greater of them. And Yeshua, having seen the reasoning of their heart, took a little child and placed him by his side, and said to them, Whoever receives this little child in my name receives me, and whoever receives me receives him who sent me. For he who is least among you all, he shall be great. And Yochanan answering said, Master, we saw someone casting out demons in your name, and we forbid him because he does not follow with us. But Yeshua said to him, Do not forbid him, for he who is not against us is for us. And it came to be, when the days of his taking up were completed, even he set his face to go to Jerusalem. And he sent messengers ahead of him, and they went and entered into a village of Shamaron to prepare for him. And they did not receive him, because his face was set for the journey to Jerusalem. And his taught ones, Jacob and Yochanan, seeing it, said,
Master, do you wish us to command fire to come down from the heaven and destroy them, as also Eliyahu did?
But having turned, he rebuked them and said, You do not know of what spirit you are, for the Son of Adam did not come to destroy men's lives, but to save them. And they went on to another village. And it came to be, as they journeyed on the way, that someone said to him, Master, I shall follow you wherever you go. And Yeshua said to him, The foxes have holes, and the birds of the heaven nests, but the Son of Adam has nowhere to lay his head. And he said to another, Follow me. But he said, Master, please let me first go and bury my father. And Yeshua said to him, Let the dead bury their own dead, but you go and announce the reign of Elohim. And another also said, Master, I shall follow you, but let me first say goodbye to those in my house. But Yeshua said to him, No one, having put his hand to the plow and looking back, is fit for the reign of Elohim. Chapter 10. And after this the master appointed 70 others, and sent them 2 by 2 ahead of him into every city and place where he himself was about to go. Then he said to them, The harvest indeed is great, but the workers are few. Therefore pray the master of the harvest to send out workers into his harvest. Go, see, I send you out as lambs into the midst of wolves. Do not take a purse, nor a bag, nor sandals, and greet no one along the way. And whatever house you enter, first say, Peace to this house. And if indeed a son of peace is there, your peace shall rest on it. And if not, it shall return to you. And stay in the same house, eating and drinking whatever with them, for the laborer is worthy of his wages. Do not move from house to house, and into whatever city you enter, and they receive you, eat whatever is placed before you. And heal the sick there, and say to them, The reign of Elohim has come near to you. And into whatever city you enter, and they do not receive you, go out into its streets and say, Even the dust of your city which clings to us, we wipe off against you. But know this, that the reign of Elohim has come near to you. And I say to you, that it shall be more bearable for Sodom in that day than for that city. Woe to you, Chorazin! Woe to you, Bethsaida! For if the miracles which were done in you had been done in Zor and Zidon, they would have repented long ago, sitting in sackcloth and ashes. and it shall be more bearable for Zor and Zidon at the judgment than for you. And you, Capernaum, who are exalted to the heavens, shall be brought down to Sheol. He who hears you hears me. He who rejects you rejects me. And he who rejects me rejects him who sent me." And the 70 returned with joy, saying, "Master, even the demons are subject to us in your name." And he said to them, "I saw Satan falling out of the heaven as lightning. See, I give you authority to trample on serpents and scorpions, and over all the power of the enemy, and none at all shall hurt you. But do not rejoice in this, that the spirits are subject to you, but rather rejoice because your names have been written in the heavens." In that hour, Yeshua exulted in the Spirit and said, "I praise you, Father, Master of the heaven and of the earth, that you have hidden these matters from clever and learned ones, and did reveal them to babes. Yes, Father, because thus it was well-pleasing in your sight. All has been delivered to me by my Father, and no one knows who the Son is except the Father, and who the Father is except the Son, and he to whom the Son wishes to reveal him." And turning to his taught ones, he said separately, "Blessed are the eyes that see what you see. For I say to you that many prophets and sovereigns have wished to see what you see, and have not seen it, and to hear what you hear, and have not heard it. And see, a certain one learned in the Torah stood up, trying him, and saying, 'Teacher, what shall I do to inherit everlasting life?' And he said to him, 'What has been written in the Torah? How do you read it?' And he answering said, 'You shall love Yahuwah your Elohim with all your heart, and with all your being, and with all your strength, and with all your mind, and your neighbor as yourself.' And he said to him, 'You have answered rightly. Do this, and you shall live.' But he, wishing to declare himself righteous, said to Yeshua, 'And who is my neighbor?' And replying, Yeshua said, 'A certain man was going down from Jerusalem to Jericho, and fell among robbers, who both stripping and beating him went away, leaving him half dead. And by a coincidence a certain priest was going down that way, and when he saw him, he passed by on the other side. And likewise a Levite also, when he came to the place, and seeing, passed by on the other side. But a certain Shamaroni, journeying, came upon him, and when he saw him, he had compassion on him, and he went to him and bandaged his wounds, pouring on oil and wine. And having placed him on his own beast, he brought him to an inn, and looked after him. And going out on the next day, he took out 2 denarii, gave them to the innkeeper, and said to him, 'Look after him, and whatever more you spend, I shall repay you when I return.' Who then, of these 3, do you think was neighbor to him who fell among the robbers?" And he said, "He who showed compassion on him." Then Yeshua said to him, "Go and do likewise." And it came to be as they went that they entered into a certain village, and a certain woman named Martha received him into her house. And she had a sister called Miriam, who also sat at the feet of Yeshua, and heard his word. But Martha was distracted with much serving, and coming up she said, "Master, are you not concerned that my sister has left me to serve alone? Speak to her then to help me." And Yeshua answering said to her, "Martha, Martha, you are worried and troubled about many matters, but only one is necessary, and Miriam has chosen the good portion, which shall not be taken away from her." Chapter 11. And it came to be while he was praying in a certain place, as he ceased, one of his taught ones said to him, "Master, teach us to pray, as Yochanan also taught his taught ones." And he said to them, "When you pray, say, 'Our Father in the heavens, let your name be set apart. Let your reign come. Let your desire be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us day by day our daily bread, and forgive us our sins, for we also forgive everyone who is indebted to us. And do not lead us into trial, but rescue us from the wicked one.' And he said to them, 'Which of you shall have a friend, and go to him at midnight and say to him, 'Friend, lend me 3 loaves, since a friend of mine has come to me on his journey, and I do not have food to set before him?' Then the one inside answering says, 'Do not trouble me. The door is already locked, and my children with me are in bed. I am unable to get up and give to you.' I say to you, if he does not get up and give to him because he is his friend, he shall get up and give him as many as he needs because of his persistence. And I say to you, ask, and it shall be given to you. Seek, and you shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened to you. For everyone asking receives, and he who is seeking finds, and to him who is knocking it shall be opened. And what father among you whose son asks for bread shall give him a stone? Or if he asks for a fish, shall give him a snake instead of a fish? Or if he asks for an egg, shall give him a scorpion? If you then, being wicked, know how to give good gifts to your children, how much more shall your Father from heaven give the set-apart Spirit to those asking him?" And he was casting out a demon, and it was dumb. And it came to be when the demon had gone out that the dumb spoke, and the crowds marveled. But some of them said, "He casts out demons by Beelzebul, the ruler of demons." And others, trying him, were seeking from him a sign from heaven. And he, knowing their thoughts, said to them, "Every reign divided against itself is laid waste, and a house divided against a house falls. So if Satan also is divided against himself, how shall his reign stand? Because you say, 'I cast out demons by Beelzebul.' Now if I cast out demons by Beelzebul, by whom do your sons cast them out? Because of this they shall be your judges. But if I cast out demons by the finger of Elohim, then the reign of Elohim has come upon you. When a strong man, having been well armed, watches over his own court, his possessions are in peace. But when a stronger than he comes upon him and overcomes him, he takes from him all his armor in which he trusted and divides his booty. He who is not with me is against me, and he who does not gather with me scatters. When the unclean spirit goes out of a man, he goes through dry places seeking rest, and finding none, he says,
'I shall return to my house from which I came.'
And when he comes, he finds it swept and decorated. Then he goes and takes with him 7 other spirits more wicked than himself, and they enter and dwell there. And the last state of that man becomes worse than the first. And it came to be as he was saying this, a certain woman from the crowd raised her voice and said to him, 'Blessed is the womb that bore you, and the breasts which you sucked.' But he said, 'Blessed rather are those hearing the word of Elohim and watching over it.' And while the crowds were thronging, he began to say, 'This generation is wicked. It seeks a sign, and no sign shall be given to it except the sign of Jonah the prophet. For as Jonah became a sign to the Ninevites, so also the son of Adam shall be to this generation. The sovereigness of the south shall rise up in the judgment with the men of this generation, and shall condemn them. For she came from the ends of the earth to hear the wisdom of Shalomah. And look, a greater than Shalomah is here. The men of Nineveh shall rise up in the judgment with this generation, and condemn it. For they repented at the preaching of Jonah. And look, a greater than Jonah is here. And no one, when he has lit a lamp, puts it in a hidden place, or under a basket, but on a lampstand, that those who come in shall see the light. The lamp of the body is the eye. Therefore, when your eye is good, all your body also is enlightened. But when your eye is evil, your body also is darkened. See to it, therefore, that the light which is in you is not darkness. If then all your body is enlightened, having no part dark, all shall be enlightened, as when the bright shining of a lamp gives you light. And as he spoke, a certain Pharisee asked him to dine with him. So he went in and sat down to eat. And when the Pharisee saw it, he marveled that he did not first wash before dinner. And the master said to him, "Now you Pharisees make the outside of the cup and dish clean, but your inward part is filled with greed and wickedness. Mindless ones! Did not he who made the outside make the inside also? But give in kindness of that which is within, and see all are clean to you. But woe to you, Pharisees, because you tithe the mint and the rue and every plant, and pass by the right ruling and the love of Elohim. These you should have done without leaving the others undone. Woe to you, Pharisees, because you love the best seats in the congregations and the greetings in the marketplaces. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, because you are like the unseen tombs, and the men walking over them do not know. And one of those, learned in the Torah, answering, said to him, Teacher, when you say this, you insult us too. And he said, Woe to you also, you learned in the Torah, because you load men with burdens hard to bear, and you yourselves do not touch the burdens with one of your fingers. Woe to you, because you build the tombs of the prophets, and your fathers killed them. So you bear witness that you approve of the works of your fathers, because they indeed killed them, and you build their tombs. And because of this, the wisdom of Elohim said,
I shall send them prophets and emissaries, and some of them they shall kill and persecute.
So that the blood of all the prophets which was shed from the foundation of the world shall be required of this generation, from the blood of Habel to the blood of Zechariah, who perished between the slaughter place and the dwelling place. Yes, I say to you, it shall be required of this generation. Woe to you, learned in the Torah, because you took away the key of knowledge. You did not enter in yourselves, and those who were entering in you hindered. And as he was saying this to them, the scribes and the Pharisees began to oppose him fiercely and to draw him out on many subjects, watching him and seeking to catch him in whatever he says, so as to accuse him. Chapter 12. Meanwhile, when an innumerable crowd of people had gathered together, so that they trampled one another, he began to say to his taught ones, First, beware of the leaven of the Pharisees, which is hypocrisy, and whatever is concealed shall be revealed, and whatever is hidden shall be known. So whatever you have said in the dark shall be heard in the light, and what you have spoken in the ear in the inner rooms shall be proclaimed on the housetops. But I say to you, my friends, do not be afraid of those who kill the body, and after that are unable to do any more. But I shall show you whom you should fear. Fear the one who, after killing, possesses authority to cast him into Gehennom. Yes, I say to you, fear him. Are not 5 sparrows sold for 2 copper coins? And not one of them is forgotten before Elohim. But even the hairs of your head have all been numbered. Do not fear. You are worth more than many sparrows. And I say to you, everyone who confesses me before men, the son of Adam, shall also confess him before the messengers of Elohim. But he that has denied me before men shall be denied before the messengers of Elohim. And everyone who shall speak a word against the son of Adam, it shall be forgiven him. But to him who has blasphemed against the set-apart Spirit, it shall not be forgiven. And when they bring you to the congregations and rulers and authorities, do not worry about how or what you should answer or what you should say. For the set-apart Spirit shall teach you in that very hour what you should say. And someone from the crowd said to him, Teacher, speak to my brother, to divide the inheritance with me. But he said to him, Man, who made me a judge or divider over you? And he said to them, Mind and beware of greed, because one's life does not consist in the excess of his possessions. He then spoke a parable to them, saying, The land of a certain rich man yielded well, and he was reasoning within himself, saying, What shall I do, because I have no room to store my crops? And he said, I am going to do this. Pull down my storehouses and build greater, and store all my crops and my goods there. Then say to myself, Life, you have many goods laid up for many years. Take your ease, eat, drink, rejoice. But Elohim said to him, You mindless one, this night your life shall be demanded from you, and who shall own what you have prepared? So is he who is storing up treasures for himself, and is not rich towards Elohim. And he said to his taught ones, For this reason I say to you, do not worry about your life, what you shall eat, nor about the body, what you shall put on. The life is more than the food, and the body is more than clothing. Look at the ravens, for they neither sow nor reap, which have neither storehouse nor granary, and Elohim feeds them. How much more valuable are you than the birds? And which of you by worrying is able to add 1 cubit to his lifespan? If then you are unable to do the least, why do you worry about the rest? Look at the lilies, how they grow. They neither toil nor spin, and I say to you, even Shalomah in all his esteem was not dressed like one of these. And if Elohim so clothes the grass, which today exists in the field and tomorrow is thrown into the furnace, how much more you, O you of little belief? And do not seek what you shall eat or what you shall drink, and do not keep worrying, for the nations of the world seek all these, and your Father knows that you need these. But seek the reign of Elohim, and all these shall be added to you. Do not fear, little flock, because your Father did delight to give you the rain. Sell your possessions and give in kindness. Make yourself purses which do not grow old, a treasure in the heavens that does not fail, where no thief does come near, nor moth destroys. For where your treasure is, there your heart shall be also. Let your loins be girded and your lamps burning, and be like men waiting for their master, when he shall return from the wedding, that when he comes and knocks, they open to him immediately. Blessed are those servants whom the master, when he comes, shall find watching. Truly I say to you that he shall gird himself, and make them sit down to eat, and shall come and serve them. And if he comes in the second watch, or in the third watch, and find them so, blessed are those servants. And know this, that if the master of the house had known what hour the thief comes, he would have watched and not allowed his house to be broken into. And you then be ready, for the Son of Adam is coming at an hour you do not expect. And Kepha said to him, Master, do you speak this parable to us, or also to all? And the master said, Who then is the trustworthy and wise manager, whom his master shall appoint over his household, to give the portion of food in due season? Blessed is that servant, whom his master shall find doing so when he comes. Truly I say to you that he shall appoint him over all his possessions. But if that servant says in his heart, My master is delaying his coming, and begins to beat the male servants and female servants, and to eat and drink and be drunk, the master of that servant shall come on a day when he does not expect him, and at an hour that he does not know, and shall cut him in two, and appoint his portion with the unbelievers. And that servant, who knew his master's desire, and did not prepare, nor did according to his desire, shall be beaten with many stripes. But he who did not know, yet did what deserved flogging, shall be beaten with few. And everyone to whom much is given, from him much shall be demanded. And to whom much has been entrusted, from him much more shall be asked. I came to send fire on the earth, and how I wish it were already kindled. But I have an immersion to be immersed with, and how distressed I am until it is accomplished. Do you think that I came to give peace on earth? I say to you, no, but rather division. For from now on, 5 in one house shall be divided, 3 against 2, and 2 against 3. Father shall be divided against son, and son against father, mother against daughter, and daughter against mother, mother-in-law against her daughter-in-law, and daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. And he also said to the crowds, When you see a cloud rising out of the west, immediately you say, A storm is coming, and so it is. And when you see the south wind blow, you say, There shall be hot weather, and it is. Hypocrites! You know how to discern the face of the heaven and of the earth, but how is it you do not discern this time? And why also do you not judge for yourselves what is right? For as you go with your opponent to a ruler, try hard along the way to settle with him, lest he drag you to the judge, and the judge deliver you to the officer, and the officer throw you into prison. I say to you, you shall certainly not leave there until you have paid even the last mite. Chapter 13. And some were present at that time, reporting to him about the Galileans, whose blood Pilate had mixed with their offerings. And Yeshua answering said to them, Do you think that these Galileans were worse sinners than all the other Galileans, because they have suffered like this? I say to you, no. But unless you repent, you shall all perish in the same way. Or those 18 on whom the tower in Shiloh fell and killed them, do you think that they were greater offenders than all the other men who dwelt in Jerusalem? I say to you, no. But unless you repent, you shall all perish in the same way. And he spoke this parable. A certain man had a fig tree planted in his vineyard, and he came seeking fruit on it, and found none. And he said to the gardener, Look, for 3 years I have come seeking fruit on this fig tree, and find none. Cut it down. Why does it even make the ground useless? And he answering said to him, Master, leave it this year too, until I dig around it and throw manure. And if indeed it bears fruit, good. But if not so, you shall cut it down. And he was teaching in one of the congregations on the Sabbath. And see, there was a woman having a weakening spirit for 18 years, and was bent over and was unable to straighten up at all. And Yeshua, seeing her, called her near and said to her, Woman, you are loosened from your weakness. And he laid his hands on her, and immediately she was straightened up and praised Elohim. But the ruler of the congregation, responding much displeased that Yeshua had healed on the Sabbath, said to the crowd, There are 6 days on which men should work, so come and be healed on them, and not on the Sabbath day. Then the master answered him and said, Hypocrite! Does not each one of you on the Sabbath loosen his ox or his donkey from this stall, and lead it away to water it? And this one, being a daughter of Abraham, whom Satan has bound, look, for 18 years, should she not be loosened from this bond on the Sabbath? And when he said this, all his opponents were put to shame, and all the crowd rejoiced for all the splendid works being done by him. Therefore he said, What is the reign of Elohim like, and to what shall I compare it? It is like a mustard seed, which a man took and threw into his garden, and it grew and became a large tree, and the birds of the heavens nested in its branches. And again he said, To what shall I compare the reign of Elohim? It is like leaven, which a woman took and hid in 3 measures of flour until it was all leavened. And he was going through the cities and villages teaching, and journeying toward Jerusalem. And someone said to him, Master, are there few who are being saved? And he said to them, Strive to enter through the narrow gate, because many, I say to you, shall seek to enter in, and shall not be able. When once the master of the house has risen up and shut the door, and you begin to stand outside and knock at the door, saying, Master, Master, open for us. And he shall answer and say to you, I do not know you, where you are from. Then you shall begin to say, We ate and drank in your presence, and you taught in our streets. But he shall say, I say to you, I do not know you, where you are from. Depart from me, all you workers of unrighteousness. There shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth when you see Abraham and Yitzhak and Jacob and all the prophets in the reign of Elohim, and yourselves thrown outside. And they shall come from the east and the west, and from the north and the south, and sit down in the reign of Elohim. And see, there are last who shall be first, and there are first who shall be last. On the same day there came out certain Pharisees, saying to him, Get out, and go from here, for Herodes wishes to kill you. And he said to them, Go say to that fox, See, I cast out demons and perform healings today and tomorrow, and the 3rd day I shall be perfected. But I have to journey today and tomorrow and the day following, because it is not fitting for a prophet to perish outside of Jerusalem. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, killing the prophets and stoning those who are sent to her. How often I wish to gather your children together, the way a hen gathers her chickens under her wings, but you would not.
See, your house is left to you laid waste. And truly I say to you, you shall by no means see me until the time comes when you say, Blessed is he who is coming in the name of Yahuwah.
Chapter 14. And it came to be as he went into the house of one of the rulers of the Pharisees to eat bread on the Sabbath, that they were watching him closely. And see, there was a certain man before him suffering from dropsy. And Yeshua responding spoke to those learned in the Torah and the Pharisees, saying, Is it right to heal on the Sabbath? But they were silent. So, taking hold of him, he healed him and let him go. And to them he said, Which of you, having a donkey or an ox that has fallen into a pit, shall not immediately pull him out on the Sabbath day? And they were unable to answer him regarding these matters. And he spoke a parable to those who were invited, when he noted how they chose the best places, saying to them, When you're invited by anyone to a wedding feast, do not sit down in the best place, lest one more distinguished than you be invited by him. And he who invited you and him come and say to you, Give this one place, and then you begin with shame to take the last place. Rather, when you are invited, go and sit down in the last place, so that when he who invited you comes, he shall say to you, Friend, come up higher. Then you shall have esteem in the presence of those who sit at the table with you. For everyone who is exalting himself shall be humbled, and he who is humbling himself shall be exalted. And he also said to him who invited him, When you give a dinner or a supper, do not ask your friends, nor your brothers, nor your relatives, nor your rich neighbors, lest they also invite you back and you be repaid. But when you give a feast, invite poor ones, crippled ones, lame ones, blind ones, and you shall be blessed, because they do not have to repay you, for you shall be repaid at the resurrection of the righteous. And when one of those who sat at the table with him heard this, he said to him, Blessed is he who eats bread in the reign of Elohim. But he said to him, A certain man gave a great supper and invited many. And he sent his servant at supper time to say to those who were invited, Come, for all is now ready. But one by one they all began making excuses. The first said to him, I have bought a field, and I need to go see it. I ask that you have me excused. And another said, I've bought 5 yoke of oxen, and I'm going to try them out. I ask you have me excused. And another said, I've married a wife, and because of this I am unable to come. And that servant came and reported this to his master. Then the master of the house, being wroth, said to his servants, Hurry out into the streets and the lanes of the city, and bring in here the poor, and crippled, and lame, and blind. And the servant said, Master, it is done as you've commanded, and still there's room. And the master said to the servant, Go out into the street corners and hedges, and compel them to come in, so that my house is filled. For I say to you that none of those men who were invited shall taste my supper. And large crowds were going with him, and turning he said to them, If anyone comes to me, and does not hate his father and mother, and wife and children, and brothers and sisters, and his own life too, he is unable to be my taught one. For who of you, wishing to build a tower, does not sit down first and count the cost, whether he has enough to complete it? Otherwise, when he has laid the foundation, and is unable to finish it, all who see it begin to mock him, saying, This man began to build and was unable to finish. Or what sovereign, going to fight against another sovereign, does not sit down first and take counsel whether he is able with 10,000 to meet him who comes against him with 20,000? And if not, while the other is still far away, he sends a delegation and asks conditions of peace. So then every one of you who does not give up all that he has is unable to be my taught one. The salt is good, but if the salt becomes tasteless, with what shall it be seasoned? It is not fit for land, nor for manure. They throw it out. He who has ears to hear, let him hear. Chapter 15. Now all the tax collectors and the sinners were coming to him to hear him. And the Pharisees and scribes grumbled, saying, This one receives sinners and eats with them. And he spoke this parable to them, saying, What man among you, having 100 sheep and having lost one of them, does not leave the 99 in the wilderness, and go after the one which is lost, until he finds it? And having found it, he lays it on his shoulders, rejoicing. And having come home, he calls together his friends and neighbors, saying to them, Rejoice with me, for I have found my sheep which was lost. I say to you that in the same way there shall be more joy in the heaven over one sinner repenting than over 99 righteous ones who need no repentance. Or what woman, having 10 drachmas, if she loses 1 drachma, does not light a lamp and sweep the house and seek diligently till she finds it? And having found it, she calls friends and neighbors together, saying, Rejoice with me, for I have found the drachma which I lost. I say to you, in the same way there is joy in the presence of the messengers of Elohim over one sinner repenting. And he said, A certain man had 2 sons, and the younger of them said to his father, Father, give me the portion of my goods falling to me. And he divided his livelihood between them. And not many days after, the younger son, having gathered all together, went away to a distant country, and there wasted his goods with loose living. And when he had spent all, there arose a severe scarcity of food throughout that land, and he began to be in need. And he went and joined himself to one of the citizens of that country, and he sent him to his fields to feed pigs. And he was longing to fill his stomach with the pods which the pigs were eating, and no one gave to him. But having come to himself, he said, How many of my father's hired servants have bread enough and to spare, and I'm perishing with hunger? Having risen, I shall go to my father and say to him, Father, I have sinned against the heaven and before you, and I'm no longer worthy to be called your son. Make me like one of your hired servants. And having risen, he went to his father, and while he was still a long way off, his father saw him, and was moved with compassion, and ran and fell on his neck and kissed him. And the son said to him, Father, I've sinned against the heaven and before you, and I'm no longer worthy to be called your son. But the father said to his servants, Bring out the best robe and put it on him, and put a ring on his hand and sandals on his feet, and bring the fatted calf here and slaughter it, and let us eat and rejoice. Because this son of mine was dead and is alive again. He was lost and is found. And they began to rejoice. And his older son was in the field, and when he came and approached the house, he heard music and dancing. And having called one of the servants, he asked what this meant. And he said to him, Your brother has come, and your father has slaughtered the fatted calf, because he received him back in health. And he was wroth, and would not go in. So his father came out and pleaded with him. And answering, he said to his father, See, these many years I have been serving you, and I have never transgressed a command of yours. But to me you've never given a young goat, so I could rejoice with my friends. But when this son of yours came, who has devoured your livelihood with whores, you slaughtered the fatted calf for him. Then he said to him, Son, you are always with me, and all I have is yours. And we had to rejoice and be glad, for your brother was dead, and is alive, and was lost, and is found.
And he also said to his top ones, There was a certain rich man who had a manager, and he was accused to him as wasting his possessions. So having called him, he said to him, What is this I hear about you? Give an account of your management, for you are no longer able to be manager. And the manager said within himself, What shall I do? For my master is taking the managership away from me. I'm unable to dig. I'm ashamed to beg. I know what I shall do, that when I'm removed from the managership, they might receive me into their houses. And calling every one of his master's debtors to him, he said to the first, How much do you owe my master? And he said, 100 measures of oil. And he said to him, Take your bill and sit down quickly and write 50. Then to another he said, And how much do you owe? And he said, 100 measures of wheat. And he said to him, Take your bill, write 80. And the master praised the unrighteous manager because he had acted shrewdly, because the sons of this age are more shrewd in their generation than the sons of light. And I say to you, make friends for yourselves by unrighteous mammon, that when you fail they shall receive you into everlasting dwellings. He who is trustworthy in what is least is trustworthy also in much, and he who is unrighteous in what is least is unrighteous also in much. If, therefore, you have not been trustworthy in the unrighteous mammon, who shall entrust to you the true? And if you have not been trustworthy in what is another man's, who shall give you what is your own? No servant is able to serve two masters, for either he shall hate the one and love the other, or else he shall cling to the one and despise the other. You are not able to serve Elohim and Mammon. And the Pharisees, who loved silver, also heard all this and were sneering at him. So he said to them, You are those who declare yourselves righteous before men, but Elohim knows your hearts, because what is highly thought of among men is an abomination in the sight of Elohim. The Torah and the prophets are until Yochanan. Since then the reign of Elohim is being announced, and everyone is doing violence upon it. And it is easier for the heaven and the earth to pass away than for one tittle of the Torah to fall. Everyone putting away his wife and marrying another commits adultery, and everyone marrying her who is put away from her husband commits adultery. But there was a certain rich man who used to dress in purple and fine linen, and lived luxuriously every day. There was a certain beggar named Eleazar, being covered with sores, who was placed at his gate, and longing to be fed with the crumbs which fell from the rich man's table. Indeed, even the dogs came and licked his sores. And it came to be that the beggar died, and was carried by the messengers to the bosom of Abraham. And the rich man also died and was buried. And while suffering tortures in Sheol, having lifted up his eyes, he saw Abraham far away, and Eleazar in his bosom. And crying out, he said, "Oh, Father Abraham, have compassion on me, and send Eleazar to dip the tip of his finger in water and cool my tongue, for I am suffering in this flame." But Abraham said, "Son, remember that in your life you received your good, and likewise Eleazar the evil. But now he is comforted, and you are suffering. And besides all this, between us and you is a great chasm has been set, so that those who wish to pass from here to you are unable, nor do those from there pass to us." And he said, "Then I beg you, Father, that you would send him to my father's house, for I have 5 brothers. Let him warn them, lest they also come to this place of torture." Abraham said to him, "They have Moshe and the prophets. Let them hear them." And he said, "No, Father Abraham, but if someone from the dead goes to them, they shall repent." But he said to him, "If they do not hear Moshe and the prophets, neither would they be persuaded, even if one should rise from the dead."
Chapter 17. And he said to his taught ones, "It is inevitable that stumbling blocks should come, but woe to him through whom they come. It would be better for him if a millstone is put around his neck, and he were thrown into the sea, than he should cause one of these little ones to stumble. Take heed to yourselves. If your brother sins against you, rebuke him, and if he repents, forgive him. And if he sins against you 7 times in a day, and 7 times in a day comes back to you saying, 'I repent,' you shall forgive him." And the emissary said to the master, "Give us more belief." And the master said, "If you have belief as a mustard seed, you would say to this mulberry tree, be pulled up by the roots and be planted in the sea, and it would obey you. But who of you, having a servant plowing or shepherding, would say to him when he has come in from the field, come immediately and sit down to eat? But would he not rather say to him, prepare somewhat for my supper, and gird yourself and serve me while I eat and drink, and afterward you shall eat and drink? Would he thank that servant because he did what he was commanded? I think not. So also you, when you have done all that you were commanded, say, we are unworthy servants. We have done what was our duty to do. And it came to be as he went to Jerusalem, that he passed through the midst of Shamaron and Galil. And as he was entering into a certain village, he was met by 10 leprous men who stood at the distance, and they lifted up their voices, saying,
Yeshua, Master, have compassion on us.
And having seen them, he said to them, go, show yourselves to the priests. And it came to be that as they were going, they were cleansed. And one of them, when he saw that he was healed, returned, praising Elohim with a loud voice. And he fell down upon his face at his feet, giving thanks to him. And he was a Shamaroni. And Yeshua answering said, were there not 10 cleansed? But where are the 9? Was no one found to return to give praise to Elohim except this foreigner? And he said to him, rise, go your way. Your belief has made you well. And having been asked by the Pharisees when the reign of Elohim would come, he answered them and said, the reign of Elohim does not come with intent watching, nor shall they say, look here, or look there. For look, the reign of Elohim is in your midst. And he said to the taught ones, days shall come when you shall long to see one of the days of the Son of Adam, but you shall not see it. And they shall say to you, look here, or look there. Do not go after them, nor follow. For as the lightning that flashes out of one part under heaven shines to the other part under heaven, so also the Son of Adam shall be in his day. But first he has to suffer much and be rejected by this generation. And as it came to be in the days of Noah, so also shall it be in the days of the Son of Adam. They were eating, they were drinking, they were marrying, they were given in marriage, until the day that Noah went into the ark, and the flood came and destroyed them all. And likewise, as it came to be in the days of Lot, they were eating, they were drinking, they were buying, they were selling, they were planting, they were building. But on the day Lot went out of Sodom, it rained fire and sulfur from heaven and destroyed all. It shall be the same in the day the Son of Adam is revealed. In that day, he who shall be on the housetop, and his goods in the house, let him not come down to take them away. And likewise, the one who is in the field, let him not turn back. Remember the wife of Lot. Whoever seeks to save his life shall lose it, and whoever loses his life shall preserve it. I say to you, in that night there shall be 2 in one bed. The one shall be taken, and the other shall be left. 2 women shall be grinding together. The one shall be taken, and the other shall be left. 2 shall be in the field. The one shall be taken, and the other shall be left. And they answering said to him, where, Master? And he said to them, where the body is, there also the vultures shall be gathered together. Chapter 18. And he spoke a parable to them, that they should always pray and not lose heart, saying, in a certain city there was a certain judge, not fearing Elohim, nor regarding man. And a widow was in that city, and she came to him, saying, do right to me on my adversary. And he would not for a while. But afterward he said within himself, even if I do not fear Elohim, nor regard man, yet because this widow troubles me, I shall do right to her, lest by her continual coming she wears me out. And the master said, hear what the unrighteous judge said. And shall Elohim not do right by all means to his own chosen ones, who are crying out day and night to him, and being patient over them? I say to you that he shall do right to them speedily. But when the Son of Adam comes, shall he find the belief on the earth? And he also spoke this parable to some who relied on themselves, that they were righteous, and looking down on others. 2 men went up to the set-apart place to pray, the one a Pharisee and the other a tax collector. The Pharisee stood and began to pray with himself this way:
Elohim, I thank you that I am not like the rest of men, swindlers, unrighteous, adulterers, or even as this tax collector. I fast twice a week. I give tithes of all that I acquire.
But the tax collector, standing at a distance, would not even raise his eyes to the heaven, but was beating his breast, saying, Elohim, show favor unto me, a sinner. I say to you, this man went down to his house declared right, rather than the other. For everyone who is exalting himself shall be humbled, and he who is humbling himself shall be exalted. And they also brought infants to him to touch them. But his taught one, seeing it, rebuked them. But Yeshua called them to him, and said, Let the little children come to me, and do not forbid them, for of such is the reign of Elohim. Truly I say to you, whoever does not receive the reign of Elohim as a little child shall certainly not enter into it. And a certain ruler asked him, saying, Good teacher, what shall I do to inherit everlasting life? So Yeshua said to him, Why do you call me good? No one is good except one, Elohim. You know the commands. Do not commit adultery. Do not murder. Do not steal. Do not bear false witness. Respect your father and your mother. And he said, All these I have watched over from my youth. And hearing this, Yeshua said to him, Yet one you lack. Sell all that you have, and distribute to the poor, and you shall have treasure in heaven. And come, follow me. But when he heard this, he became intensely sad, for he was extremely rich. And when Yeshua saw that he became intensely sad, he said, How hard is it for those who have money to enter into the reign of Elohim? For it is easier for a camel to enter through a needle's eye than for a rich man to enter into the reign of Elohim. And those who heard it said, And who is able to be saved? And he said, What is impossible with men is possible with Elohim. And Kepha said, See, we have left all and followed you. And he said to them, Truly I say to you, there is no one who has left house or parents or brothers or wife or children for the sake of the reign of Elohim, who shall not receive many times more in this present time and in the age to come everlasting life. And taking the 12 aside, he said to them, See, we are going up to Jerusalem, and all that has been written by the prophets about the son of Adam shall be accomplished. For he shall be delivered up to the nations, and shall be mocked and insulted and spat upon. And having flogged him, they shall kill him. And on the 3rd day he shall rise again. But they understood none of this, and this word was hidden from them, and they did not know what was being said. And it came to be, that as he was coming near Jericho, that a certain blind man was sitting by the way begging. And hearing a crowd passing by, he asked what it meant. And they reported to him that Yeshua of Nazareth was passing by. And he cried out, saying, Yeshua, son of David, have compassion on me. And those going before were rebuking him, that he should be silent. But he was crying out much more, Son of David, have compassion on me. And Yeshua stopped and commanded him to be brought to him. And when he had come near, he asked him, saying, What do you wish me to do for you? And he said, Master, to receive my sight. And Yeshua said to him, Receive your sight. Your belief has saved you. And immediately he received his sight, and he was following him, praising Elohim. And all the people seeing it gave praise to Elohim. Chapter 19. And having entered, he was passing through Jericho. And see, a man called Zacchaeus, and he was a chief tax collector, and he was rich. And he was seeking to see who Yeshua was, but was unable because of the crowd, for he was small in stature. And having run ahead, he climbed up into a sycamore tree to see him, because he was about to pass by. And as Yeshua came to the place, he looked up and saw him, and said to him, Zacchaeus, hurry, and come down, for I have to stay at your house today. And he hurried and came down and received him, rejoicing. And seeing it, they all grumbled, saying, He has gone in to stay with a man who is a sinner. But Zacchaeus stood up and said to the master, Look, master, I give half of my possessions to the poor, and if I have taken whatever from anyone by false accusation, I repay fourfold. And Yeshua said to him, Today deliverance has come to this house, since he also is a son of Abraham. For the Son of Adam has come to seek and to save what was lost. And as they were hearing this, he spoke another parable, because he was near Jerusalem. And they thought the reign of Elohim was about to be manifested straight away. He therefore said, A certain nobleman went to a distant country to receive for himself a reign and to return. And calling 10 of his servants, he gave them 10 minas, and said to them, Trade until I come. But his subjects were hating him, and sent a delegation after him to say, We do not wish this one to reign over us. And it came to be, when he came back, having received the reign, that he sent for these servants to whom he had given the silver, in order to know what each had gained by trading. And the first came, saying, Master, your mina has earned 10 minas. And he said to him, Well done, good servant, because you were trustworthy in a small matter. You have authority over 10 cities. And the second came, saying, Master, your mina has earned 5 minas. And he said to him also, You be over 5 cities. And another came, saying, Master, here is your mina, which I kept laid up in a handkerchief. For I was afraid of you, because you are a hard man. You take up what you did not lay down, and reap what you did not sow. And he said to him, Out of your own mouth I shall judge you, you wicked servant. You knew that I was a hard man, taking up what I did not lay down, and reaping what I did not sow. Why did you not put the silver in the bank, that when I come I could have collected it with interest? Then he said to those who stood by, Take the mina from him, and give it to him who possesses 10 minas. But they said to him, Master, he already possesses 10 minas. For I say to you, that to everyone who possesses shall be given, and from him who does not possess, even what he possesses shall be taken away from him. But those enemies of mine, who did not wish me to reign over them, bring them here and slay them before me. And having said this, he went on ahead, going up to Jerusalem. And it came to be, when he came near Bethphage and Bethania, at the mountain of Olives, that he sent 2 of his taught ones, saying, Go into the village opposite you, in which, as you enter, you shall find a colt tied, on which no one has ever sat. Loosen it and bring it here. And if anyone asks you, Why do you loosen it? Then you shall say to him, Because the master has need of it. And those who were sent away and found it as he had said to them. And as they were loosing the colt, the owners of it said to them, Why do you loosen the colt? And they said, The master needs it. So they brought it to Yeshua, and throwing their garments on the colt, they set Yeshua on it. And as he went, they were spreading their garments on the way. And as he was coming near, already at the descent of the Mount of Olives, the entire crowd of the taught ones began rejoicing to praise Elohim with a loud voice for all the miracles they had seen, saying, Blessed is the sovereign who is coming in the name of Yahweh. Peace in heaven and esteem in the highest. And some of the Pharisees from the crowd said to him, Teacher, rebuke your taught ones. But he answering said to them, I say to you, that if these shall be silent, the stones would cry out. And as he came near, he saw the city and wept over it, saying, If you only knew even today the matters for your peace, but now they are hidden from your eyes. Because days shall come upon you when your enemies shall build a rampart around you, and surround you, and press you on all sides, and dash you to the ground, and your children within you. And they shall not leave in you one stone upon another, because you did not know the time of your visitation. And having entered into the set-apart place, he began to drive out those selling and buying in it, saying to them, "It has been written, 'My house is a house of prayer, but you have made it a den of robbers.'" And he was teaching daily in the set-apart place. But the chief priests and the scribes and the leaders of the people were seeking to destroy him. But they did not find what they might do, for all the people were hanging upon him, listening. Chapter 20. And it came to be on one of those days, as he was teaching the people in the set-apart place and bringing the good news, that the chief priests and the scribes together with the elders came up and spoke to him, saying, "Say to us, by what authority are you doing these? Or who is he who gave you this authority?" And he answering said to them, "I shall ask you one question too, and answer me. The immersion of Yochanan, was it from heaven or from men?" And they debated among themselves, saying, "If we say from heaven, he shall say, 'Then why did you not believe him?' But if we say, 'From men,' all the people shall stone us, for they are persuaded that Yochanan was a prophet." And they answered that they did not know from where it was. And Yeshua said to them, "Neither do I say to you by what authority I do these." And he began to speak this parable to the people. A certain man planted a vineyard and leased it to farmers, and went away for a long time. And at harvest time he sent a servant to the farmers to give him some of the fruit of the vineyard. But the farmers beat him and sent him away empty-handed. And again he sent another servant, and they beat him too and maltreated him, and sent him away empty-handed. And again he sent a third, and they wounded him too and cast him out. And the owner of the vineyard said, "What shall I do? I shall send my son, the beloved. They might respect him when they see him." But when the farmers saw him, they reasoned among themselves, saying, "This is the heir. Come, let us kill him, so that the inheritance becomes ours." And they cast him out of the vineyard and killed him. What then shall the owner of the vineyard do to them? He shall come and destroy those farmers and give the vineyard to others. And having heard, they said, "Let it not be." But he looked at them and said, "What then is this that has been written? The stone which the builders rejected has become the chief cornerstone. Everyone who falls on that stone shall be broken, but on whomever it falls, he shall be pulverized." And the chief priests and the scribes sought to lay hands on him in the same hour, but they feared the people, for they knew that he had spoken this parable against them. And keeping a close watch on him, they sent spies, who, pretending to be righteous, to catch him in a word, in order to deliver him to the rule and to the authority of the governor. So they asked him, saying, "Teacher, we know that you say and teach rightly, and you are not partial to any, but teach the way of Elohim truly. Is it right for us to pay taxes to Caesar or not?" But perceiving their craftiness, he said to them, "Why do you try me? Show me a denarius. Whose likeness and inscription does it have?" And they answering said, "Caesar's." And he said to them, "Then give to Caesar what is Caesar's, and to Elohim what is Elohim's." And they were unable to catch him in a saying in the presence of the people, and marveling at his answer, they were silent. And some of the Sadducees, who deny that there is a resurrection, came to him and asked, saying, "Teacher, Moshe wrote to us that if a man's brother dies, having a wife, and he dies childless, his brother should take his wife and raise up offspring for his brother. Now there were 7 brothers, and the first took a wife, and died childless. And the second took her as a wife, and he died childless. And the third took her, and in the same way the 7 also. And they left no children and died. And last of all the woman died too. At the resurrection then, whose wife does she become? For the 7 had her as wife." And Yeshua answering said to them, "The sons of this age marry and are given in marriage, but those who are counted worthy of attaining that age and the resurrection from the dead neither marry nor are they given in marriage. For neither is it possible for them to die any more, because they are like messengers and are sons of Elohim, being sons of the resurrection. But that the dead are raised, even Moshe showed at the bush, when he called Yahuwah.
the Elohim of Avraham, the Elohim of Yitzhak, and the Elohim of Yaakov. Now he is not the Elohim of the dead, but of the living, for all live to him." And some of the scribes answering said, "Teacher, you have spoken well." And they were not bold enough to question him any more. And he said to them, "How do they say that the Messiah is the son of David? For David himself said in the book of Tehillim, 'Yahuwah said to my master, sit at my right hand until I make your enemies a footstool of your feet.' David then calls him master? How is he then his son?" And in the hearing of all the people, he said to his taught ones, "Beware of the scribes who like to walk in long robes and love greetings in the marketplaces and the best seats in the congregation and the best places at feasts, who devour widows' houses and for a show make long prayers. They shall receive greater judgment." Chapter 21. And looking up, he saw the rich putting their gifts into the treasury. And he saw a certain poor widow putting in 2 mites. And he said, "Truly I say to you that this poor widow has put in more than all. For all these out of their excess have put in offerings for Elohim. But she out of her poverty has put in all that she had to live on." And as some were speaking about the set-apart place, that it was adorned with goodly stones and gifts, he said, "These that you see, the days are coming in which not one stone shall be left upon another that shall not be thrown down." And they asked him, saying, "Teacher, but when shall this be? And what is the sign when this is about to take place?" And he said, "See that you are not led astray, for many shall come in my name, saying, 'I am,' and the time is near. Then do not go after them. But when you hear of fightings and unrests, do not be alarmed, for these have to take place first, but the end is not immediately." Then he said to them, "Nation shall rise against nation, and reign against reign. And there shall be great earthquakes in various places, and scarcities of food, and deadly diseases. And there shall be horrors and great signs from heaven. But before all this, they shall lay their hands on you, and persecute you, delivering you up to the congregations and prisons, being brought before sovereigns and rulers for my name's sake. And it shall turn out to you for a witness. Therefore, resolve in your hearts not to premeditate on what to answer. For I shall give you a mouth and wisdom, which all your adversaries shall not be able to refute or resist. And you shall also be betrayed by parents, and brothers, and relatives, and friends. And some of you shall be put to death. And you shall be hated by all because of my name. But not a hair of your head shall be lost at all. Possess your lives by your endurance. And when you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, then know that its laying waste is near. Then let those in Yehuda flee to the mountains, and let those who are in the midst of her go out. And let not those who are in the fields enter her, because these are the days of vengeance, to fill all that has been written. And woe to those who are pregnant and to those who are nursing children in those days, for there shall be great distress in the earth, and wrath upon this people. And they shall fall by the edge of the sword, and be led away captive into all nations. And Jerusalem shall be trampled underfoot by the nations, until the times of the nations are filled. And there shall be signs in the sun and moon, and stars, and on the earth, anxiety of nations, in bewilderment at the roaring of the sea and agitation, men fainting from fear, and the expectation of what is coming on the earth. For the powers of the heavens shall be shaken. And then they shall see the Son of Adam coming in a cloud with power and much esteem. And when these matters begin to take place, look up and lift up your heads, because your redemption draws near." And he spoke a parable to them. "Look at the fig tree and all the trees. When they have already budded, observing it, you shall know for yourself that summer is now near. So you also, when you see these matters take place, know that the reign of Elohim is near. Truly I say to you, this generation shall by no means pass away, till all shall have taken place. The heaven and the earth shall pass away, but my words shall by no means pass away." and take heed to yourselves, lest your hearts be weighed down by gluttony and drunkenness and worries of this life, and that day come on you suddenly. For it shall come as a snare on all those dwelling on the face of all the earth. Watch then at all times, and pray that you be counted worthy to escape all this about to take place, and to stand before the Son of Adam. And he was teaching in the set-apart place by day, but at night he went out and stayed on the mountain of Olives. And early in the morning all the people came to him in the set-apart place to hear him. Chapter 22. And the festival of Matzot drew near, which is called Pesach, and the chief priests and the scribes were seeking how to kill him, for they feared the people. And Satan entered into Yehuda, who was called Man from Kirioth, who was numbered among the 12. And he went and spoke with the chief priests and captains, how he might deliver him up to them. And they were glad and agreed to give him silver. And he promised and was seeking an occasion to deliver him up to them away from the crowd. And the day of unleavened bread came when the Pesach had to be slaughtered. And he sent Kepha and Yochanan, saying, Go and prepare the Pesach for us to go eat. And they said to him, Where do you wish us to prepare? And he said to them, See, as you enter into the city, a man shall meet you carrying a jar of water. Follow him into the house he enters. And you shall say to the master of the house, The teacher says to you, Where is the guest room where I might eat the Pesach with my taught ones? And he shall show you a large, furnished upper room. Prepare it there. And going, they found it as he had said to them, and they prepared the Pesach. And when the hour had come, he sat down, and the 12 emissaries with him. And he said to them, With desire I have desired to eat this Pesach with you before my suffering. For I say to you, I shall certainly not eat of it again until it is filled in the reign of Elohim. And taking the cup, giving thanks, he said, Take this and divide it among yourselves. For I say to you, I shall certainly not drink of the fruit of the vine until the reign of Elohim comes. And taking bread, giving thanks, he broke it and gave it to them, saying, This is my body, which is given for you. Do this in remembrance of me. Likewise the cup also after supper, saying, This cup is the renewed covenant in my blood, which is shed for you. But see, the hand of him delivering me up is with me on the table. For indeed the Son of Adam goes as it has been decreed. But woe to that man by whom he is delivered up. And they began to ask among themselves, which of them it could be who was about to do this. And there also took place a dispute among them as to which of them seemed to be greater. And he said to them, The sovereigns of the nations rule over them, and those who control them are called workers of good. But not so with you. Let him who is greatest among you be as the youngest, and the leader as one who serves. For who is greater, the one who sits at the table or the one who serves? Is it not the one who sits at the table? But I am in your midst as the one who serves. But you are those who have remained with me in my trials. And I covenant for you, as my Father covenanted for me a reign, to eat and drink at my table in my reign and to sit on thrones, judging the 12 tribes of Israel. And the master said, Shimon, Shimon, see, Satan has asked for you to sift you as wheat. But I have prayed for you, that your belief should not fail. And when you have turned, strengthen your brothers. And he said to him, Master, I am prepared to go with you both to prison and to death. And he said, I say to you, Kepha, the cock shall not crow at all today until you have denied 3 times that you know me. And he said to them, When I sent you without purse and bag and sandals, did you lack any? And they said, None at all. And he said to them, But now let him who has a purse take it, likewise also a bag. And let him who has no sword sell his garment and buy one. For I say to you that what has been written has yet to be accomplished in me. And he was reckoned with lawless ones. For that which refers to me has an end too. And they said, Master, look, here are 2 swords. But he said to them, That is enough. And coming out, he went to the Mount of Olives, according to usage, and his taught ones also followed him. And coming to the place, he said to them, Pray that you do not enter into trial." And he withdrew from them about a stone's throw, and falling on his knees, he was praying, saying, "Father, if it be your counsel, remove this cup from me. Yet not my desire, but let yours be done." And there appeared a messenger from heaven to him, strengthening him. And being in agony, he was praying more earnestly, and his sweat became like great drops of blood falling down to the ground. And rising up from prayer, and coming to his taught ones, he found them sleeping from grief. And he said to them, "Why do you sleep? Rise and pray, lest you enter into trial." And while he was still speaking, see, a crowd, and he who was called Yehuda, one of the 12, was going before them and came near to Yeshua to kiss him. And Yeshua said to him, "Yehuda, do you deliver up the son of Adam with a kiss?" And those around him, seeing what was about to take place, said to him, "Master, shall we strike with the sword?" And one of them struck the servant of the high priest and cut off his right ear. But Yeshua answering said, "Allow it this far." And touching his ear, he healed him. And Yeshua said to those who have come against him, the chief priests and captains of the set-apart place and the elders, "Have you come out as against a robber with swords and clubs? While I was with you daily in the set-apart place, you did not lay hands on me. But this is your hour and the authority of darkness." And having seized him, they led him and brought him to the house of the high priest. And Kepha was following at a distance. And when they had lit a fire in the midst of the courtyard and sat down together, Kepha sat among them. And a certain servant girl, seeing him, said, as he sat by the fire, looked intently at him and said, "And this one was with him." But he denied him, saying, "Woman, I do not know him." And after a little while another saw him and said, "You are one of them too." But Kepha said, "Man, I am not." And about an hour later another insisted, saying, "Truly this one was with him too, for he is a Galilean too." But Kepha said, "Man, I do not know what you are saying." And immediately, while he was still speaking, a cock crowed. And the master turned and looked at Kepha. And Kepha remembered the word of the master, how he had said to him, "Before a cock crows, you shall deny me 3 times." And Kepha went out and wept bitterly. And the men who were holding Yeshua were mocking him, beating him, and having blindfolded him, they were striking him on the face, and were asking him, saying, "Prophesy, who is it that struck you?" And they said to him much more, blaspheming. And when it became day, the elders of the people, both chief priests and scribes, came together, and they led him into their council, saying, "If you are the Messiah, say it to us." And he said to them, "If I say to you, you would not believe it at all. And if I asked you, you would not answer me at all. From now on, the Son of Adam shall sit on the right hand of the power of Elohim." And they all said, "Are you then the Son of Elohim?" And he said to them, "You say that I am." And they said, "Why do we need further witness? For we heard it ourselves from his mouth." Chapter 23. And the entire assembly of them, having risen up, led him to Pilate, and began to accuse him, saying, "We found this one perverting the nation and forbidding to pay taxes to Caesar, saying that he himself is Messiah, a sovereign." And Pilate asked him, saying, "Are you the sovereign of the Yahudim?" And answering him, he said, "You say it." And Pilate said to the chief priests and the crowd, "I find no guilt in this man." But they were insisting, saying, "He stirs up the people, teaching through all Yehuda, beginning from Galilee unto this place." And when Pilate heard of Galilee, he asked if the man were a Galilean. And when he learned that he was under the authority of Herodes, he sent him to Herodes, who was also in Jerusalem in those days. And seeing Yeshua, Herodes rejoiced greatly. For a long time he had wished to see him, because he had heard much about him, and was anticipating to see some miracle done by him, and was questioning him with many words. But he gave him no answer.
And the chief priests and the scribes stood accusing him intensely. And Herodes with his soldiers made light of him, and mocked him, dressing him in a splendid robe, and sent him back to Pilate. And on that day Pilate and Herodes became friends with each other, for before that they had been at enmity with each other. And Pilate, having called together the chief priests and the rulers and the people, said to them, "You brought this man to me as one who turns away the people. And look, I have examined him in your presence, and have found no guilt in this man regarding the charges which you make against him. And neither did Herodes, for I sent you back to him. And look, he has done none at all deserving death. Having disciplined him then, I shall release him." For he had to release one to them at the festival. And they cried out all together, saying, "Away with this one, and release to us Barabbas," who had been thrown into prison for a certain uprising made in the city, and for murder. Wishing to release Yeshua, then Pilate appealed to them again, but they were calling out, saying, "Impale! Impale him!" And he said to them the third time, "Why? What evil has he done? I have found no reason for death in him. Having disciplined him then, I shall release him." But with loud voices they insisted, asking for him to be impaled. And the voices of these men and of the chief priests were prevailing. And Pilate pronounced sentence that what they asked should be done. And he released the one they asked for, who for uprising and murder had been thrown into prison. But he handed Yeshua over to their wishes. And as they led him away, they laid hold of a certain man, Shimon, a Cyrenian, who was coming from the field, and they put the stake on him to bear it behind Yeshua. And a great number of the people were following him, and women who also were mourning and lamenting him. But Yeshua, turning to them, said, "Daughters of Jerusalem, do not weep for me, but weep for yourselves and for your children. For look, days are coming in which they shall say, 'Blessed are the barren, and wombs that never bore, and breasts which never nurse.' Then they shall begin to say to the mountains, 'Fall on us,' and to the hills, 'Cover us.' Because if they do this to the green tree, what is going to be done to the dry tree?" And two others also, evildoers, were led with him to be put to death. And when they had come to the place called Golgotha, they impaled him there, and the evildoers, one on the right and the other on the left. And Yeshua said, "Father, forgive them, for they do not know what they do." And they divided his garments and cast lots. And the people were standing looking on, and the rulers also were sneering with them, saying, "He saved others, let him save himself, if he is the Messiah, the chosen of Elohim." And the soldiers were mocking him too, coming and offering him sour wine, and saying, "If you are the sovereign of the Yahudim, save yourself." And there was also an inscription written over him in letters of Greek and Roman and Hebrew, "This is the sovereign of the Yahudim." And one of the evildoers who were hanged was speaking evil of him, saying, "If you are the Messiah, save yourself and us." But the other, responding, rebuked him, saying, "Do you not even fear Elohim, since you are under the same judgment? And we, indeed, rightly so, for we received the due reward of our deeds. But this one has done no wrong." And he said to Yeshua, "Master, remember me when you come into your reign." And Yeshua said to him, "Truly I say to you, today you shall be with me in paradise." And it was now about the 6th hour, and darkness came over all the land until the 9th hour. And the sun was darkened, and the veil of the dwelling place was torn in two. And crying out with a loud voice, Yeshua said, "Father, into your hands I commit my spirit." And having said this, he breathed his last. And the captain, seeing what took place, praised Elohim, saying, "Truly this man was righteous." And when all the crowds who had gathered to that sight saw what took place, they beat their breasts and went away. And all those who knew him, and the woman who followed him from Galilee, stood at a distance watching this. And see, a man named Joseph, a council member, a good and righteous man. He was not agreeing with their counsel indeed, for Romathaim, a city of the Yahudim, who himself was also waiting for the reign of Elohim. He, going to Pilate, asked for the body of Yeshua, and taking it down, he wrapped it in linen, and laid it in a tomb hewn out of the rock, where no one was yet laid. And it was preparation day, and the Sabbath was approaching, and the women who had come with him from Galilee followed after, and saw the tomb, and how his body was laid. And having returned, they prepared spices and perfumes, and they rested on the Sabbath, according to the command. Chapter 24. But on day 1 of the week, at early dawn, they came to the tomb, bringing the spices which they had prepared. And they found the stone rolled away from the tomb. And having entered, they did not find the body of the Master Yeshua. And it came to be, as they were perplexed about this, that see, 2 men stood by them in glittering garments. And being frightened and bowing their faces to the earth, these said to them, Why do you seek the living among the dead? He is not here, but has been raised up. Remember how he spoke to you when he was still in Galilee, saying the Son of Adam has to be delivered into the hands of sinners, and be impaled, and the 3rd day rise again. And they remembered his words. And having returned from the tomb, they reported all this to the 11 and to all the rest. And it was Miriam from Magdala, and Johanna, and Miriam the mother of Jacob, and the rest with them who told this to the emissaries. And their words appeared to them to be nonsense, and they did not believe them. But Kepha arose and ran to the tomb, and stooping down, he saw the linen wrappings lying by themselves, and he went away home, marveling at what took place. And see, 2 of them were going that same day to a village called Amos, which was 60 stadia from Jerusalem. And they were talking to each other of all this which had taken place. And it came to be, as they were talking and reasoning, that Yeshua himself drew near and went with them. But their eyes were restrained so that they did not know him. And he said to them, What are these words you are exchanging with each other as you were walking? And you are sad. And the one whose name was Cleophas, answering, said to him, Are you the lone visitor in Jerusalem, who does not know what took place in these days? And he said to them, What? And they said to him, Concerning Yeshua of Nazareth, who was a prophet, mighty indeed, and word before Elohim and all the people, and how the chief priests and our rulers delivered him to be condemned to death and impaled him. We, however, were expecting that he who was going to redeem Yisrael. But besides all this, today is the 3rd day since these matters took place. But certain women of ours who arrived at the tomb early also astonished us. When they did not find his body, they came saying that they had also seen a vision of messengers who said he was alive. And some of those with us went to the tomb and found it, as also the women had said, but they did not see him. And he said to them, O thoughtless ones and slow of heart to believe in all that the prophets have spoken. Was it not necessary for the Messiah to suffer these and to enter into his esteem? And beginning at Moshe and all the prophets, he was explaining to them in all the scripture the matters concerning himself. And they approached the village where they were going, and he seemed to be going on. But they urged him strongly, saying, Stay with us, for it is toward evening and the day has declined. And he went in to stay with them. And it came to be, when he sat at the table with them, having taken the bread, he blessed, and having broken, he was giving it to them. And their eyes were open, and they recognized him, and he disappeared from their sight. And they said to each other, Was not our heart burning within us as he was speaking to us on the way, and as he was opening the scripture to us? And rising up that same hour, they returned to Jerusalem, and found the 11, and those who were with them gathered together, saying, The Master was truly raised, and has appeared to Shimon. And they related what took place on the way, and how he was recognized by them in the breaking of the bread. And as they were saying this, Yeshua himself stood in the midst of them and said to them, Peace to you. And being startled and frightened, they thought they had seen a spirit. And he said to them,
Why are you troubled? And why do doubts arise in your hearts? See my hands and my feet, that it is I myself. Handle me, and see, for a spirit does not have flesh and bones as you see I have. And saying this, he showed them his hands and his feet. And while they were still not believing for joy and marveling, he said to them, Have you any food here? And they gave him a piece of broiled fish and some honeycomb. And taking it, he ate in their presence. And he said to them, These are the words which I spoke to you while I was still with you, that all have to be filled that were written in the Torah of Moshe and the prophets and the Techalim concerning me. Then he opened their minds to understand the scriptures and said to them, Thus it has been written, and so it was necessary for the Messiah to suffer and to rise again from the dead the third day, that the repentance and forgiveness of sins should be proclaimed in his name to all nations, beginning at Jerusalem. And you are witnesses of these matters. And see, I am sending the promise of my Father upon you, but you are to remain in the city of Jerusalem until you are clothed with power from on high. And he led them out as far as Bethaniah, and lifting up his hands he blessed them. And it came to be, while he was blessing them, that he was parted from them, and was taken up into the heaven. And they, having bowed down to him, returned to Jerusalem with great joy, and were continually in the set-apart place, praising and blessing Elohim. Amen.
The Book of John, Yochanan, narrated by Nathan Reynolds. Chapter 1. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with Elohim, and the Word was Elohim. He was in the beginning with Elohim. All came to be through him, and without him not even one came to be that came to be. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. And the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. There was a man sent from Elohim, whose name was Yochanan. This one came for a witness, to bear witness of the light, that all might believe through him. He was not that light, but that he might bear witness of that light. He was the true light which enlightens every man coming into the world. He was in the world, and the world came to be through him, and the world did not know him. He came to his own, and his own did not receive him. But as many as received him, to them he gave the authority to become children of Elohim, to those believing in his name, who were born not of blood, nor of the desire of the flesh, nor of the desire of man, but of Elohim. And the Word became flesh and pitched his tent among us, and we saw his esteem as of an only brought forth of a father, complete in favor and truth. Yochanan bore witness of him, and cried out, saying, This was he of whom I said, He who comes after me has become before me, because he was before me. And out of his completeness we all did receive, and favor upon favor. For the Torah was given through Moshe. The favor and the truth came through Yeshua Messiah. No one has ever seen Elohim, the only brought forth Son, who is in the bosom of the Father. He did declare. Now this was the witness of Yochanan. When the Yahudim sent from Jerusalem priests and Levites to ask him, Who are you? And he confessed and did not deny, but confessed, I am not the Messiah. And they asked him, What then? Are you Eliyahu? So he said, I am not. Are you the prophet? And he answered, No. Therefore they said to him, Who are you? So that we give an answer to those who sent us. What do you say about yourself? He said, I am a voice of one crying in the wilderness, make straight the way of Yahuwah, as the prophet Yeshayahu said. And those sent were of the Pharisees. And they asked him, saying, Why then do you immerse if you are not the Messiah, nor Eliyahu, nor the prophet? Yochanan answered them, saying, I immerse in water, but in your midst stands one whom you do not know, the one coming after me, who has become before me, whose sandal strap I am not worthy to loosen. This took place in Beth Anya, beyond the Yarden, where Yochanan was immersing. On the next day, Yochanan saw Yeshua coming toward him and said, See, the Lamb of Elohim who takes away the sin of the world. This is he of whom I have said, After me comes a man who has become before me, for he was before me, and I did not know him, but that he might be revealed to Israel. Therefore I came immersing in water. And Yochanan bore witness, saying, I have seen the Spirit coming down from heaven like a dove and remain on him. And I did not know him. But he who sent me to immerse in water said to me, Upon whom you see the Spirit coming down and remaining on him, this is he who immerses in the set-apart Spirit. And I have seen and have witnessed that this is the Son of Elohim. Again, the following day, Yochanan was standing with two of his taught ones. And looking at Yeshua walking, he said, See the Lamb of Elohim! And the two taught ones heard him speaking, and they followed Yeshua. And Yeshua, turning and seeing them following, said to them, What do you seek? And they said to him, Rabbi, which means teacher, where are you staying? And he said to them, Come and see. They went and saw where he was staying and remained with him that day. Now it was about the 10th hour. Andri, the brother of Shimon Kepha, was one of the two who heard from Yochanan and followed him. First he found his own brother Shimon and said to him, We have found the Messiah, which means the anointed. And he brought him to Yeshua, and looking at him, Yeshua said, You are Shimon, the son of Yonah. You shall be called Kepha, which means a stone. On the following day, Yeshua wished to go to Galilee, and he found Philip and said to him, Follow me. And Philip was from Bethsaida, the city of Andri and Kepha. Philip found Nathanael and said to him, We have found him whom Moshe wrote of in the Torah and in the prophets, Yeshua of Nazareth, the son of Joseph. And Nathanael said to him, Is it possible for any good matter to come out of Nazareth? Philip said to him, Come and see. Yeshua saw Nathanael coming toward him and said of him, See, truly a Yisraeli, in whom is no deceit. Nathanael said to him, From where do you know me? Yeshua answered and said to him, Before Philip called you, when you were under the fig tree, I saw you. Nathanael answered and said to him, Rabbi, you are the son of Elohim. You are the sovereign of Israel. Yeshua answered and said to him, Because I said to you, I saw you under the fig tree, do you believe? Greater than that you shall see. And he said to him, Truly, truly, I say to you, from now on you shall see the heaven opened, and the messengers of Elohim ascending and descending upon the Son of Adam. Chapter 2. And on the third day there was a wedding in Cana of Galilee, and the mother of Yeshua was there. And both Yeshua and his taught ones were invited to the wedding. When they were short of wine, the mother of Yeshua said to him, They have no wine. And Yeshua said to her, Woman, what is that to me and to you? My hour has not yet come. His mother said to the servants, Do whatever he says to you. And there were 6 stone water jugs standing there, according to the mode of cleansing of the Yahudim, each holding 2 or 3 measures. Yeshua said to them, "Fill the water jugs with water," and they filled them up to the brim. And he said to them, "Now draw out and take it to the master of the feast." So they took it. But when the master of the feast had tasted the water that had become wine and did not know where it came from, though the servants who had drawn the water knew, the master of the feast called the bridegroom and said to him, "Every man at the beginning sets out the good wine, and when they have drunk, then that which is poorer. You have kept the good wine until now." This, the beginning of the signs Yeshua did in Cana of Galilee, and manifested his esteem, and his taught ones believed in him. After this, he went down to Kephar Nahum, he and his mother and his brothers and his taught ones, and there they stayed not many days. And the Pesach of the Yahudim was near, and Yeshua went up to Jerusalem, and he found in the set-apart place those selling oxen and sheep and doves and the money changers sitting. And having made a whip out of cords, he drove them all out of the set-apart place with the sheep and the oxen, and poured out the money changers' coins and overturned the tables. And he said to those selling doves, "Take these away. Do not make the house of my Father a house of merchandise." And his taught ones remembered that it was written, "The ardor for your house has eaten me up." And the Yahudim answered and said to him, "What sign do you show to us, since you are doing these?" Yeshua answered and said to them, "Destroy this dwelling place, and in 3 days I shall raise it." Then the Yahudim said, "It took 46 years to build this dwelling place, and you are going to raise it in 3 days?" But he spoke about the dwelling place of his body. So when he was raised from the dead, his taught ones remembered that he said this to them. And they believed the scripture and the word which Yeshua had said. And when he was in Jerusalem, at the Pesach, at the festival, many believed in his name when they saw the signs which he was doing. But Yeshua was not entrusting himself to them, because he knew all men, and had no need that anyone should witness of man, for he knew what was in man. Chapter 3. And there was a man of the Pharisees, Nicodemus was his name, a ruler of the Yahudim. This one came to Yeshua by night and said to him, "Rabbi, we know that you are a teacher, come from Elohim, for no one is able to do these signs you do, if Elohim is not with him." Yeshua answered and said to him, "Truly, truly, I say to you, unless one is born from above, he is unable to see the reign of Elohim." Nicodemus said to him, "How is a man able to be born when he is old? Is he able to enter into his mother's womb a second time and be born?" Yeshua answered, "Truly, truly, I say to you, unless one is born of water and the Spirit, he is unable to enter into the reign of Elohim. That which has been born of the flesh is flesh, that which has been born of the Spirit is spirit. Do not marvel that I said to you, you have to be born from above. The wind blows where it wishes, and you hear the sound of it, but do not know where it comes from and where it goes. So is everyone who has been born of the Spirit." Nicodemus answered and said to him, "How is it possible for this to take place?" Yeshua answered and said to him, "Are you the teacher of Israel and do not know this? Truly, truly, I say to you, we speak what we know and witness what we have seen, and you do not receive our witness. If you do not believe when I spoke to you about earthly matters, how are you going to believe when I speak to you about the heavenly matters? And no one has gone up into the heavens except he who came down from the heaven, the Son of Adam. And as Moshe lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, even so the Son of Adam has to be lifted up, so that whoever is believing in him should not perish, but possess everlasting life. For Elohim so loved the world that he gave his only brought forth Son, so that everyone who believes in him should not perish, but possess everlasting life. For Elohim did not send his Son into the world to judge the world, but that the world through him might be saved. He who believes in him is not judged, but he who does not believe is judged already, because he has not believed in the name of the only brought forth Son of Elohim. And this is the judgment, that the light has come into the world, and men love the darkness rather than the light, for their works were wicked. For everyone who is practicing evil matters hates the light and does not come to the light, lest his works should be exposed. But the one doing the truth comes to the light, so that his works are clearly seen that they have been wrought in Elohim. After this, Yeshua and his taught ones came into the land of Yehuda, and he remained there with them, and was immersing. And Yochanan was also immersing in Ayin, near Salim, because there was plenty of water there, and they were coming and were being immersed, for Yochanan had not yet been put into prison. Then a dispute arose between some of Yochanan's taught ones and the Yahudim about cleansing. And they came to Yochanan and said to him, Rabbi, he who is with you beyond the Yarden, to whom you have witnessed, see, he is immersing, and all are coming to him. Yochanan answered and said, No man is able to receive any matter unless it is given to him from the heaven. You yourselves are witnesses for me that I said, I am not the Messiah, but I am sent ahead of him. He that has the bride is the bridegroom, but the friend of the bridegroom who stands and hears him rejoices greatly because of the voice of the bridegroom. So this joy of mine is complete. It is right for him to increase, but me to decrease. He who comes from above is over all. He who is from the earth is of the earth, and speaks of the earth. He who comes from the heaven is over all. And what he has seen and heard, that he witnesses. And no one receives his witness. He who receives his witness has set his seal that Elohim is true. For he whom Elohim has sent speaks the words of Elohim. For Elohim does not give the Spirit by measure. The Father loves the Son and has given all into his hand. He who believes in the Son possesses everlasting life, but he who does not obey the Son shall not see life, but the wrath of Elohim remains on him. Chapter 4. So when the master knew that the Pharisees had heard that Yeshua made and immersed more taught ones than Yochanan, although Yeshua himself did not immerse but his taught ones, he left Yehuda and went away again to Galilee. And he had to pass through Shamaron. So he came to a city of Shamaron called Shechem, near the piece of land Yaakov gave to his son Yosef. And Yaakov's fountain was there. So Yeshua, being wearied from the journey, was sitting thus at the fountain. It was about the 6th hour. A woman of Shamaron came to draw water. Yeshua said to her, Give me to drink. For his taught ones had gone off into the city to buy food. The woman of Shamaron therefore said to him, How is it that you, being a Yahudi, ask a drink from me, a woman of Shamaron? For Yahudim did not associate with Shamaron. And Yeshua answered and said to her, If you knew the gift of Elohim, and who it is who says to you, Give me to drink, you would have asked him, and he would have given you living water. The woman said to him, Master, you have no vessel, and the well is deep. From where then do you have living water? Are you greater than our father Yaakov, who gave us the well, and drank from it himself and his sons and his cattle? Yeshua answered and said to her, Everyone drinking of this water shall thirst again. But whoever drinks of the water I give him shall certainly never thirst. And the water that I give him shall become in him a fountain of water springing up into everlasting life." The woman said to him, "Master, give me this water so that I do not thirst, nor come here to draw." Yeshua said to her, "Go, call your husband and come here." The woman answered and said, "I have no husband." Yeshua said to her, "You well said, 'I have no husband,' for you have had 5 husbands, and the one whom you have now is not your husband. What you have said is true." The woman said to him, "Master, I see that you are a prophet. Our fathers worshipped on this mountain, but you people say that in Jerusalem is the place where one needs to worship." Yeshua said to her, "Woman, believe me, the hour is coming when you shall neither on this mountain nor in Jerusalem worship the Father. You worship what you do not know. We worship what we know, because the deliverance is of the Yahudim. But the hour is coming, and now is, when the true worshipers shall worship the Father in spirit and truth. For the Father also does seek such to worship him. Elohim is spirit, and those who worship him need to worship in spirit and truth." The woman said to him, "I know that Messiah is coming, the one who is called Anointed. When that one comes, he shall announce to us all." Yeshua said to her, "I, who am speaking to you, am he." And upon this his taught ones came, and they were marveling that he was speaking with a woman. However, no one said, "What do you seek?" or "Why do you speak with her?" The woman then left her water jug and went away to the city and said to the men, "Come see a man who told me all that I have done. Is this not the Messiah?" They went out of the city and were coming to him. But in the meantime his taught ones were asking him, saying, "Rabbi, eat." And he said to them, "I have food to eat of which you do not know." Then the taught ones said to each other, "Did anyone bring him food to eat?" Yeshua said to them, "My food is to do the desire of him who sent me and to accomplish his work. Do you not say, 'There are still 4 months and the harvest comes'? See, I say to you, lift up your eyes and see the fields, for they are white for harvest already. He who is reaping receives a reward and gathers fruit for everlasting life, so that both he who is sowing and he who is reaping rejoice together. For in this the word is true. One sows and another reaps. I sent you to reap that for which you have not labored. Others have labored, and you have entered into their labors." And many of the Shomarim of that city believed in him because of the word of the woman who witnessed, "He told me all that I have done." Therefore, when the Shomarim came to him, they were asking him to stay with them, and he stayed there 2 days. And many more believed because of his word. And they said to the woman, "We no longer believe because of what you said. For we ourselves have heard, and we know that this is truly the Messiah, the Savior of the world." And after the 2 days he left there and went to Galilee. For Yeshua himself witnessed that a prophet is without appreciation in his own country. Therefore, when he came to Galilee, the Galileans received him, having seen all that he had done in Jerusalem at the festival, for they also went to the festival. Then Yeshua came again to Cana of Galilee, where he had made the water wine. And there was a certain nobleman whose son was sick at Capernaum. When he heard that Yeshua had come from Yehuda into Galilee, he went to him and was asking him to come down and heal his son, for he was about to die. Yeshua then said to him, "If you people do not see signs and wonders, you do not believe at all." The nobleman said to him, "Master, come down before my child dies." Yeshua said to him, "Go, your son lives." And the man believed the word that Yeshua spoke to him and went. And while he was going down, his servant met him
and reported, saying, "Your son lives." He then asked from them the hour in which he became better. And they said to him, "Yesterday at the 7th hour the inflammation left him." Then the father knew that it was at the same hour in which Yeshua said to him, "Your son lives." And he himself believed, and all his household. Again, this was the second sign Yeshua did when he had come from Yehuda into Galilee. Chapter 5. After this there was a festival of the Yahudim, and Yeshua went up to Jerusalem. And in Jerusalem at the sheep gate there was a pool, which is called in Hebrew Beth-Zatha, having 5 porches. In these were lying a great number of those who were sick, blind, crippled, paralyzed, waiting for the stirring of the water. For a messenger was going down at a certain time into the pool and was stirring the water. Whoever stepped in first, then, after the stirring of the water, became well of whatever disease he had. And a certain man was there, who had a sickness 38 years. When Yeshua saw him lying there, and knowing that he had already been a long time, he said to him, "Do you wish to become well?" The sick man answered him, "Master, I have no man to put me into the pool when the water is stirred. But while I am coming, another steps down before me." Yeshua said to him, "Rise, take up your bed and walk." And immediately the man became well, and he took up his bed and was walking. Now it was Sabbath on that day. The Yahudim therefore said to him who had been healed, "It is the Sabbath. It is not right for you to take up the bed." He answered them, "He who made me well said to me, 'Take up your bed and walk.'" Therefore they asked him, "Who is the man who said to you, 'Take up your bed and walk'?" But the one who was healed did not know who it was, for Yeshua had moved away, a crowd being in that place. Afterward, Yeshua found him in the set-apart place and said to him, "See, you have been made well. Sin no more, so that no worse matter befalls you." The man went away and told the Yahudim that it was Yeshua who made him well. And because of this, the Yahudim persecuted Yeshua and were seeking to kill him, because he was doing these healings on the Sabbath. But Yeshua answered them, "My Father works until now, and I work." Because of this, then the Yahudim were seeking all the more to kill him, because not only was he breaking the Sabbath, but he also called Elohim his own Father, making himself equal with Elohim. Therefore Yeshua responded and said to them, "Truly, truly, I say to you, the Son is able to do none at all by himself, but only that which he sees the Father doing, because whatever he does, the Son also likewise does. For the Father loves the Son and shows him all that he himself does, and greater works than these he is going to show him, in order that you marvel. For as the Father raises the dead and makes alive, even so the Son makes alive him whom he wishes. For the Father judges no one, but has given all judgment to the Son, that all should value the Son, even as they value the Father. He who does not value the Son does not value the Father who sent him. Truly, truly, I say to you, he who hears my word and believes in him who sent me possesses everlasting life, and does not come into judgment, but has passed from death into life. Truly, truly, I say to you, the hour is coming, and now is, when the dead shall hear the voice of the Son of Elohim, and those having heard shall live. For as the Father possesses life in himself, so he gave also to the Son to possess life in himself. And he has given him authority also to do judgment, because he is the son of Adam. Do not marvel at this, because the hour is coming in which all those in the tomb shall hear his voice, and shall come forth, those who have done good to the resurrection of life, and those who have practiced evil matters to a resurrection of judgment. Of myself I am unable to do any matter.
As I hear, I judge, and my judgment is righteous, because I do not seek my own desire, but the desire of the Father who sent me. If I bear witness of myself, my witness is not true. There is another who bears witness of me, and I know that the witness which he witnesses of me is true. You have sent to Yochanan, and he bore witness to the truth, but I do not receive witness from man. But I say this in order that you might be saved. He was the burning and shining lamp, and for a while you wished to rejoice in his light. But I have greater witness than that of Yochanan, for the works that the Father gave me to accomplish, the works that I do, bear witness of me that the Father has sent me. And the Father who sent me, he bore witness of me. You have neither heard his voice at any time, nor seen his form. And you do not have his word staying in you, because you do not believe in him whom he sent. You search the Scriptures because you think you possess everlasting life in them, and these are the ones that bear witness of me. But you do not desire to come to me in order to possess life. I do not receive esteem from men, but I know you, that you do not have the love of Elohim in you. I have come in my Father's name, and you do not receive me. If another comes in his own name, him you would receive. How are you able to believe when you are receiving esteem from one another, and the esteem that is from the only Elohim you do not seek? Do not think that I shall accuse you to the Father. There is one who accuses you, Moshe, in whom you have set your expectation. For if you believed Moshe, you would have believed me, since he wrote about me. But if you do not believe his writings, how shall you believe my words? Chapter 6. After this, Yeshua went away to the other side of the Sea of Galilee, that is Lake Kinnereth. And a large crowd was following him because they saw his signs which he did on those who were sick. And Yeshua went up on a mountain, and there he sat down with his taught ones. And the Pesach was near, the festival of the Yahudim. Then Yeshua, lifting up his eyes and seeing a large crowd coming towards him, said to Philip, Where shall we buy bread for them to eat? And this he said, trying him, for he himself knew what he would do. Philip answered him, 200 denarii worth of bread is not sufficient for them, for every one of them to receive a little. One of his taught ones, Andri, the brother of Shimon Kepha, said to him, Here is a boy who has 5 barley loaves and 2 fishes, but what are these for so many? And Yeshua said, Make the people sit down. Now there was much grass in the place, and the men, numbering about 5,000, sat down. And Yeshua took the loaves, and having given thanks, he distributed them to the taught ones, and the taught ones to those sitting down, and the same with the fish, and as much as they wished. And when they were filled, he said to his taught ones, Gather the broken pieces that are left over, so that none gets wasted. So they gathered them and filled 12 baskets with broken pieces of the 5 barley loaves, which were left over by those who had eaten. Then the men, having seen the sign that Yeshua did, said, This is truly the prophet who is coming to the world. Then Yeshua, knowing that they were about to come and seize him, that they might make him sovereign, withdrew himself again to the mountain alone by himself. And when evening came, his taught ones went down to the sea. And entering into the boat, they were going over the sea towards Capernaum. And it was already become dark, and Yeshua had not yet come to them. And the sea was rising because a great wind was blowing. When they had rowed about 25 or 30 stadia, they saw Yeshua walking on the sea and coming near the boat, and they were afraid. And he said to them, It is I. Do not be afraid. They wished, therefore, to take him into the boat, and at once the boat was at land, where they were going. On the next day, the crowd that was standing on the other side of the sea saw that there was no other boat there except that one into which his taught ones had entered, and that Yeshua had not entered the boat with his taught ones, but his taught ones went away alone. But other boats came from Kinnereth, near the place where they ate bread after the master had given thanks. Therefore, when the crowd saw that Yeshua was not there, nor his taught ones, they themselves entered into the boats and came to Capernaum, seeking Yeshua. And having found him on the other side of the sea, they asked him, "Rabbi, when did you come here?" Yeshua answered them and said, "Truly, truly, I say to you, you seek me not because you saw signs, but because you ate of the loaves and were satisfied. Do not labor for the food that is perishing, but for the food that is remaining to everlasting life, which the Son of Adam shall give you. For the Father, Elohim, has set his seal on him." So they said to him, "What should we do to work the works of Elohim?" Yeshua answered and said to him, "This is the work of Elohim, that you believe in him whom he sent." So they said to him, "What sign then would you do so that we see and believe you? What would you do? Our fathers ate manna in the wilderness, as it's been written, he gave them bread out of the heaven to eat." Therefore Yeshua said to them, "Truly, truly, I say to you, Moshe did not give you the bread out of the heaven, but my Father gives you the true bread out of heaven. For the bread of Elohim is he who comes down out of the heaven and gives life to the world." So they said to him, "Master, give us this bread always." And Yeshua said to them, "I am the bread of life. He who comes to me shall not get hungry at all, and he who believes in me shall not get thirsty at all. But I said to you that you have seen me, and still you do not believe. All that the Father gives me shall come to me, and the one who comes to me I shall by no means cast out. Because I have come down out of the heaven not to do my own desire, but the desire of him who sent me. This is the desire of the Father who sent me, that all he has given me I should not lose of it, but should raise it in the last day. And this is the desire of him who sent me, that everyone who sees the Son and believes in him should possess everlasting life. And I shall raise him up in the last day." Therefore the Yahudim were grumbling against him, because he said, "I am the bread which came down out of the heaven." And they said, "Is not this Yeshua, the son of Joseph, whose father and mother we know? How is it then that he says, 'I have come down out of the heaven'?" Then Yeshua answered and said to them, "Do not grumble with one another. No one is able to come to me unless the Father who sent me draws him, and I shall raise him up on the last day. It has been written in the prophets, and they shall all be taught by Yahuwah. Everyone, then, who has heard from the Father and learned, comes to me. Not that anyone has seen the Father, except he who is from Elohim. He has seen the Father. Truly, truly, I say to you, he who believes in me possesses everlasting life. I am the bread of life. Your fathers ate the manna in the wilderness, and they died. This is the bread which comes down out of heaven, so that anyone might eat of it and not die. I am the living bread which came down out of the heaven. If anyone eats of this bread, he shall live forever. And indeed, the bread that I shall give is my flesh, which I shall give for the life of the world." The Yahudim therefore were striving with one another, saying, "How is this one able to give us his flesh to eat?" Yeshua therefore said to them, "Truly, truly, I say to you, unless you eat the flesh of the Son of Adam and drink his blood, you possess no life in yourselves. He who eats my flesh and drinks my blood possesses everlasting life, and I shall raise him up in the last day. For my flesh is truly food, and my blood is truly drink. He who eats my flesh and drinks my blood stays in me, and I in him. As the living Father sent me, and I live because of the Father, so he who feeds on me shall live because of me. This is the bread which came down out of the heaven, not as your fathers ate the manna and died. He who eats this bread shall live forever. He said this in a congregation teaching in Capernaum. Therefore many of his taught ones, having heard, said, "This word is hard. Who is able to hear it?" But Yeshua, knowing within himself that his taught ones were grumbling about this, said to them, "Does this make you stumble? What if you see the Son of Adam going up where he was before? It is the Spirit that gives life. The flesh does not profit at all. The words that I speak to you are spirit and are life. But there are some of you who do not believe." For Yeshua knew from the beginning who they were who did not believe, and who would deliver him up. And he said, "Because of this, I have said to you that no one is able to come to me unless it has been given to him by my Father." From then on, many of his taught ones withdrew, and were not walking with him anymore. Yeshua therefore said to the 12, "Do you also wish to go away?" Then Shimon Kepha answered him, "Master, to whom shall we go? You possess words of everlasting life, and we have believed and we know that you are the Messiah, the Son of the living Elohim." Yeshua answered them, "Have I not chosen you, the 12? And one of you is a devil." He was now speaking of Yehuda from Kirioth, the son of Shimon, for he, one of the 12, was about to deliver him up. Chapter 7. And after this Yeshua was walking in Galilee, for he did not wish to walk in Yehuda, because the Yahudim were seeking to kill him. And the festival of the Yahudim was near, the festival of Sukkot. So his brothers said to him, "Get away from here and go into Yehuda, so that your taught ones also see the works that you are doing. For no one acts in secret while he himself seeks to be known openly. If you do these works, show yourself to the world." For even his brothers did not believe in him. Yeshua therefore said to them, "My time has not yet come, but your time is always ready. It is impossible for the world to hate you, but it hates me because I bear witness of it, that its works are wicked. You go up to this festival. I am not going up to this festival, for my time has not yet been filled." And having said this to them, he stayed in Galilee. But when his brothers had gone up to the festival, then he also went up, not openly, but as it were in secret. The Yahudim therefore were seeking him at the festival and said, "Where is he?" And there was much grumbling about him among the crowd. Some were saying, "He is good," but others were saying, "No, but he's leading the crowd astray." However, no one spoke openly of him for fear of the Yahudim. And about the middle of the festival, Yeshua went up into the set-apart place, and he was teaching. And the Yahudim were marveling, saying, "How does this man know letters, not having learned?" Yeshua answered them and said, "My teaching is not mine, but his who sent me. If anyone desires to do his desire, he shall know concerning the teaching, whether it is from Elohim, or whether I speak from myself. He who speaks from himself is seeking his own esteem, but he who seeks the esteem of the one who sent him is true, and no unrighteousness is in him. Did not Moshe give you the Torah? Yet not one of you does the Torah. Why do you seek to kill me?" And the crowd answered and said, "You have a demon. Who seeks to kill you?" Yeshua answered and said to them, "I did one work and you all marvel. Because of this Moshe has given you the circumcision, though it is not from Moshe, but from the fathers. And you circumcise a man on the Sabbath. If a man receives circumcision on the Sabbath, so that the Torah of Moshe should not be broken, are you wroth with me because I made a man entirely well on the Sabbath? Do not judge according to appearance, but judge with righteous judgment. Therefore some of them from Jerusalem said, Is this not he whom they are seeking to kill? And see, he speaks boldly. And they say none at all to him. Could it be that the rulers truly know that this is truly the Messiah? But we know where this one is from. And when the Messiah comes, no one knows where he is from. Yeshua therefore cried out in the set-apart place, teaching and saying, You both know me, and you know where I am from, and I have not come of myself, but he who sent me is true, whom you do not know. But I know him, because I am from him, and he sent me. So they were seeking to seize him, but no one laid a hand on him, because his hour had not yet come. And many of the crowd believed in him, and said, When the Messiah comes, shall he do more signs than these which this one did? The Pharisees heard the crowd muttering these matters concerning him, and the Pharisees and the chief priests sent officers to seize him. Therefore Yeshua said to them, Yet a little while I am with you. Then I go to him who sent me. You shall seek me, and you shall not find me. And where I am, you are unable to come. The Yahudim therefore said to themselves, Where is he about to go that we shall not find him? Is he about to go to the dispersions among the Greeks and to teach the Greeks? What is this word which he said, You shall seek me, and you shall not find me, and where I am you are unable to come? And on the last day, the great day of the festival, Yeshua stood and cried out, saying, If anyone thirsts, let him come to me, and let him who believes in me drink. As the scripture said, out of his innermost shall flow rivers of living water. And this he said concerning the Spirit, which those believing in him were about to receive. For the set-apart Spirit was not yet given, because Yeshua was not yet esteemed. Many from the crowd, when they heard the word, then said, This truly is the prophet. Others said, This is the Messiah. But others said, Does the Messiah then come out of Galilee? Did not the scriptures say that the Messiah comes from the seed of David and from the village of Bethlehem where David was? So a division came about among the people because of him, and some of them wished to take him, but no one laid hands on him. The officers therefore came to the chief priests and Pharisees, and they said to them, Why did you not bring him? And the officers answered, Never has any man spoken like this man. The Pharisees therefore answered them, Have you also been led astray? Has any one of the rulers of the Pharisees believed in him? But this crowd that does not know the Torah is accursed. Nicodemus, he who came to Yeshua by night, being one of them, said to them, Does our Torah judge the man, unless it hears first from him and knows what he is doing? They answered and said to him, Are you also from Galilee? Search and see that no prophet has arisen out of Galilee. And each one went to his own house. Chapter 8. And Yeshua went to the Mount of Olives. And at dawn he came again into the set-apart place, and all the people were coming to him. And having sat down, he was teaching them. And the scribes and Pharisees brought to him a woman caught in adultery. And having set her in the midst, they said to him,
Teacher, this woman was caught in the act of adultery. And in the Torah, Moshe commanded us that such should be stoned. What then do you say?
And this they said, trying him, so that they might accuse him. But Yeshua, bending down, wrote on the ground with the finger, as though he did not hear. But as they kept on questioning him, he straightened up and said to them, He who is without sin among you, let him be the first to throw a stone at her. And bending down again, he wrote on the ground. And when they heard it, being reproved by their conscience, went out one by one, beginning from the older ones until the last. And Yeshua was left alone, and the woman standing in the middle. And Yeshua, straightening up and seeing no one but the woman, said to her, Woman, where are those accusers of yours? Did no one condemn you? And she said, No one, Master. And Yeshua said to her, Neither do I condemn you. Go and sin no more. Therefore Yeshua spoke to them again, saying, I am the light of the world. He who follows me shall by no means walk in darkness, but possess the light of life. The Pharisees therefore said to him, You bear witness about yourself. Your witness is not true. Yeshua answered and said to them, Even if I witness concerning myself, my witness is true, for I know where I came from and where I am going, but you do not know from where I come or where I go. You judge according to the flesh. I judge no one. But even if I do judge, my judgment is true, because I am not alone in it, but I and the Father who sent me. And in your Torah also it has been written that the witness of two men is true. I am one who witnesses concerning myself, and the Father who sent me witnesses concerning me. Therefore they said to him, Where's your Father? Yeshua answered, You know neither me nor my Father. If you knew me, you would have known my Father also. These words Yeshua spoke in the treasury, teaching in the set-apart place, and no one laid hands on him because his hour had not yet come. Therefore Yeshua said to them again, I am going away, and you shall seek me, and you shall die in your own sin. Where I go, you are unable to come. Then the Yahudim said, Shall he kill himself because he says, Where I go, you are unable to come? And he said to them, You are from below, I am from above. You are of this world, I am not of this world. Therefore I said to you that you shall die in your sins. For if you do not believe that I am he, you shall die in your sins. Then they said to him, Who are you? And Yeshua said to them, Altogether that which I even say to you. I have much to say and to judge concerning you, but he who sent me is true. And what I heard from him, these words I speak to the world. They did not know that he spoke to them of the Father. So Yeshua said to them, When you lift up the Son of Adam, then you shall know that I am he, and that I do none at all of myself, but as my Father taught me, these words I speak. And he who sent me is with me. The Father has not left me alone, for I always do what pleases him. As he was speaking these words, many believed in him. So Yeshua said to those Yahudim who believed him, If you stay in my word, you are truly my taught ones, and you shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. They answered him, We are the seed of Abraham, and have been servants to no one at any time. How do you say you shall become free? Yeshua answering them, Truly, truly, I say to you, everyone doing sin is a servant of sin, and the servant does not stay in the house forever. A son stays forever. If then the Son makes you free, you shall be free indeed. I know that you are the seed of Abraham, but you seek to kill me because my word has no place in you. I speak what I have seen with my Father, and you do what you have heard from your father. They answered and said to him, Abraham is our father. Yeshua said to them, If you were Abraham's children, you would do the works of Abraham. But now you seek to kill me, a man who has spoken to you the truth, which I heard from Elohim. Abraham did not do this. You do the works of your father. Then they said to him, We were not born of whoring. We have one Father, Elohim. Yeshua said to them, If Elohim were your father, you would love me, For I came forth from Elohim, and am here. For I have not come of myself, but he sent me. Why do you not know what I say? Because you're unable to hear my word. You are of your father the devil, and the desires of your father you wish to do. He was a murderer from the beginning, and he has not stood in the truth, because there is no truth in him. When he speaks the lie, he speaks of his own, for he is a liar and the father of it. And because I speak the truth, you do not believe me. Who of you proves me wrong concerning sin? And if I speak the truth, why do you not believe me? He who is of Elohim hears the words of Elohim. Therefore you do not hear, because you are not of Elohim. The Yahudim answered and said to him, Do we not say well that you are a Shamaroni and have a demon? And Yeshua answered, I do not have a demon, but I value my Father, and you do not value me. And I do not seek my own esteem. There is one who is seeking and is judging. Truly, truly, I say to you, if anyone guards my word, he shall never see death at all. The Yahudim said to him, Now we know that you have a demon. Abraham died, and the prophets, and you say, If anyone guards my word, he shall never taste death at all. Are you greater than our father Abraham, who died? And the prophets died? Whom do you make yourself? Yeshua answered, If I esteem myself, my esteem is none at all. It is my Father who esteems me, of whom you say that he is your Father. You have not known him, but I know him. And if I say I do not know him, I shall be like you, a liar. But I do know him, and I guard his word. Your father Abraham was glad that he should see my day, and he saw it and did rejoice. The Yahudim therefore said to him, You are not yet 50 years old, and have you seen Abraham? Yeshua said to them, Truly, truly, I say to you, before Abraham came to be, I am. Therefore they picked up stones to throw at him. But Yeshua was hidden and went out of the set-apart place, going through the midst of them, and so passed by. Chapter 9. And passing by, he saw a man blind from birth. And his taught ones asked him, saying, Rabbi, who sinned, this man or his parents, that he should be born blind? Yeshua answered, Neither this man nor his parents sinned, but that the works of Elohim might be made manifest in him. It is necessary for me to work the works of him who sent me while it is day. Night is coming, when no one is able to work. While I am in the world, I am the light of the world. Having said this, he spat on the ground and made clay with his saliva, and applied the clay to the eyes of the blind man. And he said to him, Go, wash in the pool of Shiloach, which means sent. So he went and washed and came seeing. Therefore the neighbors and those who saw him before, that he was blind, said, Is not this he who was sitting and begging? Others said, This is he. Others said, He is like him. And he said, I am. So they said to him, How were your eyes opened? He answered and said, A man called Yeshua made clay and applied it to my eyes and said to me, Go to the pool of Shiloah and wash. And I went and washed and received sight. And they said to him, Where is he? And he said, I do not know. They brought to the Pharisees the one who was once blind. Now it was a Sabbath day when Yeshua made the clay and opened his eyes. Therefore the Pharisees also asked him again how he had received his sight. He said to them, He put clay on my eyes, and I washed, and I see. Therefore some of the Pharisees said, This man is not from Elohim, because he does not guard the Sabbath. Others said, How is a man who is a sinner able to do such miracles? And there was a division among them. So they said to the blind one again, "What do you say about him, because he opened your eyes?" And he said, "He is a prophet." However, the Yahudim did not believe concerning him that he had been blind and received his sight, till they called the parents of him who had received his sight. And they asked them, saying, "Is this your son, who you say was born blind? How then does he see now?" His parents answered them and said, "We know that this is our son, and that he was born blind. But how now he sees, we don't know, or who opened his eyes, we do not know. He is of age. Ask him. He shall speak concerning himself." His parents said this because they were afraid of the Yahudim, for the Yahudim had already agreed that if anyone confessed that he was Messiah, he should be put out of the congregation. Because of this, his parents said, "He is of age, ask him." So for the second time they called the man who was blind and said to him, "Give esteem to Elohim. We know that this man is a sinner." Then he answered and said, "Whether he's a sinner, I do not know. I only know that I was blind. Now I see." And they asked him once more, "What did he do to you? How did he open your eyes?" He answered them, "I have told you already, and you did not hear. Why do you wish to hear it again? Do you wish to become his taught ones too?" Then they abused him and said, "You are his taught one, but we are taught ones of Moshe. We know that Elohim has spoken to Moshe, but this one we do not know where he is from." The man answered and said to them, Why, this is a wonder. You do not know where he is from, yet he opened my eyes. And we know that Elohim does not hear sinners, but if anyone fears Elohim and does his desire, he hears him. From of old it has never been heard that anyone opened the eyes of one who was born blind. If this one were not from Elohim, he could not have done this at all. They answered and said to him, "You are born completely in sins, and are you teaching us?" And they cast him out. Yahshua, having heard that they cast him out, and when he found him, he said to him, "Do you believe in the Son of Elohim?" He answered and said, "Who is he, Master, that I might believe in him?" Yeshua said to him, "You have both seen him, and he who speaks with you is he." And he said, "Master, I believe," and bowed before him. And Yeshua said, "For judgment I have come into this world, that those not seeing might see, and those seeing might become blind." And those of the Pharisees who were with him heard these words and said to him, "Are we blind too?" Yeshua said to them, "If you were blind, you would have no sin. But now you say, 'We see.' Therefore your sin remains." Chapter 10. Truly, truly, I say to you, he who does not enter through the door into the sheepfold, but climbs up by another way, that one is a thief and a robber. But he who enters through the door is the shepherd of the sheep. The doorkeeper opens for him, and the sheep hear his voice, and he calls his own sheep by name and leads them out. And when he has brought out his own sheep, he goes before them, and the sheep follow him because they know his voice. And they shall by no means follow a stranger, but shall flee from him, because they do not know the voice of strangers. Yeshua used this figure of speech, but they did not know what he had been saying to them. Yeshua therefore said to them again, "Truly, truly, I say to you, I am the door of the sheep. All who came before me are thieves and robbers, but the sheep did not hear them. I am the door. Whoever enters through me, he shall be saved, and shall go in and go out and find pasture. The thief does not come except to steal and to slaughter and to destroy. I have come that they might possess life, and that they might possess it beyond measure. I am the good shepherd. The good shepherd lays down his life for the sheep. But the hireling, and not being a shepherd, one who does not own the sheep, sees the wolf coming and leaves the sheep and flees. And the wolf snatches the sheep and scatters them. Now the hireling flees because he is a hireling and is not concerned about the sheep. I am the good shepherd, and I know mine, and mine know me. Even as the Father knows me, and I know the Father, and I lay down my life for the sheep. And other sheep I have which are not of this fold. I have to bring them as well. And they shall hear my voice, and there shall be one flock, one shepherd. Because of this, the Father loves me, because I lay down my life in order to receive it again. No one takes it from me, but I lay it down of myself. I have authority to lay it down, and I have authority to receive it again. This command I have received from my Father. Again there came a division among the Yahudim because of these words. And many of them said, He has a demon and is mad. Why do you listen to him? Others said, These are not the words of one possessed by a demon. Is a demon able to open the eyes of the blind? At that time the Hanukkah came to be in Jerusalem, and it was winter. And Yeshua was walking in the set-apart place in the ports of Shelema. So the Yahudim surrounded him and said to him, How long do you keep us in suspense? If you are the Messiah, say to us plainly. Yeshua answered them, I have told you, and you do not believe. The works that I do in my Father's name, they bear witness concerning me. But you do not believe, because you are not of my sheep. As I said to you, my sheep hear my voice, and I know them, and they follow me. And I give them everlasting life, and they shall by no means ever perish, and no one shall snatch them out of my hand. My Father who has given them to me is greater than all, and no one is able to snatch them out of my Father's hand. I and my Father are one. Again the Yahudim picked up stones to stone him. Yeshua answered them, Many good works have I shown you from my Father. Because of which of these works do you stone me? The Yahudim answered him, saying, We do not stone you for a good work, but for blasphemy, because you, being a man, make yourself Elohim. Yeshua answered them, Is it not written in your own Torah, I said you are Elohim? If he called them Elohim, to whom the word of Elohim came, and it is impossible for the scripture to be broken, do you say of him whom the Father set apart and sent into the world, You are blaspheming, because I said I am the Son of Elohim? If I do not do the works of my Father, do not believe me. But if I do, though you do not believe me, believe the works, so that you know and believe that the Father is in me, and I in him. Therefore they were seeking again to seize him, but he went forth out of their hand, and went once more to the other side of the Yarden, to the place where Yochanan was immersing at first, and there he stayed. And many came to him and said, Yochanan indeed did no sign. Yet all that Yochanan said about this man was true, and many believed in him there. Chapter 11. And a certain one was sick, Eleazar from Bethaniah, the village of Miriam and her sister Martha. Now it was Miriam who anointed the master with perfume and wiped his feet with her hair, whose brother Eleazar was sick. Therefore the sister sent to him, saying, Master, see, he whom you love is sick. But when Yeshua heard, he said, This sickness is not unto death, but for the esteem of Elohim, so that the Son of Elohim might be esteemed by it. Now Yeshua loved Martha and her sister, and Eleazar. Therefore when he heard that he was sick, then indeed he stayed at the place where he was 2 more days. Then after this he said to the taught ones, "Let us go back to Yehuda." And the taught ones said to him, "Rabbi, the Yahudim were but now seeking to stone you, and you are going back there?" Yeshua answered, "Are there not 12 hours in the day? If anyone walks in the day, he does not stumble, because he sees the light of this world. But if anyone walks in the night, he stumbles, because the light is not in him." He said this, and after that he said to them, "Our friend Eleazar has fallen asleep, but I am going there to wake him up." Therefore the taught one said to him, "Master, if he has fallen asleep, he shall recover." But Yeshua had spoken about his death, whereas they thought that he spoke of taking rest in sleep. So then Yeshua said to them plainly, "Eleazar has died, and for your sake I am glad that I was not there, in order for you to believe. But let us go to him." Toma, who is called the twin, then said to his fellow taught ones, "Let us also go, so that we die with him." Therefore, when Yeshua arrived, he found that he had already been 4 days in the tomb. Now Bethaniah was near Jerusalem, about 15 stadia away. And many of the Yahudim had come to Martha and Miriam to comfort them concerning their brother. Martha then, when she heard that Yeshua was coming, met him, but Miriam was sitting in the house. Martha then said to Yeshua, "Master, if you had been here, my brother would not have died. But even now I know that whatever you might ask of Elohim, Elohim shall give you." Yeshua said to her, "Your brother shall rise again." Martha said to him, "I know that he shall rise again in the resurrection at the last day." Yeshua said to her, "I am the resurrection and the life. He who believes in me, though he dies, he shall live. And everyone that is living and believing in me shall never die at all. Do you believe this?" She said to him, "Yes, Master, I believe that you are the Messiah, the Son of Elohim, who is coming into the world." And having said this, she went away and called her sister Miriam secretly, saying, "The teacher is here and calls you." When she heard, she rose up quickly and came to him. Yeshua had not yet come into the village, but was in the place where Martha met him. Therefore the Yahudim who were with her in the house and were comforting her, when they saw that Miriam rose up quickly and went out, followed her, saying, "She's going to the tomb to weep there." Miriam, therefore, when she came where Yeshua was and saw him, she fell down at his feet, saying to him, "Master, if you had been here, my brother would not have died." Yeshua, therefore, when he saw her weeping, and the Yahudim who came with her weeping, he groaned in the spirit and was troubled, and said, "Where have you laid him?" They said to him, "Master, come and see." Yeshua wept. The Yahudim therefore said, "See how he loved him." And some of them said, "Was this one who opened the eyes of the blind not also able to prevent this one from dying?" Yeshua, therefore, again groaning in himself, came to the tomb. Now it was a cave, and a stone lay against it. Yeshua said, "Take away the stone." Martha, the sister of him who had died, said to him, "Master, already he smells, for it is 4 days." Yeshua said to her, "Did I not say to you that if you believe, you shall see the esteem of Elohim?" So they took away the stone where the dead man was laid. And Yeshua lifted up his eyes and said, "Father,
I thank you that you have heard me, and I know that you always hear me. But because of the crowd standing by, I said this in order that they believe that you sent me."
And when he had said this, he cried out with a loud voice,
"Eleazar, come out!"
And he who had died came out, bound feet and hands with wrappings, and his face was wrapped with a cloth. Yeshua said to them, "Loosen him and let him go." Therefore many of the Yahudim who had come to Miriam and had seen what Yeshua did believed in him. But some of them went away to the Pharisees and told them what Yeshua did. So the chief priests and the Pharisees gathered a council and said, "What shall we do? Because this man does many signs. If we let him alone like this, they all shall believe in him. And the Romans shall come and take away from us both our place and nation." And one of them, Caiaphas, being high priest that year, said to them, "You know not, neither do you consider that it is better for us that one man die for the people than the entire nation should perish." But he did not say this from himself, but being high priest that year, he prophesied that Yeshua was about to die for the nation, and not for the nation only, but to gather together into one the children of Elohim who were scattered abroad. So from that day on they plotted to kill him. Yeshua therefore no longer went openly among the Yahudim, but went from there into the country near the wilderness to a city called Ephraim, and remained there with his taught ones. Now the Pesach of the Yahudim was near, and many went from the country up to Jerusalem before the Pesach to set themselves apart. And so they were seeking Yeshua, and spoke among one another, standing in the set-apart place, "What do you think? Is he not coming to the festival at all?" And both the chief priests and the Pharisees had given a command that if anyone knew where he was, he should disclose it, in order for them to seize him. Chapter 12. Accordingly, Yeshua, 6 days before the Pesach, came to Bethaniah, where Eleazar was, who had died, whom he raised from the dead. So they made him a supper there, and Martha served, while Eleazar was one of those who sat at the table with him. Then Miriam took a pound of costly perfume of nard, anointed the feet of Yeshua, and wiped his feet with her hair. And the house was filled with the fragrance of the perfume. Then one of his taught ones, Yehuda from Kirioth, son of Shimon, who was about to deliver him up, said, "Why was this perfume not sold for 300 denarii and given to the poor?" And he said this not because he was concerned about the poor, but because he was a thief and had the bag, and he used to take what was put in it. Yeshua then said, "Let her alone, for she has kept this for the day of my burial. For the poor you have with you always, but me you do not have always." Then a great crowd of the Yahudim learned that he was there, and they came, not on account of Yeshua only, but also to see Eleazar, whom he had raised from the dead. And the chief priests resolved to kill Eleazar as well, because on account of him many of the Yahudim went away and believed in Yeshua. On the next day, a great crowd who had come to the festival, when they heard that Yeshua was coming to Jerusalem, took the branches of palm trees and went out to meet him, and were crying out, "Hoshiana! Blessed is he who is coming in the name of Yahuwah, the sovereign of Yisrael." And Yeshua, having found a young donkey, sat on it, as it has been written, "Do not fear, daughter of Zion. See, your sovereign is coming, sitting on the colt of a donkey." At first, his taught ones did not understand this. But when Yeshua was esteemed, then they remembered that this was written about him, that they had done this to him. Therefore the crowd who were with him when he called Eleazar out of his tomb and raised him from the dead were bearing witness. On account of this, the crowd also met him, because they heard that he had done this sign. The Pharisees then said among themselves, "You see how you are getting nowhere at all? Look, the world has gone after him." And there were certain Greeks among those coming up to worship at the festival. These then came to Philip, who is from Bethsaida of Galilee, and were asking him, saying, "Master, we wish to see Yeshua." Philip came and told Andre, and in turn Andre and Philip told Yeshua. And Yeshua answered them, saying, "The hour has come for the Son of Adam to be esteemed. Truly, truly, I say to you, unless a grain of wheat falls into the ground and dies, it remains alone. But if it dies, it bears much fruit. He who loves his life shall lose it, and he who hates his life in this world shall preserve it for everlasting life. If anyone serves me, let him follow me, and where I am, there my servant also shall be. If anyone serves me, the Father shall value him. Now I myself am troubled, and what shall I say? Father, save me from this hour? But for this reason I came to this hour. Father, esteem your name." Then a voice came from the heaven, "I have both esteemed it and shall esteem it again." So the crowd who stood by and heard it were saying, "There had been thunder." Others said, "A messenger has spoken to him." Yeshua answered and said, "This voice did not come because of me, but for your sake. Now is the judgment of this world. Now the ruler of this world shall be cast out. And I, if I am lifted up from the earth, shall draw all men unto myself." This he said, signifying by what death he was about to die. The crowd answered him, "We have heard out of the Torah that the Messiah remains forever. And how do you say the Son of Adam has to be lifted up? Who is this Son of Adam?" Yeshua therefore said to them, "Yet a little while the light is with you. Walk while you have the light, lest darkness overtake you. And he who walks in darkness does not know where he is going. While you have the light, believe in the light, so that you become sons of light." These words Yeshua spoke and went off and was hidden from them. But though he had done so many signs before them, they did not believe in him, that the word of Yeshayahu the prophet might be fulfilled, which he spoke, "Yahuwah, who has believed our report? And to whom has the arm of Yahuwah been revealed?" Because of this, they were unable to believe, because again Yeshayahu said, "He has blinded their eyes and hardened their heart, so that they should not see with their eyes and understand with their hearts and turn, and I should heal them." Yeshayahu said this when he saw his esteem and spoke of him. Still, even among the rulers, many did believe in him, but because of the Pharisees, they did not confess him, lest they should be put out of the congregation, for they loved the praise of men more than the praise of Elohim. Then Yeshua cried out and said, "He who believes in me, believes not in me, but in him who sent me. And he who sees me sees him who sent me. I have come as a light into the world, so that no one who believes in me should stay in darkness. And if anyone hears my words but does not watch over them, I do not judge him, for I did not come to judge the world, but to save the world. He who rejects me and does not receive my words has one who judges him. The word that I have spoken shall judge him in the last day.
because I spoke not from myself, but the Father who sent me has given me a command, what I should say and what I should speak. And I know that his command is everlasting life. Therefore, whatever I speak, as the Father has said to me, so I speak. Chapter 13. And before the festival of the Pesach, Yeshua, knowing that his hour had come, that he should move out of this world unto the Father, having loved his own who were in the world, he loved them to the end. And supper taking place, the devil having already put it into the heart of Yehuda from Kirioth, son of Shimon, to deliver him up, Yeshua, knowing that the Father had given all into his hands, and that he had come from Elohim and was going to Elohim, rose from supper and laid aside his garments, and having taken a towel, he girded himself. After that he put water into a basin and began to wash the feet of the taught ones, and to wipe them with the towel with which he was girded. And so he came to Shimon Kepha and said to him, Master, do you wash my feet? Yeshua answered and said to him, You do not know what I am doing now, but you shall know after this. Kepha said to him, By no means shall you wash my feet, ever. Yeshua answered him, If I do not wash you, you have no part with me. Shimon Kepha said to him, Master, not my feet only, but also my hands and my head. Yeshua said to him, He who has a bath does not need to wash except his feet, but is clean altogether. And you are clean, but not all of you. For he knew who would deliver him up. So he said, You are not all clean. So when he had washed their feet and taken his garments and sat down again, he said to them, Do you know what I have done to you? You call me teacher and master, and you say well, for I am. Then if I, master and teacher, have washed your feet, you also ought to wash one another's feet. For I gave you an example that you should do as I have done to you. Truly I say to you, a servant is not greater than his master, nor is an emissary greater than he who sent him. If you know these teachings, blessed are you if you do them. I do not speak concerning all of you. I know whom I have chosen, that the scripture might be filled. He who eats bread with me has lifted up his heel against me. Now I say to you, before it takes place, that when it does take place, you shall believe that I am. Truly, truly, I say to you, he who receives whomever I send receives me, and he who receives me receives him who sent me. When Yeshua said this, he was troubled in spirit and witnessed, and said, Truly, truly, I say to you, one of you shall deliver me up. The taught ones looked at one another, doubting of whom he spoke. And one of his taught ones, whom Yeshua loved, was reclining on the bosom of Yeshua. Shimon Kepha then motioned to him to ask him who it was of whom he spoke. And leaning back on the breast of Yeshua, he said to him, Master, who is it? Yeshua answered, It is he to whom I shall give a piece of bread when I have dipped it. And having dipped the bread, he gave it to Yehuda from Kirioth, son of Shimon. And after the piece of bread, Satan entered into him. Yeshua therefore said to him, What you do quickly. But no one at the table knew why he said this to him, for some were supposing because Yehuda had the bag that Yeshua was saying to him, Buy what we need for the festival, or that he should give somewhat to the poor. So having received the piece of bread, he then went out straight away, and it was night. When therefore he went out, Yeshua said, Now the Son of Adam has been esteemed, and Elohim has been esteemed in him. If Elohim has been esteemed in him, Elohim shall esteem him in himself, and straightway esteem him. Little children, yet a little while I am with you. You shall seek me, as I said to the Yahudim, Where I am going you are unable to come. I now also say to you, a renewed command I give to you, that you love one another as I have loved you, that you also love one another. By this shall all know that you are my taught ones, if you have love for one another. Shimon Kepha said to him, Master, where are we going? Yeshua answered, Where I am going, you are unable to follow me now, but afterwards you shall follow me. Kepha said to him, Master, why am I unable to follow you now? I shall lay down my life for you. Yeshua answered him, Shall you lay down your life for me? Truly, truly, I say to you, the cock shall not crow at all until you have denied me 3 times. Chapter 14. Let not your heart be troubled. Believe in Elohim. Believe also in me. In my Father's house are many staying places, and if not, I would have told you. I go to prepare a place for you. And if I go and prepare a place for you, I shall come again and receive you to myself, that where I am, you might be too. And where I go, you know, and the way you know. Toma said to him, Master, we do not know where you are going, and how are we able to know the way? Yeshua said to him, I am the way, and the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. If you had known me, you would have known my Father too. From now on you know him and have seen. Philip said to him, Master, show us the Father, and it is enough for us. Yeshua said to him, Have I been with you so long, and you have not known me, Philip? He who has seen me has seen the Father. And how do you say, Show us the Father? Do you not believe that I am in the Father and the Father is in me? The words that I speak to you, I do not speak from myself, but the Father who stays in me does his works. Believe in me, that I am in the Father and the Father in me. Otherwise, believe me because of the works themselves. Truly, truly, I say to you, he who believes in me, the works that I do, he shall do also. And greater works than these he shall do, because I go to my Father. And whatever you ask in my name, that I shall do, in order that the Father might be esteemed in the Son. If you ask whatever in my name, I shall do it. If you love me, you shall guard my commands. And I shall ask the Father, and he shall give you another helper to stay with you forever, the Spirit of the truth, whom the world is unable to receive, because it does not see him or know him. But you know him, for he stays with you and shall be in you. I shall not leave you orphans. I am coming to you. Yet a little while, and the world no longer sees me, but you shall see me because I live, and you shall live. In that day you shall know that I am in my Father, and you in me, and I in you. He who possesses my commands and guards them, it is he who loves me. And he who loves me shall be loved by my Father, and I shall love him and manifest myself to him. Yehuda, not the one from Kirioth, said to him, Master, what has come about that you are about to manifest yourself to us and not to the world? Yeshua answered him, If anyone loves me, he shall guard my word, and my Father shall love him, and we shall come to him and make our stay with him. He who does not love me does not guard my words, and the word which you hear is not mine, but the Father who sent me. These words I have spoken to you while still with you. But the Helper, the set-apart Spirit, whom the Father shall send in my name, he shall teach you all, and remind you of all that I said to you. Peace I leave with you. My peace I give to you. I do not give to you as the world gives. Do not let your heart be troubled,
neither let it be afraid. You have heard that I said to you, I am going away and I am coming to you. If you did love me, you would have rejoiced that I said I am going to the Father, for my Father is greater than I. And now I have told you before it takes place, that when it does take place, you shall believe. I shall no longer talk much with you, for the ruler of this world is coming, and he possesses none at all in me. But in order for the world to know that I love the Father, and that as the Father commanded me, so I am doing. Rise up. Let us go from here. Chapter 15. I am the true vine, and my Father is the gardener. Every branch in me that bears no fruit, he takes away. And every branch that bears fruit, he prunes, so that it bears more fruit. You are already clean because of the word which I have spoken to you. Stay in me, and I stay in you. As the branch is unable to bear fruit of itself unless it stays in the vine, so neither you unless you stay in me. I am the vine, you are the branches. He who stays in me and I in him, he bears much fruit. Because without me you are able to do naught. If anyone does not stay in me, he is thrown away as a branch and dries up. And they gather them and throw them into the fire, and they are burned. If you stay in me and my words stay in you, you shall ask whatever you wish, and it shall be done for you. In this my Father is esteemed, that you bear much fruit, and you shall be my taught ones. As the Father has loved me, I have also loved you. Stay in my love. If you guard my commands, you shall stay in my love, even as I guarded my Father's commands and stay in his love. These words I have spoken to you so that my joy might be in you and that your joy might be complete. This is my command, that you love one another as I have loved you. No one has greater love than this, that one should lay down his life for his friends. You are my friends if you do whatever I command you. No longer do I call you servants, for a servant does not know what his master is doing. But I have called you friends, for all teachings which I heard from my Father I have made known to you. You did not choose me, but I chose you and appointed you that you should go and bear fruit, and that your fruit should remain, so that whatever you ask the Father in my name, he might give you. These words I command you so that you love one another. If the world hates you, you know that it hated me before it hated you. If you were of the world would love its own. But because you are not of the world, but I chose you out of the world, for that reason the world hates you. Remember the word that I said to you, a servant is not greater than his master. If they persecuted me, they shall persecute you too. If they have guarded my word, they would guard yours too. But all this they shall do to you because of my name, because they do not know him who sent me. If I had not come and spoken to them, they would have no sin. But now they have no excuse for their sin. He who hates me hates my Father as well. If I did not do among them the works which no one else did, they would have no sin. But now they have both seen and have hated both me and my Father. But that the word might be filled which was written in their Torah, they hated me without a cause. And when the Helper comes, whom I shall send to you from the Father, the Spirit of truth, who comes from the Father, he shall bear witness of me. But you also bear witness, because you have been with me from the beginning. Chapter 16. These words I have spoken to you so that you do not stumble. They shall put you out of the congregations. But an hour is coming when everyone who kills you shall think he is rendering service to Elohim. And this they shall do to you, because they did not know the Father, nor me. But I have said these words to you so that when the hour comes, you remember that I told them to you. And these words I did not say to you at the beginning, for I was with you. But now I go away to him who sent me, and not one of you asks me, 'Where are you going?' But because I have said these words to you, grief has filled your heart. But I say the truth to you, it is better for you that I go away. For if I do not go away, the Helper shall not come to you at all. But if I go, I shall send him to you. And having come, he shall convict the world concerning sin, and concerning righteousness, and concerning judgment. Concerning sin, because they do not believe in me. Concerning righteousness, because I go to my Father, and you see me no more. Concerning judgment, because the ruler of this world is judged. I still have many words to say to you, but you are not able to bear them now. But when he comes, the Spirit of the truth, he shall guide you into all the truth. For he shall not speak from himself, but whatever he hears he shall speak, and he shall announce to you what is to come. He shall esteem me, for he shall take of what is mine and announce it to you. All that the Father has is mine. That is why I said that he takes from what is mine and announces it to you. A little while and you do not see me, and again a little while and you shall see me. Therefore some of his taught ones said to one another, 'What is this that he says to us? A little while and you do not see me, and again a little while and you shall see me, and because I am going to the Father.' So they said, 'What is this that he says, a little while? We do not know what he is saying.' Yeshua therefore knew that they were wishing to ask him, and he said to them, 'Are you asking one another about what I said? A little while and you do not see me, and again a little while and you shall see me? Truly, truly, I say to you that you shall weep and lament, but the world shall rejoice, and you shall be grieved, but your grief shall become joy. The woman has grief when she is in labor, because her hour has come. But as soon as she has given birth to the child, she no longer remembers the affliction for joy that a man was born into the world. And you therefore have grief now, but I shall see you again, and your heart shall rejoice, and no one takes your joy away from you. And in that day you shall ask me none at all. Truly, truly, I say to you, whatever you ask the Father in my name, he shall give you. Until now you have asked naught in my name. Ask and you shall receive, in order that your joy might be complete. These words I have spoken to you in figures of speech, but an hour is coming when I shall no longer speak to you in figures of speech, but I shall declare the Father plainly to you. In that day you shall ask in my name, and I do not say to you that I shall pray the Father on your behalf, for the Father himself does love you, because you have loved me, and have believed that I came forth from Elohim. I came forth from the Father, and have come into the world. Again I leave the world, and go to the Father. His taught one said to him, See, now you are speaking plainly, and not using figure of speech. Now we know that you know all, and have no need that anyone should question you. By this we believe that you came forth from Elohim. Yeshua answered them, Do you now believe? See, an hour is coming, and now has come, that you are scattered, each to his own, and leave me alone. Yet I am not alone, because the Father is with me. These words I have spoken to you, that in me you might have peace. In the world you have pressure, but take courage. I have overcome the world. Chapter 17. Yeshua said these words, and lifted up his eyes to the heaven, and said, Father, the hour has come. Esteem your Son, so that your Son also might esteem you, as you have given him authority over all flesh,
so that he should give everlasting life to all whom you have given him. And this is everlasting life, that they should know you, the only true Elohim, and Yeshua Messiah whom you have sent. I have esteemed you on the earth, having accomplished the work you have given me that I should do. And now esteem me with yourself, Father, with the esteem which I had with you before the world was. I have revealed your name to the men whom you gave me out of the world. They were yours, and you gave them to me, and they have guarded your word. Now they have come to know all that you gave to me is from you, because the words which you gave to me I have given to them, and they have received them, and have truly known that I came forth from you, and they believe that you sent me. I pray for them. I do not pray for the world, but for those whom you have given me, for they are yours. And all mine are yours, and yours are mine, and I have been esteemed in them. And I am no more in the world, but these are in the world, and I come to you. Set apart, Father, guard them in your name which you have given me, so that they might be one as we are. When I was with them in the world, I was guarding them in your name which you have given me, and I watched over them, and not one of them perished except the son of destruction, that the scripture might be filled. And now I come to you, and I speak these words in the world, so that they have my joy completed in them. I have given them your word, and the world hated them, because they are not of the world, as I am not of the world. I do not pray that you should take them out of the world, but that you keep them from the wicked one. They are not of this world, as I am not of the world. Set them apart in your truth. Your word is truth. As you sent me into the world, I also sent them into the world. And for them I set myself apart, so that they too might be set apart in truth. And I do not pray for these alone, but also for those believing in me through their word, so that they all might be one, as you, Father, are in me, and I in you, so that they too might be one in us, so that the world might believe that you have sent me. In the esteem which you gave me, I have given them, so that they might be one as we are one. I in them, and you in me, so that they might be perfected into one, so that the world knows that you have sent me and have loved them as you have loved me. Father, I desire that those whom you have given me might be with me where I am, so that they see my esteem which you have given me, because you loved me before the foundation of the world. O righteous Father, indeed the world did not know you, but I knew you, and these knew that you sent me. And I have made your name known to them, and shall make it known, so that the love with which you have loved me might be in them, and I in them.
Chapter 18. Having said these words, Yeshua went out with his taught ones beyond the Kidron torrent, where there was a garden, into which he and his taught ones entered. And Yehuda, who delivered him up, also knew the place, because Yeshua often met there with his taught ones. Yehuda, then, having received the company of soldiers and officers from the chief priests and Pharisees, came there with lanterns and torches and weapons. Yeshua then, knowing all that would come upon him, went forward and said to them, "Whom do you seek?"
Yeshua of Nazareth.
Yeshua said to them, "I am." And Yehuda, who delivered him up, was also standing with them. When therefore he said to them, "I am," they drew back and fell to the ground. Once more he asked them, "Whom do you seek?" And they said,
Yeshua of Nazareth.
Yeshua answered and said, "I said to you that I am. If then you seek me, allow these to go, in order that the word might be filled which he spoke. Of those whom you have given me, I have lost none. Then Shimon Kepha, having a sword, drew it out and struck the high priest's servant and cut off his right ear. And the servant's name was Melech. Then Yeshua said to Kepha, "Put your sword into the sheath. Shall I not drink the cup which my Father has given me?" Then the company of soldiers and the commander and the officers of the Yahudim seized Yeshua and bound him. And they led him away to Hanan first, for he was the father-in-law of Caiaphas, who was the high priest that year. Now Caiaphas was the one who gave counsel to the Yahudim that it was better that one man should die for the people. And Shimon Kepha followed Yeshua with another taught one, and that taught one was known to the high priest, and went with Yeshua into the courtyard of the high priest. But Kepha was standing outside at the door. So the other taught one, who was known to the high priest, went out and spoke to her who kept the door, and brought Kepha in. Then the servant girl who kept the door said to Kepha, "Are you also one of this man's taught ones?" He said, "I am not." And the servants and officers who had made a fire of coals stood there, because it was cold, and they warmed themselves. And Kepha was standing with them and warming himself. Then the high priest asked Yeshua about his taught ones and his teaching. Yeshua answered him, "I spoke openly to the world. I always taught in the congregations and in the set-apart place, where the Yahudim always meet, and I spoke no word in secret. Why do you ask me? Ask those who have heard me what I said to them. See, they know what I said." And when he said this, one of the officers who stood by slapped Yeshua in the face, saying, "Do you answer the high priest this way?" Yeshua answering him, "If I have spoken evilly, bear witness of the evil, but if well, why do you strike me?" Then Hanan sent him bound to the high priest Caiaphas, and Shimon Kepha was standing warming himself. Then they said to him, "Are you also one of his taught ones?" He denied it and said, "I am not." One of the servants of the high priest, a relative of the one whose ear Kepha cut off, said, "Did I not see you in the garden with him?" Then Kepha again denied it, and immediately a cock crowed. Then they led Yeshua from Caiaphas to the palace, and it was early. And they themselves did not go into the palace, lest they should be defiled, but that they might eat the Pesach. Pilate therefore came out to them and said, "What accusation do you bring against this man?" They answered and said to him, "If he were not an evildoer, we would not have delivered him up to you." Then Pilate said to them, "You take him and judge him according to your law." The Yahudim said to him, "It is not right for us to put anyone to death," in order that the word of Yahuwah might be filled, which he spoke, signifying by what death he was about to die. Then Pilate went back into the palace and called Yeshua and said to him, "Are you the sovereign of the Yahudim?" Yeshua answered him, "Do you say this from yourself, or did others talk to you about me?" Pilate answered, "Am I a Yahudi? Your own nation and the chief priests have delivered you to me. What did you do?" Yeshua answered, "My reign is not of this world. If my reign were of this world, my servants would fight, so that I should not be delivered to the Yahudim. But now my reign is not from here." Then Pilate said to him, "You are a sovereign then?" Yeshua answered, "You say it. Because I am a sovereign, for this I was born, and for this I have come into the world, that I should bear witness to the truth. Everyone who is of the truth hears my voice." Pilate said to him, "What is truth?" And when he said this, he went out again to the Yahudim and said to them, I find no guilt in him. But you have a habit that I shall release someone to you at the Pesach. Do you wish, then, that I release to you the sovereign of the Yahudim?" Then they all shouted again, saying, "Not this one, but Barabbas." And Barabbas was a robber. Chapter 19. Then, therefore, Pilate took Yeshua and flogged him. And the soldiers plaited a crown of thorns and placed it on his head. And they put a purple robe on him, and came to him and said, "Greetings, sovereign of the Yahudim." And they slapped him in the face. And Pilate went outside again and said to them, "See, I am bringing him out to you, to let you know that I find no guilt in him." Then Yeshua came outside, wearing the crown of thorns and the purple robe. And Pilate said to them, "See the man." So when the chief priests and officers saw him, they shouted, saying, "Impale! Impale!" Pilate said to them, "You take him and impale him, for I find no guilt in him." The Yahudim answered him, "We have a law, and according to our law he ought to die, for he has made himself the son of Elohim." So when Pilate heard this word, he was more afraid, and went back into the palace and asked Yeshua, "Where are you from?" But Yeshua gave him no answer. Then Pilate said to him, "Do you not speak to me? Do you not know that I possess authority to impale you, and I possess authority to release you?" Yeshua answered, "You would possess no authority against me if it were not given you from above. Because of this, he who delivered me to you has greater sin." From then on, Pilate was seeking to release him. But the Yahudim shouted, saying, "If you release this one, you are not Caesar's friend. Everyone who makes himself a sovereign does speak against Caesar." Therefore, when Pilate heard these words, he brought Yeshua out and sat down in the judgment seat in a place that is called Pavement, but in Hebrew, Gabbatha. And it was the preparation day of the Pesach week. And about the 6th hour he said to the Yahudim, "See your sovereign." But they shouted, "Away! Away! Impale him!" Pilate said to them, "Shall I impale your sovereign?" The chief priests answered, "We have no sovereign except Caesar." At that time, then, he delivered him to them to be impaled. And they took Yeshua and led him away. And bearing his stake, he went out to the so-called place of a skull, which is called in Hebrew Golgotha, where they impaled him, and 2 others with him, one on this side and one on that side, and Yeshua in the middle. And Pilate wrote a title too, and put it on the stake, and it was written, "Yeshua of Nazareth, the sovereign of the Yahudim." Many of the Yahudim therefore read this title, for the place where Yeshua was impaled was near the city, and it was written in Hebrew, in Greek, in Roman. So the chief priests of the Yahudim said to Pilate, "Do not write the sovereign of the Yahudim." But he said, "I am the sovereign of the Yahudim." Pilate answered, "What I have written, I have written." Then the soldiers, when they had impaled Yeshua, took his outer garments and made 4 parts, to each soldier a part, and the inner garment. But the inner garment was without seam, woven from the top in one piece. So they said to each other, "Let us not tear it, but cast lots for it, whose it shall be, in order that the scripture might be fulfilled, which says, 'They divided my garments among them, and for my clothing they cast lots.'" The soldiers therefore indeed did this, and by the stake of Yeshua stood his mother, and his mother's sister Miriam, the wife of Colaphah, and Miriam from Magdala. Then Yeshua, seeing his mother and the taught one whom he loved standing by, he said to his mother, "Woman, see your son." Then to the taught one he said, "See your mother." And from that hour the taught one took her to his own home. After this, Yeshua, knowing that all had been accomplished, in order that the scripture might be accomplished, said, "I thirst." A bowl of sour wine stood there, and they filled a sponge with sour wine, put it on hyssop, and held it to his mouth. So when Yeshua took the sour wine, he said, "It has been accomplished." And bowing his head, he gave up his spirit. Therefore, since it was the preparation day, that the body should not remain on the stake on the Sabbath, for that Sabbath was a high one, the Yahudim asked Pilate to have their legs broken, and that they be taken away. Therefore the soldiers came and broke the legs of the first and of the other who was impaled with him. But when they came to Yeshua and saw that he was already dead, they did not break his legs. But one of the soldiers pierced his side with a spear, and instantly blood and water came out. And he who has seen has witnessed, and his witness is true, and he knows that he is speaking the truth in order that you might believe. For this took place in order for the scriptures to be filled. Not one of his bones shall be broken. And again another scripture says, "They shall look on him whom they pierced." And after this, Joseph of Ramathaim, being a taught one of Yeshua, but secretly, for fear of the Yahudim, asked Pilate that he might take the body of Yeshua. And Pilate gave permission. Therefore he came and took the body of Yeshua. And Nicodemus, who at first came to Yeshua by night, also came, bringing a mixture of myrrh and aloes, about 100 pounds. Then they took the body of Yeshua and bound it in linen wrappings, with the spices, as was the habit of the Yahudim for burial. And at that place where he was impaled, there was a garden, and in the garden a fresh tomb in which no one had yet been laid. There, then, because of the preparation day of the Yahudim, they laid Yeshua, because the tomb was near. Chapter 20. And on day 1 of the week, Miriam from Magdala came early to the tomb while it was still dark, and saw that the stone had been removed from the tomb. So she ran and came to Shimon Kepha and to the other taught one whom Yeshua loved, and said to them, "They have taken the master out of the tomb, and we do not know where they laid him." Then Kepha and the other taught one went out, and they were going to the tomb, and the two were running together. But the other taught one outran Kepha and came to the tomb first. And stooping down, he saw the linen wrappings lying, but he did not go in. Then Shimon Kepha came, following him, and went in the tomb, and he saw the linen wrappings lying, and the cloth which had been on his head, not lying with the linen wrappings, but folded up in a place by itself. So then the other taught one, who came to the tomb first, also went in, and he saw and believed. For they did not yet know the scripture, that he has to rise again from the dead. Therefore the taught ones went away again by themselves. But Miriam was standing outside by the tomb, weeping. Then as she wept, she stooped down to the tomb, and saw 2 messengers in white sitting, one at the head and the other at the feet, where the body of Yeshua had been laid. And they said to her, "Woman, why do you weep?" She said to them, "Because they took away my master, and I do not know where they've laid him." And having said this, she turned around and saw Yeshua standing, but she did not know that it was Yeshua. Yeshua said to her, "Woman, why do you weep? Whom do you seek?" Thinking he was the gardener, she said to him, "Master, if you have carried him away, say to me where you put him, and I shall take him away." Yeshua said to her, "Miriam." She turned and said to him, "Rabboni," which means teacher. Yeshua said to her, "Do not hold on to me, for I have not yet ascended to my Father. But go to my brothers and say to them, I am ascending to my Father and your Father, and to my Elohim and your Elohim." Miriam from Magdala came, announcing to the taught ones that she had seen the Master, and that he had told her this. When therefore it was evening on that day, day 1 of the week, and when the doors were shut where the taught ones met for fear of the Yahudim, Yeshua came and stood in the midst of them and said, "Peace to you." And having said this, he showed them his hands and his side. The taught ones therefore rejoiced when they saw the Master. Then Yeshua said to them again, "Peace to you. As the Father has sent me, I also send you." And having said this, he breathed on them and said to them, "Receive the set-apart Spirit. If you forgive the sins of any, they are forgiven them. But if you retain the sins of any, they have been retained." But Thomas, called the twin, one of the 12, was not with them when Yeshua came. So the other taught ones said to him, "We have seen the Master." But he said to them, "Unless I see in his hands the mark of the nails, and put my finger into the imprint of the nails, and put my hand into his side, I shall by no means believe." And after 8 days his taught ones were again inside, and Thomas with them. Yeshua came, the doors having been shut, and he stood in the midst and said, "Peace to you." Then he said to Thomas, "Bring your finger here, and see my hands, and bring your hand and put it into my side, and do not be unbelieving, but believing." And Thomas answered and said to him, "My Master and my Elohim." Yeshua said to him, "Thomas, because you have seen me, you have believed. Blessed are those who have not seen and have believed." There were indeed many other signs that Yeshua did in the presence of his taught ones, which are not written in this book. But these have been written so that you believe that Yeshua is the Messiah, the Son of Elohim, and that believing you might possess life in his name. Chapter 21. After this, Yeshua manifested himself again to the taught ones at the Sea of Kinnereth. And he manifested this way: Shimon, Kepha, and Thomas called the twin, and Nathanael of Cana in Galilee, sons of Zabdi, and 2 others of his taught ones were together. Shimon Kepha said to them, "I am going to fish." They said to him, "We are also coming with you." They went out and immediately entered into the boat, and that night they caught none at all. But when it became early morning, Yeshua stood on the beach. However, the taught ones did not know that it was Yeshua. Then Yeshua said to them, "Children, have you any food?" They answered him, "No." And he said to them, "Throw the net on the right side of the boat, and you shall find." So they threw, and they were no longer able to draw it in because of the large number of fish. That taught one whom Yeshua loved then said to Kepha, "It is the Master." Then Shimon Kepha, hearing that it was the Master, put on his outer garment, for he was stripped, and plunged into the sea. And the other taught ones came in the little boat, for they were not far from land, but about 200 cubits, dragging the net with fish. So when they had come to land, they saw a fire of coals there, and fish laid on it, and bread. And Yeshua said to them, "Bring some of the fish which you have now caught." Shimon Kifa went up and dragged the net to land, filled with 153 big fishes. And though there were so many, the net was not broken. Yeshua said to them, "Come, have breakfast." And not one of the taught ones had the courage to ask him, "Who are you?" knowing that it was the Master. Yeshua came and took the bread and gave it to them, and the same with the fish. This was now the third time Yeshua was manifested to his taught ones after he was raised from the dead. When, therefore, they had eaten breakfast, Yeshua said to Shimon Kifa, "Shimon, son of Yonah, do you love me more than these?" He said to him, "Yes, Master, you know that I love you." He said to him, "Feed my lambs." He said to him again the second time, "Shimon, son of Yonah, do you love me?" He said to him, "Yes, Master, you know that I love you." He said to him, "Shepherd my sheep." He said to him the third time, "Shimon, son of Yonah, do you love me?" Kiva was sad, because he said to him the third time, "Do you love me?" And he said to him, "Master, you know all. You know that I love you." Yeshua said to him, "Feed my sheep. Truly, truly, I say to you, when you were younger, you girded yourself and walked where you wished. But when you are old, you shall stretch out your hands, and another shall gird you and bring you where you do not wish." Now this he said, signifying by what death he would esteem Elohim. And having said this, he turned to him, "Follow me." And Kifa, turning around, saw the taught one whom Yeshua loved following, who also had leaned on his breast at the supper, and said, "Master, who is the one who is delivering you up?" Seeing him, Kifa said to Yeshua, "But Master, what about this one?" Yeshua said to him, "If I wish him to remain till I come, what is that to you? You follow me." Therefore this word went out among the brothers that this taught one would not die. However, Yeshua did not say to him that he would not die. But if I desire him to remain until I come, what is that to you? This is the taught one who bears witness about these matters and wrote these matters, and we know that his witness is true. Now there is much else that Yeshua did. If every one of them were written down, I think that the world itself would not contain the written books. Amen.